Alrighty, greetings and salutations, everyone. My name is Andrew Kirchhoff, and welcome to our Sunday morning live stream for Week 6 of the 2024 fantasy football season. For the next 4+ hours, we're going to be answering any and all fantasy football related questions in regards to Week 6. Now, as you guys can see to the right side of the screen, we have updated rankings as of this morning in regards to the primary positions. So my top 36 running backs, wide receivers, along with my top 16 quarterbacks, tight ends, and top 12 kickers and defenses available on screen. They will filter every 15 seconds, so if you guys have any questions in regards to interpositional rankings, the rankings on the screen to the right that are updated as of this morning will go ahead and suffice. Now, after the game begins in about 32 minutes time, the players that have, are potentially kind of integrated within that game, the Bears players, the Jaguars players, they will be removed from the list, and then subsequently a new list of players will be updated and ready to go. We don't have much time. The reason why I started the stream 5 minutes early is because, there is a lot of you that have questions in regards to the players that are playing in about 30 minutes. So I want to get right into it immediately. Again, if you guys are going to send in a question in order to claim priority via Super Chat, be sure to include your scoring format. Even if you're going to send it in the live chat, expect it to be answered eventually. So include your scoring format, half PPR, full PPR, standard, all the context possible will be greatly appreciated. For those of you who are members of the Patreon, the rankings have already been posted there via the Excel sheet. And for those of you who sign up using code Andrew via Underdog, those emails have already been sent out. Make sure to check your spam folder. As long as you've signed up between August 1st and then last night prior to midnight, you should have those rankings in your mailbox ready to go. Thank you. Okay, so we're going to begin with the first question of the day from Flotation, who says, check Twitter just to check my lineup. Okay. So I was looking at the lineup while the intro was going. The only thing that I actually would only consider potentially swapping would be potentially playing Slayton over like Amari Cooper. That's the only thing that I'd consider even remotely changing. Because other than that, everything else looks good. I'm going to keep your quarterbacks as is. Your running backs as is. Luckily, you have Eckler, who obviously gets a huge bump today with the absence of Brian Robinson Jr., But yeah, that's the only thing that I would consider changing. In terms of what I have in my rankings, different than what you have in your current lineup. Now, if you think the Eagles matchup is going to be a closer one, look, I don't think it's going to be a trap game. If the Eagles end up finding themselves losing that game, I would expect Sirianni to be the second coach fired this offseason, or this regular season, But yeah, that's the only thing that I would consider changing their Flotation. Thank you very much. Christopher Farmer sends in a question. It says, in a full PPR, we have Tank Dell versus Amari Cooper in one league. I would play Tank Dell. Well, okay, so when you put Tank, I'm going to assume that it's Tank Dell, not Tank Bigsby. If it is Bigsby, I'm going to go with Cooper. But if it's Dell, I'm going to go with Dell. As for your second question, BTJ versus Chase Brown in my other league. Let me go check my full PPR rankings just to see who I have ranked higher between Chase Brown and BTJ. Let's go ahead. Brian Thomas. I have Chase Brown ahead of him in a full PPR. Okay, continuing on with your next question. Like BTJ, but only Nico has got home against the Bears. Yeah, literally, just remember, guys, okay? The Bears defense has only allowed one passing touchdown to opposing quarterbacks this season, and they have had 6 interceptions. Now, I understand 2 of their starting secondary members, Brisker and I believe is it their nickel corner or their number 2 corner? Either of those two. It is their number 2 corner. He's going to be out today, but again, they still got a pretty strong secondary there with Kyler Gordon and Jalen Johnson still active. So I'm not too keen on the idea of BTJ. As the rankings filter in on the right side of the screen, you'll kind of get a sense as to where I have him. Very similar to earlier this week as to where I ranked him. Very much so. I want to still play him out of ego, but I understand that the matchup is very difficult, and hopefully they can scheme him into a position to find success not being covered by Jalen Johnson this week. But yeah, in those scenarios, Tank, assuming it's Dell, and Chase Brown. Thank you, Christopher. Frank Grillo sends in a question, says, Kirk or Olave? As of right now, Kirk you won't see on screen. A couple of the players that are going as of this morning that you will not see on screen. So for example, in a half PPR scoring format, the players that are missing, like I have Rome Odunze as my number 38 wide receiver. I have Christian Kirk as my number 39 wide receiver. So both of those potentially implicated within the overall matchup in the next 30 minutes are not included on screen within the overall graphic. Now, as for your team, I will play Olave over Kirk today, especially with the return of Ingram. I think that definitely does impact Kirk's overall usage and his overall upside in the slot position. Now, as for your second question, also ETN, Bigsby, or Dowdle, pick 2. Out of those potential options, it might serve you better just to start both Jacksonville running backs, because you don't really have to put yourself into a situation to where you're at the mercy of one. Honestly, yeah. If it was me, I'd probably just start both of those Jacksonville running backs just so that you're not at the mercy of one scoring and the other one being left out, hung out to drive. So I'd probably just play ETN and Bigsby there in this circumstance. Thank you, Frank. Daniel Gonzalez sends in a question, says, "Hi, go full PPR. Pick 3. We have Marvin Harrison, Mike Evans, Devontae Smith, BTJ, or Slayton." So out of those available options, if it was my team, I would go Devontae Smith, Marvin Harrison, and Darius Slayton, which I understand in terms of the grand scheme is absolutely ridiculous. If you would want to play a BTJ or a Mike Evans over Slayton, I would not fault you. Considering, again, they are the best wide receivers on your team by a pretty long margin. So I would not fault you. Again, matchups is something that I take really seriously in some of these circumstances, to the extent to where even our best players at times need to be kind of defaulted to sitting on the bench, unfortunately, if you have alternative options that I believe are better. Moving on to your next question, RB pick 1, J.K. Dobbins, Trey Sermon, or Tank Bigsby. I'll play J.K. Dobbins there against Denver today. Thank you. Moving on to a question that comes in from Joey Boy. Thank you, Joey. He says, start 2.5 PPR, Madison, Leggett, or Josh Downs. Thanks. Let me check who I have ranked higher. Okay, so the report that I read last night around like almost near midnight, 1 a.m.-ish, was Zamir White is a long shot to play, which does give Madison a little bit extra kind of, I guess, upside in his overall play. Let me see who I have ranked higher. So Josh Downs is still ahead of him. And then Leggett, let me see what, I have Josh Downs number 1. I have Alexander Madison number 2, and then it would be Leggett number 3 in that circumstance. If we're only starting one out of the 3, I'd probably go in the direction of playing Josh Downs. Thank you. Moving on to a question that comes in from Big, who says, Dell or Tolbert in the flex. I'll play Dell there, assuming, of course, thank Dell. We're going to go there. And then for the flex, Pat or Ingram. At the flex, and then Pat or Ingram at tight end. Got it. Okay, so between the two of them, as it currently stands, the rankings will filter on screen. I have Pat Freiermuth as my number 14 and Evan Ingram as my number 9. I'll take Ingram there this week, taking on, of course, the Bears in about 30 minutes. Thank you. Moving on to a question that came in from Gabriella, who says, full PPR. Start Wan'Dale Robinson or Tracy in the flex, full PPR. Let me see who I ranked higher in my full PPR ranking. So if I go Tracy... So Tracy is my number 38 in a full PPR compared to Wan'Dale Robinson, who's my number 40. They're in the same tier. They're literally 1 rank separating or 2 ranks separating from one another. But I do prefer Tracy in that circumstance, mainly because of Mike Hilton and the overall slot matchup for Wan'Dale Robinson. They're both great plays, though, ultimately. Thank you. Carlos Douglas Jr. says, in a full PPR, DeMario Douglas, Mark Andrews, or Christian Watson? It would be DeMario Douglas. Very easily, far and away. I prefer that out of the 3 potential options here. DeMario Douglas would be the play. Thank you. Let's see here. We had a question from Schizotron, who says, in a half PPR, Brian Thomas Jr., Amari Cooper, or Keenan Allen. Hesitation because a little scared of BTJ against Chicago secondary. I don't even blame you. As it currently stands, what did you put? Half PPR? Half PPR. So I'm pretty sure I have BTJ like right next to Amari Cooper, but he might be ahead of him. He is. So Brian Thomas is still ahead of Cooper, still ahead of Keenan Allen. If you prefer to play, like again, I'm still leaving him there because there is a talent level that Brian Thomas Jr. provides to the matchup in which he can still outplay Jalen Johnson. It's not that he is completely, vulnerable and has no fighter's chance. He still has a fighter's chance to the extent to where he still sits there in, pretty solid range. But as it currently stands, he would be the play for me. If it was my team and I had those 3 options, I'd play Brian Thomas Jr. still against Chicago. Thank you. Michael H. sends in a question, says 2 questions. Dobbins, Deontay Johnson, or Amari Cooper? Half PPR. Okay, so let me check Dobbins in comparison to Deontay because that's really just the only matchup that we would have to look into. So between the 2 of them, I do in fact have Deontay Johnson ranked the highest. And then for your next question, Wan'Dale Robinson or Tyrone Tracy in a full PPR, which again, it's Tyrone Tracy by 2 overall ranks. They're right next to each other. If you prefer to play one over the other, you can go about it as such. But as soon as we got into a situation last week in which Eric Gray had fumbled that football into the end zone, of course, the Seattle Seahawks picked it up and went for a 100-yard touchdown. In that point, from there on out, it was all Tyrone Tracy for the remainder of the game. And I think going into this week, they're going to just let him continue to tote the rock. Obviously, very successful running the ball on top of the fact that Cincinnati cannot stop the run. So I prefer Tracy just ever so slightly in that circumstance, but those are my suggestions as of right now. Thank you. Sun, AAA, sends in a question, says, start Josh Allen, Caleb Williams, or Kirk Cousins. Yeah, so in terms of the overall tiers that I have it based on in terms of my Patreon rankings, Josh Allen, Baker Mayfield, and Kirk Cousins, all of them sit in tier 4 at quarterback. So if you want to play Kirk Cousins over Josh Allen, I can justify that. Caleb Williams at number 10 is my tier 5, is in the tier 5 overall range with Daniel Jones. So as of right now, if it's me, I'm playing Josh Allen. If you're worried about it to the extent to where you're just like, listen, I just want a safe volume of points. I don't need the upside of what Josh Allen can provide. Just get me my 18, 19 potential points and let me get away with it. Then Kirk Cousins is the answer in that circumstance. Thank you. Moving on to a question that came in from GV, who says, Tracy or ETN? I will take Tracy there. Half PPR, full PPR, standard. It does not matter. Tracy would be the play. And then follow up PPR with negative game script. Tracy's okay. Okay, so here's the thing. The assumption is that it's going to be a game script in which... okay, so here's the issue, right? Negative game script only occurs if Cincinnati's defense shows up. Thus far this season, Cincinnati's defense has never showed up. So unfortunately, it's not even unfortunately. Fortunately for all of us who are playing, New York Giants members, Wanda Robinson, Darius Slayton, Tracy, Daniel Jones, we're all going to be put in a situation where there's not really going to be a negative game script. So I honestly don't see it to be a problem at all. Thank you. Travis sends in a question. Says in a PPR, 2 wide receivers and 2 flex. Flex Chuba Hubbard or Dell. Okay, so between the two of them, first and foremost, I do have Chuba Hubbard ranked higher. That's the direction that I go in. He's been far too consistent and played far too well. 4 receptions per game each of the last 3 weeks. Scored a touchdown every single game. He's an automatic in that circumstance. Quarterback is Stroud too, yeah. If you want to play Dell, go for it. I mean, look, as it currently stands, let me see the separation between the two of them. Let's see. Hubbard. Yeah. Hubbard and Dell, it's like 10 plus players in between the two of them. Yeah, I have Dell like 2 tiers higher at the moment. Sorry, not Dell. I have Chuba Hubbard 2 tiers higher at the moment. Thank you. Pukaman sends in a question, says PPR pick 3. We have Chuba Hubbard, we have Pollard, we have Marvin Harrison, Terry McLaurin. Yeah, look, at this point, Chuba Hubbard, Pollard, and Terry McLaurin are the auto starts in my mind. Thank you, Pukaman. Wiley Gunner sends in a, okay, Wiley. So again, for the second day in a row, there's nothing attached that is of context. So you're saying 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, tight end, and a flex, but I don't even know where your team is. Hopefully it's in the live chat. Hopefully you ended up typing it in there. I see it now. Yeah, because yesterday you had sent in something, but I kept asking you to type it in the chat and you disappeared. But I got it now. Okay, so 2 wide receivers, 2 running backs, tight end, flex. Trade Najee Harris and Dowdle for Breece Hall? Yes, I would do so. As for your follow-up, Jefferson, BTJ, Wandale Robinson, Slayton, Neighbors, JSN, Worthy, Jacobs, Bucky, not. Yeah, I mean, if it was my team, obviously this leaves you a little bit vulnerable in terms of running back depth, but you could also theoretically... Yeah, but honestly, I don't even mind it. Yeah, if it was my team, I would. Now, obviously, this trade will probably take place in week 7. So until then, if you're setting your lineup for right now, the 2 wide receivers that you're going with, obviously based on the situation that you're in of sorts, half PPR would be BTJ and Slayton as your 1 and 2 combo, along with playing Jacobs and Bucky Irving as your 1 and 2 running backs as well. As for your tight end, you have Kraft. He's an auto start there because I don't see any other tight ends being mentioned. And then within the flex position, we'll probably end up playing Wandale Robinson there. So Jacobs, Bucky, BTJ, Wandale, Slayton, Kraft, and you're good to go. Thank you, Wiley. Appreciate it. Okay, moving on to the next question here. We have, okay, again, for those of you who are joining us this morning, again, the rankings that are to the right side of the screen that are continuing to filter are updated as of this morning. So if you have any interpositional questions in regards to running back, wide receiver, tight end, quarterback, kicker, defense, those are on screen to help you out in that overall circumstance. Appreciate it. Anthony B sends in a question, says PPR, play Tucker over Tolbert now that Jacoby Myers is out. No, I still don't really trust Trey Tucker to the extent to where I'm like Trey Tucker, that's the thing, right? Like as the number 2 or the number 3 option on a team could be very valuable. But once he's pulling number 1 coverage, I don't love it as much anymore. So I'll still stick with Tolbert in that circumstance. Thank you. Gary sends in a question. Says in a full PPR 2 quarterback league, we have Lamar and Darnold on. Okay, we have Lamar, Darnold's on bye. Play Anthony Richardson, or do I play Lawrence? Or hold off the game time decision and try to grab Flacco. Yeah, so as it currently stands, there is a very high likelihood that Anthony Richardson is going to play. If it was my team, I would tell you to play Anthony Richardson there. I have Anthony Richardson ranked as my number 16 overall quarterback on the week of the remaining quarterbacks, of course, because again, there's no more Geno and there's no more Brock Purdy. And Trevor Lawrence sits as my number 17. So technically, they are back-to-back in terms of their... No, actually, no. Will Levis is number 17, and then Trevor Lawrence is number 18. So they're close in terms of overall ranking, but I would prefer to play Anthony Richardson in this circumstance. And if anything, if Flacco somehow gets the start, you automatically know to start him. Thank you. DD sends in a question. Says, in a 0.25 PPR with a 100-plus yard bonus, who do I start between these two running backs, two wide receivers, and two flex? We have Mixon, Irving, Pollard, Olave, Devontae Smith, Reed, Terry, Zay Flowers. Okay, this is the way that I'd go about it if it was my team. The two running backs that I'm starting are Pollard and Irving. The two wide receivers that I'd start would be Jaden Reed alongside of Zay Flowers. And then I probably end up flexing Devontae Smith and Jaden Reed. So Irving, sorry, scratch it again. Devontae Smith and Terry McLaurin. So it'd be Irving, Pollard, Flowers, Reed, Terry, Devontae Smith. Thank you very much, DD. Appreciate it. King Shakir 21 says, I have one running back spot and a flex need to be filled. Okay. My options available are Travis Etienne, Trey Sermon, and Evan Ingram. Got it. So, in my opinion, the best two overall starts are playing Tyrone Tracy and Travis Etienne. By far and away, the safest of the bunch, and also have not only the highest floor, but potentially highest upside of the group. Thank you. HCF sends in a question, says, Antonio Gibson or Eckler? And do they both start over Deontay Johnson? It obviously depends on scoring format. Let's say you're playing in a half PPR. So as it currently stands, the rankings will filter on screen. I have I have Eckler one spot ahead of Antonio Gibson in this circumstance in a half PPR. Now, as for, well, hold on, wait. Yes. And even in a full PPR, I have Eckler ahead of him. Now, as to whether or not they're playing over Deontay Johnson, I don't have either of them over Deontay Johnson this week. Deontay Johnson would be, even if it's a half or a full PPR, Deontay Johnson would be the preferred of the group. Thank you. Moving on to a question that comes in from Derek, who says, start two in the flex in a full PPR, Tolbert, Sermon, Moss, or Slayton. I'm pretty sure it's going to be like a, let me see here. If I go to full PPR and we go to Slayton. Okay, so I have Slayton there. Now I got to figure out where Tolbert is in comparison to Moss. So Tolbert is there, and where is Moss? Moss is ahead of him. So at this point, the two players that I would suggest you play, Derek, are Darius Slayton and Zach Moss out of the four that you have available. Tolbert would be number 3, and then Sermon would be number 4. So it'd go Slayton, Moss, Tolbert, Sermon in that order. Thank you. Phil sends in a question. Phil says, need 2 wide receivers and 2 flex. We have Jamar Chase, Mike Evans, Flowers, Deontay Johnson, Downs, Pierce, and Eckler. Okay. So of the available options you have, the 2 wide receivers that are auto starts are Jamar Chase alongside of probably Deontay Johnson, then playing Flowers in the flex next to Eckler. So yeah, Chase, Flowers, Deontay Johnson, Eckler would be my 4 suggestions there. Phil, thank you. Just Chrome sends in a question, says in a full PPR start 2, we have Kirk, Wicks, Tucker, Ridley, Rico. Of the available options that you have in a full PPR, Ridley's in like the automatic. Then I have to really cross-reference where I have Rico in comparison to Tucker, which I'm going to do right now in a full PPR. So if I look at my Rico standings, Rico sits there. He is 3 spots ahead of Trey Tucker, so I'd keep it as is. So the 2 that I'd play, Just Chrome, would be Ridley and Rico. Thank you. Simplistic Grace says, got Ty Johnson and Ray Davis as a handcuff to James Cook. Drop one for Sutton or for a defense. Yeah, I would drop Ty Johnson and I'd pick up a defense. You'd be good to go there. Simplistic. Thank you. Garo sends in a question. Says, I need help in the flex. PPR, Tucker Kraft, Rome Odunze, Trey Tucker. Okay, Tucker Kraft. Okay, so let me check where I have them. Laporta and Kraft at tight end. Okay, got it. So Laporta has to start. As for Kraft, I'm going to have him ahead of both of the other alternative options. Let me just confirm that as of right now. Again, in a full PPR, Control F, we have Kraft. Looking at where I have him in my standings in a full PPR format, I do have him ahead of those alternative options that you have mentioned. So I'd play him over Rome and I'd play him over Trey Tucker. Thank you. Mr. Potate sends in a question. Says, hello, sir. Should I play Trey Tucker over Rashad Bateman in a half PPR? I do, in fact, have him ranked over Rashad Bateman, even though I like Rashad Bateman's overall matchup against the Washington secondary, and there is an expectation that Baltimore should be able to pour on points against that defense. I still do have Trey Tucker ahead of him, just off the simplistic idea that he's going to be the number 1 target getter in Rashad Bateman, regardless of whether or not he gets utilized within the matchup. It does not dictate whether or not they win or lose. Trey Tucker is going to be far more utilized within the offense because it is is an integral part of that offense to be able to get somebody else besides Brock Bowers going in the passing game. Rogo sends in a question, says, good morning, bro. Need clarity. Why Baker over CJ? Yeah, the issue that I have with CJ Stroud primarily has to do with no Nico Collins, and the Patriots matchup isn't just like a cakewalk. Like this year, CJ Stroud, I mean, as much as we like him as a player, as great as he played last season, he hasn't played all that great for fantasy this season. He's just been an okay quarterback. So in comparison to the overall upside that is presented when you have Baker Mayfield taking on New Orleans, who last year he torched them twice in both circumstances, was able to get himself over 250 passing yards in one game, 3 passing touchdowns in the other 2. When you already have that pre-established experience against that defense, and then you also have an opportunity now of taking on a defense with a rookie quarterback. Same thing with Stroud, but when I look at the defenses as a whole, that New Orleans secondary, that New Orleans run-stop defense, not as secure in my mind, and Baker's honestly just been playing better as of late. So if I'm trying to trust the player with the holy grail of being my starting quarterback, and that I can think is going to have not only the highest floor but the highest upside of production, it leans in the direction of Baker. If CJ Stroud had been like a 2+ touchdown guy every single game for this entire year, I'd be like, yeah, we could probably trust him in the circumstance. But now you bring back Mixon, you bring in a running game that is obviously going to be far more utilized in that second half of the game, which will unfortunately siphon a little bit of CJ Stroud's overall upside in that circumstance. Thank you. Apple Pie sends in a question. It says, Sermon or Dowdle, Bigsby in the flex. Sermon, Dowdle, Bigsby. The way I have them ranked would be Dowdle 1, Sermon 2, and Bigsby 3. Thank you very much, Apple Pie. Ali sends in a question. Says, pick 1, Keenan Allen, Michael Wilson, Algier, Shakir, full PPR. As it currently stands in a full PPR, if Khalil Shakir is active, I'd like to play him. Now, that is under the assumption that he does play. As of right now, he has been given the questionable tag. That, in my opinion, designates that he's most likely going to play tomorrow. Otherwise, they would have already ruled him out. The reason why I say this is because yesterday, when the Buffalo Bills were making establishments in terms of their designation of players who are not going to play, Ed Oliver, their defensive end, they have already designated out because they know, all right, he's not going to go. The reason why James Cook and, of course, Shakir have been given the questionable tags is because they have been limited throughout this week's practice, but they're both going to give it a go tomorrow. So I'd play Khalil Shakir out of the group. Thank you. D. Blag says, start 1, Anthony Richardson, Flacco, or Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, if Flacco plays, he's the best player of the options. But if he doesn't, it's Anthony Richardson over Aaron Rodgers. Thank you. All right, let's see here. Eliam sends in a question, says, Bucky Irving or Joe Mixon as my RB2 full PPR? I'd rather play Bucky Irving this week. Thank you. Memphis sends in a question, says, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, and 1 flex, full PPR. I've got Brees, Gibbs, Pollard, DJ Moore, Garrett Wilson, and Jaden Reed. So of the available options you have, the 2 running backs that I would start would be Pollard and Gibbs. The 2 wide receivers I'd start would be DJ Moore and Jaden Reed. And then the flex as of this week in a full PPR format probably ends up being Garrett Wilson. Thank you. Moving on to Natalie Berman, who says, in a full PPR, pick 2, Shaheed, Wicks, and Kirk. So as it currently stands, that's a full PPR, right? Let me go ahead and let's go to full PPR rankings. So in a full PPR, it would be Christian Kirk alongside of Rashid Shaheed. Thank you. God's Gang sends in a question, says, Tracy. Oh, sorry. My YouTube just crashed, I think. Maybe not. All right. Slowly catching up. Says, Tracy or Olave in a full PPR? I'd rather play Tracy there. Thank you. Derek sends in a question, says, Love, Murray, Caleb Williams, considering weather in Green Bay. Yeah, look, again, if you ask me about weather, you know my stance, right? Everybody understands my stance. We went over this last week. We've done this in years past. Don't bother me with weather. If you ask me about a weather question, I'm going to ignore it henceforth because, again, every time anybody asks for a weather game, kind of dictation or whether or not it's going to be a disaster, talk to me about it 10 minutes before the game. Until then, unless they're in the eye of the upcoming hurricane, or not the upcoming, unless they're playing in Tampa Bay right now, the Milton Hurricane, unless something like that is going on, I'm just firing up, who I have ranked the highest. So at this moment, if I'm not mistaken, at quarterback is going to be Jordan Love. Actually, no, it's Kyler Murray because of the rushing upside. So it'd be Kyler Murray in that circumstance. But if you want to play Caleb Williams to avoid any sort of worry that you potentially have Derek, I don't even mind it because, again, I expect Caleb Williams to play well against the best matchup at the quarterback position. Thank you. John D sends in a question, says, pick 3 in a full PPR. We have ETN, we have Mixon, we have Rashid Shaheed, we have Wanda Robinson. I have to drop 1, Trey Tucker or Yoshi Voss in It's a dynasty league. If I'm dropping one of those two, I probably end up dropping Yoshivas because, again, Trey Tucker, as of this season, will provide you a little bit more value, especially with Devontae Adams on that bubble of potentially, obviously being traded in the upcoming weeks. But as for your prior question, ETN, Mixon, Rashid Shaheed, and Wando Robinson, if I'm picking 3 of those 4 available options, I do play ETN, Mixon, and Wandell there. Thank you. Carlos sends in a question. Thank you, Carlos. Very generous of you. Says, I'm 1-4 and I need to win this week. In a full PPR, I'm starting Keenan Allen for hope. Okay. And I played Debo. My running backs are Bijan, David Montgomery. My tight end is Ferguson. And my flex is Laporta. Okay. Sounds good. We have Shaheed. We have J.K. Dobbins. We have Deontay Johnson. Alexander Madison sitting there. Okay. So, I mean, look, if I'd probably go about this differently, Carlos, than you, I'd probably end up playing Deontay Johnson over Keenan Allen and then keeping the rest of the team as is. But that's the only difference as to the way that I would set the lineup in comparison to how you currently have it ranked. And obviously you said you were playing Keenan Allen for hope. And if you've got a feeling about it, then we roll with it. Otherwise, I would say Deontay Johnson's the only potential pivoting point that I'd make there. Thank you. Raul Dang sends in a question, says, Evan Ingram, Njoku, or Freiermuth in half PPR. Again, the rankings that are going to pop up here in about a couple seconds. So as it currently stands, from Evan Ingram, who's at number 9, we have Njoku at number 16, and we have Freiermuth at number 14. Evan Ingram would be the play out of the group there, Raul Dang. Thank you. KJ sends in a question, says, from a scale to 1 to 10, what do you think are the chances that both Dobbins and Harris will score a touchdown today? I would say 2 out of 10. That's both of them scoring today. Okay, so that's what I would say. I'd say it's a 2 out of 10 potential. It's not very likely. Now, if you told me what are the chances that Dobbins scores, I'd feel far more confident with it. But Najee Harris is the issue. With Jaylen Warren coming back and the mobility of Fields always being a presenting threat, that in itself kind of worries me. So it's really just Najee Harris that is the kind of unpredictable situation there. Trenton Jesse sends in a question, says, in a full PPR, pick 3. It's a 1-point tight end premium league. Okay. So you get an additional point per reception for tight end premium is 1.5, but I'm going to assume either way. Rome, Roshan Johnson, Michael Wilson, Trey Tucker, Mark Andrews. I'm still not playing Mark Andrews there. I couldn't get myself to do it. If I'm picking 3 of these players, actually, you know what? Looking at what's available, like I'm playing Roma Dunze there, Trenton. I'm playing Trey Tucker, and then it's between Michael Wilson and Mark Andrews. Let me check where I have them ranked in comparison to one another in a full PPR. Andrews. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to play Michael Wilson. I wouldn't be able to recalibrate my current projection to be able to account for it. Let me see where I have Michael Wilson. Michael Wilson. I could justify it. If you look at the overall scoring in your league, because again, I don't see what the tight end premium scoring output looks like. If Mark Andrews' last week's performance was anything similar to what Michael Wilson presented to you, then yes, at that point you play Rome, Trey Tucker, and Mark Andrews. If not, then you just stick with Michael Wilson as your number 3 instead of Andrews. Thank you. Bukaman says, Dobbins or Chase Brown in a full PPR? I would play in a full PPR. I think I still keep with Dobbins in the lineup. Let me check. Full PPR. Dobbins is still ahead of Chase Brown in that circumstance. Thank you. Odin Sensei says, PPR, Wandale Robinson or Mooney. Okay, between the two of them, I'd rather play Mooney in a full PPR format. Moving on to the next question, Fields, Williams, or Mayfield. I have Mayfield number 1, Williams number 2, and Fields number 3. Thank you. Tommy Gunn sends in a question, says, I was proposed to trade for Tank Bigsby. I would be receiving Keenan. I was proposed to trade for Tank Bigsby. To be receiving Keenan Allen. Thoughts? I don't really want Keenan Allen rest of the season. I'm not really interested. I'd rather have Rome Odunze if I'm bringing in a player at wide receiver that is on the Bears. So in this circumstance, not so interested. iShine101 sends in a question, says, sup, Andrew? Need some upside. I got Lamb starting already. I need 1 running back and 1 flex. We have Javonte Williams, Rico Dowdle, Tolbert, Amari Cooper, and Tyler Algier. Okay, so of those available options, is this a full PPR? Yeah, it's a full PPR. I started JSN. I mean, he was okay. I mean, he got you 10 points, right? So we'll take it. Obviously, there was a couple opportunities here and there that he could have had, which would have made his week. But Javonte, Rico, Tolbert, and Amari Cooper. Let me check where I have these guys ranked accordingly. So Tolbert is sitting there. So where's Javonte? Javonte's there. Rico's there. Okay. So, and then the final option again would be Amari Cooper. Let me check where. Okay. So the way that I have it currently, iShine would be playing both the wide receivers. It would be Tolbert and Amari Cooper as of right now. Thank you. The way I have it would be Amari number 1, Tolbert number 2, Javonte number 3, Rico number 4. Thank you. Hector Barrera sends in a question. Says, should I play Caleb Williams or Kyler Murray? I prefer to play Kyler Murray. If you want to play Caleb Williams just to have somebody to watch for the next 2.5 hours, then sure. Thank you. Yoni Rubin sends in a question, says PPR, Bigsby or Cook? I'd rather play James Cook. Thank you. I'm leaning towards playing Bigsby because if ETN hasn't had a full practice, while Cook will probably be limited against a tough Jets defense. Yeah, look, I'm not really too... I don't really play into the overall London game practices too much. Again, London really doesn't provide too many like full practices, full pads, full integration. So I don't even like hold that against guys like Ingram or ETN in the overall week. Yeah, if you're worried about Cook's injury, you can go ahead and pivot off of it because again, yes, Jets defense is pretty solid. Just be careful. Don't expect too much out of Bigsby. Just put it that way. Thank you. Let's see here. I mean, I hope that he plays well. I truly do, but I don't know. All right. Virtua Tang says, in a half-point PPR, Najee Harris or BTJ? Let me check this ranking real quick. Let's go half PPR. Brian Thomas. I have him. Let's go to the flex. Yeah, I have him ahead of Najee Harris. Where is Najee on this list? Is he even relatively close? Najee. Yeah, I have him about... Just to put, yeah, the separation is enough to where, yeah, it's just BTJ. Alex Songrass sends in a question, says standard scoring league start Cook or Slayton. That's interesting. Okay, Ray Davis is on the waivers. Thoughts about Cook being limited? I don't think he'll be limited. Full PPR. If he was going to be limited, they just sit him. Start 2. Okay, so let's get to your second question. Start 2, Tank Dell, Downs, Shakir, Sermon, and Bucky. Between those available options, the 2 that I would start would be Tank Dell and Bucky Irving. Now, if Tank is not Dell and it's Bigsby, then you play Bucky alongside of Shakir. But for your prior question, if it was my team in a standard scoring format, if I'm just looking off of yardage and touchdown upside, it's just Cook in that circumstance. If you want to play Slayton tonight, maybe if we get a report later this afternoon prior to Slayton playing on the Sunday Night Football game that kind of insinuates that there may be a limited nature of Cook, then you can pivot. Thank you. Flawless says, thoughts on Chase Brown and Moss. Who do you trust? I mean, honestly, I trust them both. I think they're both going to get themselves opportunity. Obviously, Chase Brown, I don't know the severity of that injury. Obviously, he's been limited at practice. The fact of the matter is, Zach Moss, far quicker recovery than we thought. Obviously, he was designated earlier this week by Zach Taylor, the head coach, that the ankle injury he sustained last week was more of an ankle scare rather than an actual injury. That's why he is at a full capacity. But, I mean, Chase Brown has outplayed him over the course of the last couple of weeks and has gotten himself the more valuable opportunities near the goal line. So, in this circumstance, I'd like to play Chase Brown. I'd like to play Zach Moss. I have them both ranked in my top 24 wide receivers this week. They should both be pretty good options against the New York Giants. JC says, full PPR, I need a flex. We have Mixon, we have Harrison Jr., and we have Olave. Let me check where I have Mixon in comparison to Marvin Harrison in a full PPR standing. As it currently stands, yeah, we're in favor of Marvin Harrison in a full PPR in that circumstance. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Moving on to the next question that comes in from iShine101. Follow-up says, Najee Harris or Tank Dell? I'd much rather play Tank Dell there. Thank you. Moving on to Josh, who says, ETN coming off of injury or Gibson? Yeah, I'd rather play ETN there. Thank you. And I realize now I'm about 1 minute late as to answering that question, but either way, they're both pretty solid options in a full PPR. Thank you. Jose Rodriguez says, full PPR, Olave, Tracy, or Bigsby in the flex. I'd rather play Tracy out of all the players. If we go Tracy number 1, Olave number 2, Bigsby number 3. Thank you. H. Jock sends in a question. Says PPR, Wicks, Lazard, Keenan Allen, Michael Wilson. Out of those available options in a PPR, I'm pretty sure. Where is it? We have Lazard there. Yeah, I think Lazard is the actual play. Lazard, Keenan Allen, Lazard's the play. If we go Lazard number 1, Keenan Allen number 2, Wicks number 3, Michael Wilson 4. Thank you. Ray C says Mooney or Tyrone Tracy. Depends on scoring format. If we're talking about like a full PPR, I'd go with Mooney. If it's a half PPR, I'd go with Tracy. Let's see here. Jammed Out says 4 point per passing, 4 point per reception. I don't know about that. Doesn't even matter. However many points it is regardless. 3 wide receivers, 1 flex. I need a flex and a wide receiver. Kittle was my tight end, and I'm starting Chase and Mooney. My other alternative options are Ridley, Slayton, Jake Ferguson, and Shaheed. Got it. So if we're starting, so basically we need a flex and a wide receiver. That's it. Out of those available options, I would just roll with Slayton and Ferguson and just solid run it. Donovan sends in a question, says full PPR, start Cole Kmet or wait for Conklin. I would probably wait for Conklin. I don't think he's to an extent to where they're going to shut him down. I just roll with Conklin. If you want to play Cole Kmet, or if you already did, then, I don't blame you. Salvador has sent in a question, nothing attached to it though. Let me go ahead and see if I can find your message in the chat, Salvador. I cannot. If you could do me a favor, Salvador, type it in the live chat so I can answer it. Thank you very much. While we do that, let me go ahead and travel on over to NFL Network so that I can pull up the game on my own screen here. I need to mute the desktop audio so that doesn't get integrated. Let's go to NFL Plus. I should be able to watch the game there, right? Yeah, click to watch. Beautiful. All right, so let me go ahead and also pull the game up on my phone. That way I don't really have to utilize the second monitor in this circumstance. Let's go ahead and go... Chicago starting with the ball, huh? Already a penalty? What a classic. Unfortunately for the Chicago Bears, this counts as a home game for them. So that's one less home game, theoretically, in the circumstance. But maybe if they can pull it out here. Wow, Jenkins ended up playing, huh? Okay, interesting. That's going to help their running game for sure. Alrighty, can this link work, maybe? All right, beautiful. Let's see here. First run of the game, DeAndre Swift. Couple yards, not bad. All right, continuing on with some of these questions. Let me see if Salvador, 4-point per passing TD. My bad, Ange. You're good. I mean, again, it didn't really matter how many points per passing touchdown because you just asked me about wide receivers anyway, right? So it wasn't really a determining factor in terms of the overall question there. Jammed out. You're good, man. I was able to decipher it pretty much. Okay, moving on. So we continue on with a question that comes in from Grego. Grego, thank you very much. Says, in a full PPR 2 flex, I have JT, Sermon, Pollard, Flowers, Ridley, Bigsby, and Madison. With JT out, who starts, Sermon or Bigsby? Yeah, my suggestion would have been Sermon. Now, I don't know if we got to the point to where you ended up putting him in the lineup or not, but they're relatively close in terms of my overall rankings in a full PPR to the extent to where Sermon and Bigsby are literally back-to-back in full PPR. But Sermon would be the preferred. Royston Gibbs sends in a question. Thank you, Royston. Says full PPR Mayfield or Prescott. I prefer Mayfield at the moment, but again, they're both pretty solid top 12 options. Follow-up question. Tracy, Chase Brown, or Eckler? I prefer Tyrone Tracy at the moment. Thank you. T93 sends in a question. Says full PPR Evans, ETN, Bucky, Ridley, Flex 1 and 1. Okay, so my suggestion would have been playing Bucky and ETN. If ETN did not get into your lineup, it would be Bucky and most likely Evans. Thank you. Garrett Neese sends in a question. Says, do I pick up Bucky for Chase Brown full PPR? When you say pick up Bucky for Chase Brown, does that mean you have to drop Chase Brown in that circumstance? If the answer is yes, I'd say no, because again, Rachaad White probably returns next week. But if you're picking him up to play him over Chase Brown and somebody else is getting dropped, then sure, yeah, absolutely. Bucky needs to be started this week in comparison. Arctic Chill says full PPR, Bucky, Tank, or Slayton in the flex. Bucky is, he is significantly higher than a lot of the alternative potential options that we have available. So that's the direction I'd lean in. Thank you. iShine 101 with follow-up says, I need one running back and a flex and a half PPR. We have Tyrone Tracy, we have Josh Downs, we have Sermon, Slayton, Bateman, and Zach Moss. Cool. So of those available in a half PPR, my suggestion would be to, actually, let me check where I have Slayton in comparison to Moss in a half PPR. Because I was going to say Moss, but I don't know if I actually... that's why. So Zach Moss is my number 40. Darius Slayton's my number 41. They are literally back-to-back at a half PPR. But as it currently stands, the two that would be suggested, I shine, would be Tracy and Zach Moss. I could justify playing Slayton over him, but they're back-to-back and within the same tier. Already punting, huh? Okay. So my assumption is because of the way that Vegas pretty much set the line for the Chicago versus Jacksonville game, like I know that in our live chat, I put a poll to see like what you guys thought who was going to win, and 61% said Chicago. If I'm not mistaken, Chicago was only minus 1 point favorites. This is going to be a close game. Now we're going to have to wait and see what kind of Trevor Lawrence we get. Obviously, if we get the right Trevor Lawrence, the guy that we've seen in the past, expecting to light up this defense today, but not very many quarterbacks have lit him up. But don't be surprised if he does, mainly because, again, it's a London game. I talk about it all the time. London games are just weird. Things happen that typically should not because of the setting, because of the jet lag and all that kind of jazz. All right, moving on to a question that came in from Iceberg Want a Bag. Says, full PPR, Bucky Irving, Brian Thomas Jr., Deontay Johnson. Yeah, apologies for not getting to this question sooner, but Bucky Irving would be the best option of the three. Thank you. Gog sends in a question, says full PPR, 2 wide receivers, 2 flex, Moore, Thomas, Harris, Wilson, Tracy, Dell. Okay, so of those available, I think it's pretty simple. Like, when I look at it as a Harris, yeah, I mean, Moore has to play. Dell has to play. Tracy has to play. And then at that point, if it's between Garrett, then it's Wilson. So DJ Moore, Garrett Wilson, Tracy, Dell, Gog. Thank you. Sin Like Flynn says, Evans or Jaden Reed? Who do you got? I got Jaden Reed by a significant margin. Thank you. Jim Slim 92 says, should I bench Thomas and grab Ridley or Hopkins off of the waivers? I would have probably said no. You don't need to pick them up and just roll with Thomas. But if you ended up benching Thomas, Ridley's the play. Thank you. Beto sends in a question, says PPR, flex Zach Moss, Rico Dowdle, or Tank Bigsby, or Brock Bowers. Between those 4 options, it would be Brock Bowers. Thank you. Tekuani Terp sends in a question, says, good day. Flex 2 in a standard scoring format. Christian Kirk, Algier, Mooney. It would be Mooney number 1. Probably would have suggested Christian Kirk as the number 2. If you didn't play him, then obviously Algier is a pretty decent option as the alternative. Thank you. Josie sends in a question. It says, PPR, pick 1, Zach Moss, Mike Evans, Slayton. Let me check where I have Slayton in comparison to Moss in a full PPR. I'm pretty sure I have Slayton ahead of him. Let me just confirm this. Slayton. Yeah, so it would be Slayton ahead of the bunch. Thank you. Appreciate it, Josie. Matthew Funderburg. Really interesting name. Never heard that in my life. Hey, Andrew. I traded Burrow, BTJ, and Moss for Josh Allen and Lamb. What do you think? I mean, again, in terms of the quarterback, I don't mind this trade at all. I think ultimately, at very worst case scenario, equal quarterback play, and then you get the upgraded wide receiver. So, in my opinion, I think it is the right trade to make. Now, if Allen obviously doesn't start to shape up, we're going to be in a little bit of trouble, but I think that is the correct decision to make. Matthew, well done. Tristan Ewing sends in a question, says, Tucker, Jamison, Williams, Eckler, Deontay Johnson, pick 2. If it's my team, I'm playing Deontay Johnson and Austin Eckler. That Tristan, thank you. Ashley sends in a question, says, pick 2 in a full PPR. Olave, Brian Thomas Jr., Bucky Irving, Tank Dell. If it's my team, it would have been Bucky Irving and Tank Dell. Again, by the time I had gotten to these questions, this game has already began. But if you ended up playing Brian Thomas, you'd play Bucky next to him. If you didn't play Brian Thomas, good on you. We're rolling with Tank Dell and Bucky Irving. Thank you. Calvin75 sends in a question and says the following. Who ended up making that catch? Who's number 17? Is that Evan Ingram? Is that the first time we've seen Evan Ingram in like this whole season? Yeah, it is. It's been so long since I've seen Evan Ingram play football that I don't even know what number he is. Jeez Louise. Oh, man. All right, moving on to Calvin75. It says 2 questions. In a half PPR, second flex, Wandale Robinson or Dowdle? Let me check who I have ranked higher in a half PPR. If I go to half and I go to Wandale. So Wandale Robinson in comparison to Dowdle, I do in fact have, okay, so in a half PPR, I have Rico Dowdle as my number 56 and Wandale Robinson as my number 57. They're back-to-back ranked within this overall circumstance, so I do have Dowdle ahead of him by 1 spot. If you want to pivot it the other direction, I have no issue with that. Full PPR, 1 flex, Justice Hill, Leggett, or Jalen Warren. I'd play Leggett out of those 3 options. Thank you very much, Calvin. Appreciate it. It's Kafka sends in a question. Says, who do I start? Wide receiver 2 and flex. Olave, Flowers, BTJ, and Mooney. Mooney and Flowers would have been my suggestion. Hopefully you stuck out and waited for that. Thank you. GCHNBT sends in a question. The question is the following. Would you still start Dowdle over Sermon if you have Lamb also? Unsure whether to double up Cowboys. Yeah, I'd still double up Cowboys. I don't have an issue with that. Thank you. Michael Ortiz sends in a question. Says, Flex currently has Myers, which is doubtful. Okay. Healthy on the bench is Freiermuth, Braylon Allen, or Shakir, who is questionable. Start one of those 3 options. I'd play Shakir there. or pick up somebody off of the waiver wire. I have Breece Hall, wire is Madison, Michael Wilson, Tucker. Yeah, I pick up. No, you don't even need to pick up anybody. I just play Shakir this week. Thank you, Michael. Appreciate it. Moving on to Gareth Taylor, who sends in a question, says 2 wide receivers in a flex. We have Bucky, Evans, Dell, or Pickens, Shaheed, Waddle, okay, stashed away, or drop Bucky for Tracy, or no. Okay, so again, as of right now, Dell and Pickens would be the 2 highest ranked wide receivers, in my opinion, there, Gareth Taylor. And then I'd play Bucky Irving within your flex. Thank you. Twisted Folk sends in a question. Actually, wow, they moved the ball very quickly down the field. I have not even noticed what happened. How did they get down here so quickly? Let me actually, what I want to do, actually, let me open up another one of these links, because I'm not going to be able to watch this game play for play as I answer questions here, but I do want to have one of these sites up that gives me like a playlist. So let's see here. What do they have? So they move down the field, 14 yards to Ingram, scramble for 10 yards, 13 yards on a screen pass to Brian Thomas, then another 8 yards from Bigsby, another 1 yard from Bigsby. So is ETN just completely folded? Like, where's ETN at? Where's ETN going? Moving on. Okay, Twisted Folk sends in a question. Says, would you drop Rachaad White to pick up Tracy or Antonio Gibson for depth? Current running backs are Kamara, Jacobs, Dowdle, Chase Brown. As always, thanks. I mean, at this point, I wouldn't. I would say that Rachaad White provides more rest of season value. And considering you're not going to need to start Tracy or Antonio Gibson based on what you have on roster, yeah, I just keep it as is. Twisted Folk, thank you. Oskino sends in a question, says, Bigsby or Shakir? Again, not sure who you ended up playing. Again, wasn't able to get to the question fast enough, but best of luck this week, Oskino. Thank you. Ritter St. Luke says, my guy, full PPR, Josh Downs or D-Hop? I'd rather play Josh Downs. Thank you. The Daily S13 sends in a question, says, should I make any moves or sit? In a 4-1 full PPR circumstance, we have CJ Stroud, Chuba Hubbard, David Montgomery, ETN, Spears, Kareem Hunt, Jonathan Brooks, Blake Corum, Wanda Robinson, Jackson Smith, Josh Downs, Tyreek Hill, Cooper Kupp. I mean, considering you're 4-1 with all the injuries, you don't need to move anything. You keep it as is. Daily. Yeah, the Daily S13, you just keep it as is. Because otherwise, if you didn't already have Tyreek Hill and Cooper Kupp, I would have been telling you to go and trade for them. So I think you're perfectly fine as it currently stands. Thank you. Jamel Joyner sends in a question, says, I finally dropped Michael Pittman Jr. and picked up Tolbert. Thoughts? I mean, yeah, as for going into this week, I prefer to play Tolbert. Michael Pittman, again, still dealing with an injury. Are we going to get a field goal here from Cam Little, or is Trevor Lawrence going to be able to extend this play? Well done, Christian Kirk. Now the question is, they're inside the 10-yard line. Are we going to get a play action to Evan Ingram, or are we going to get a rushing touchdown? Because one of those two things is going to occur. They just ran double slants. I mean, yeah, if it's fourth or if it's third down and like 6 to go, double slants, just get the ball out of his hands quickly. Especially if they're just sitting in man coverage. If you're going to play cover one the whole time, you might as well. One moment here. Okay, so whose question was I answering? I was on Jamel Joyner. Okay, we're going to get to it in a second. I just want to watch this sequence of plays here within the red zone. All right, there's another penalty. Beautiful. All right, so he finally dropped Pittman for Tolbert. Okay, that's not a problem. Thoughts? Again, Pittman, I don't know if is going to be consistently startable going forward, but we'll have to wait and see. Hopefully he is. But Tolbert, again, has been a little bit more consistent as of late. Half PPR. Oh, there goes my YouTube. Just crashed. Beautiful. Maybe we can catch up to it. All right, so just when we thought we were inside the 10-yard line and there was going to be some potential of an upside rushing attempt for either of the backs, now that has been sapped away. You know, I'm glad to see that Doug Peterson's actually calling plays. I do not like their offensive coordinator. I don't like his play style or play calling style. Speaking of play calling style, I mean, what the heck was that? We're just running a... Yeah, I don't even know what that was. Okay, continuing on. Jamel Joyner. Follow-up question says, I need 2 flexes out of Moss, Javonte Williams, or Tolbert. In a half PPR, I'm going to play... let me see where I have Javonte in comparison to Tolbert. I have Javonte Williams one spot ahead of... I have Tolbert one spot ahead of Javonte. So as for your current team, I play Moss and Tolbert. Thank you. Moving on to a question that came in from Dave, who says, in a half PPR, start D-Hop or Braylon Allen, or drop one for Slayton? I'd probably, am I dropping one for Slayton? I'd be willing to drop D-Hop for Slayton, but that's a personal kind of, I don't think D-Hop's going to do much rest of season, but that's a completely different conversation. If you can survive, can you survive playing one of the two? You could theoretically survive playing D-Hop, but if it's mean and we need to secure this win, I think Slayton provides that with a little bit more potential safety. Ghetto Ducky says, DK full PPR, Jacobs or Shaheed. Sorry, DK full PPR, Jacobs and Shaheed, or Zay Flowers and Ridley. Let me watch this play for a second. Here we go. Drops back in the pocket, throws it, and did Gabe Davis just drop a touchdown? I'm sick to my stomach, man. How do we drop that? Give anybody else that opportunity to make the catch. Literally anybody else on this team. Brian Thomas, Kirk, Evan Ingram, everybody makes that catch. That's good defense too. Never mind. He came out and punched it out. Okay, so to answer your question, Jacobs and Shaheed or Zay Flowers and Ridley. Is this a trade question? Ghetto Ducky, if you can answer that in the live chat, it'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you. Okay, now speaking of answering it in the live chat, there was someone else earlier who I think it was it Salazar, that had sent in a question that I didn't ever end up getting to because there was nothing attached to it. So maybe if Salvador, you in this chat still? No? All right, so we're going to type in your name there, Salvador. Until then, we're going to wait for Ghetto Ducky to send in what their deal is. Is that a trade question, or is that just me starting or sitting players? Thank you. Moving on to a question that came in from Rogo, who says, switch Diggs with Higgins, Devontae Smith, in case CJ can't play. CJ can't play? Can't today? What do you mean? In case CJ can't today. I don't know what that... No, I'm playing Diggs today. Thank you very much. TY Zombie 86 says, full PPR, start Lazard, Slayton, or Wicks. I'd play Slayton number 1, Lazard number 2, Wicks number 3. Thank you. Daniel Hope sends in a question. Says, Mike Evans or Dobbs in a half PPR. I currently have Mike Evans ahead of him. David Garcia says, Pickens or Dobbins in a full PPR. Let me check who I have ranked higher in a full PPR. Control F, Dobbins. As it currently stands, I have Pickens ahead of Dobbins, but by only 2 spots total. Thank you. Moving on to a question that comes in from Twisted Folk, who says, half PPR, 1 running back, 1 flex. We have Pollard, Bijan, Reed, and Bucky. You have great options across the board, by far and away. But of those incredible options, Bijan and Pollard are your 2 best. Twisted Folk, thank you. Spencer Goldberg says, hi, Andrew. Still start Darnell Mooney or Tyrone Tracy. I'm pretty sure. Let me just congregate this really quickly. So Mooney, as of right now, in comparison to Tracy, yes, is ahead in a full PPR scoring format. So Darnell Mooney would be the play out of the 2. Thank you. Arda has sent in a question. Arda says, in a half PPR, James Cook or Devontae Smith, Baker or Fields. I prefer Baker. Now, as for Devontae Smith and the potential of playing Cook, let me see where I have James Cook in comparison to Smith. As of right now, I have James Cook at number 28, Devontae Smith at 33, excuse me. So they're both tier 5 players in my flex rankings. So I could theoretically justifying playing Smith over James Cook. Let's say Smith does what he does. And thus far this season, every single game in which he's been healthy in, 7 catches, 75 yards. In a half PPR scoring format, we're getting about 10, 11 fantasy points in that circumstance with the potential of a touchdown. Let's say he doesn't score a touchdown. Is James Cook, potentially in that realm of possibility of scoring 11 plus points? I think so. If you want to just avoid the risk and even the potential for upside, and you think that Smith presents a little bit more balance in that circumstance, I don't have an issue playing him. If it's my team, I do have Cook ahead of Smith, though, in a half PPR. Thank you. Spencer Goldberg says, how about Bucky or Mooney in a full PPR? Let me check that right now. So if I go to Mooney in a full PPR, I do, in fact, have... Where's Bucky Irving? Where the heck is Bucky Irving? I have Bucky Irving at 25, Mooney at 28. They're both in the same tier, but I do have Bucky 3 spots ahead of Mooney in a full PPR. Thank you. All right, Gareth Taylor has sent in a question, nothing attached to it, so I'm going to go ahead and hit the live chat, and we'll see if I can find your question, Gareth. So we're going to go ahead and click Control F, Gareth. Gareth Taylor says, so Dell and Pickens and leave out Evans. Yes, correct. Thank you. That would be my suggestion. Then we move back. Let's see if I can find Salvador's question in the live chat. Salvador, nowhere to be found, perhaps. Nowhere to be found. Very well. Then we'll go and see if Ghetto Ducky wanted to. Okay. Says starting, which duo would score most points? Got it. Thank you very much, Ghetto Ducky. Let me go ahead and relook at those potential options. So Jacob Shaheed or Flowers Ridley in a full PPR. Who would score the most points? I think, let me check my full PPR flex rankings real quick. So I have Jacobs there. I have Flowers there. I have, where's Ridley and where's Shaheed? So I have Ridley there, I have Shaheed there. Based on rankings alone, it would be the Jacobs combo. Thank you. All right, moving on to a question that came in from Gog, who says, drop Braylon Allen for Jonathan Brooks or Nick Chubb. Hope to view the Brooks and Chubb. How do you view Brooks and Chubb moving forward? I mean, Chubb, based on the report that we saw earlier yesterday, the expectation is that he plays next week. So if you're going to drop Braylon Allen, assuming you don't have Breece Hall on your team, it would be to pick up Nick Chubb and obviously get him going next week. Now, as for how I see them in terms of longevity of value, again, it's going to take a couple weeks of them getting at least a couple reps in before we get to a full capacity from both of them. So still, I don't expect until like week maybe 9 or 10 for them to be at like full capacity RB1s of their teams. You know what I mean? There's still going to be a split for Nick Chubb and Jerome Ford until then. So not like a clear and away 100% start next week, but still in the top 36 conversation. Try to make room for both. Yeah, if you can make room for both, then you should. I don't see that as a problem, especially considering you can put them within your IR spot. It would actually serve you pretty well going forward. Josie sends in a question, says PPR pick one, Zach Moss or Mike Evans or Chris Olave. Let me see where I have Moss in comparison to Olave. Moss, I have Olave at 45 and Moss at 46. They're back-to-back in the same tier. Both are ahead of Mike Evans, but as of right now, yeah, based on my full PPR rankings, it would be Olave. Otherwise, if you want to play Moss ahead of him, I have no issue with it. They're literally back-to-back and in the same tier, so justifiably can play one over the other. It's okay to laugh. Sends in a question. Says full PPR, Gibson or Chase Brown, and why? Yeah, the reason why I prefer Chase Brown is because of the effectiveness of that offense. When we talk about the Gibson and his utilization within that offense in the absence of Ramondre, like there's going to be enough touches to make him a solid top 24 running back option. But again, you have to understand it's a offense with a new starting quarterback, a rookie that again is going to be thrown into, or oh my God, what in the heck was that? Who's going to be baptized in fire? So I don't even know. Was that a passing attempt? What did I just witness from Caleb Williams? Anyway, he's going to be baptized in fire. He could end up looking for Gibson as a check down option, but from what we have seen thus far this season, like even Brissett didn't utilize his running backs as a check down. So it doesn't seem like that is a key point of the offense based on the offensive coordinator and how he's kind of set up the offense as it's structured. So I'd just rather play Chase Brown in a better matchup in a circumstance in which, of course, he has higher touchdown upside. And, once he's on the field, he is given the kind of go ahead in comparison to Moss, even when, both are healthy. Marcus Nellum sends in a question, says full PPR, Tracy or Tolbert. And okay, so first and foremost, between those two, let me check where I have them ranked accordingly. Tracy in a full PPR compared to Tolbert. So Tracy sits there. Tolbert is going to be all the way down there. Yeah, so I go Tracy there. And then as for your second question, Madison or McNichols, I do have Madison ahead. That's under the assumption that Zamir White does not play today. The report from last night said that Zamir White was a long shot to play. So I've moved up Madison accordingly, and I would continue to keep it as such. Thank you. Terry R. sends in a question. Says, best add in a full PPR, Tucker, Vidal, Ty Chandler, Watson. It depends. Like if you have Aaron Jones, I think the best add for your team technically is going to be Ty Chandler. If you do not have Aaron Jones and you're just not really interested in the potential handcuffing of that scenario, because again, it would make sense that you're not if you have running back depth. At that point, I would say I think at that point it would probably be Trey Tucker. Just because, again, Myers' injury, no Devontae Adams, more potential for Tucker to get himself more integrated within the offense. And we know that Aiden O'Connell, he just loves to, funnel target his main targets. He ignores everyone else within the offense. Santana sends in a question, says, Andrew, flex Brown, Pollard, or Wicks? So when you say Brown, is that A.J. Brown, or is that Chase Brown, or is that Amon-Ra St. Brown? That is the question. Thank you. If we can get a little bit of clarity as to which Brown we're talking about, Santana, at that point we'll be good to go. Okay, again, for those of you who are joining us, whoever is still left here remaining for the next couple hours, again, when I say couple hours, for the next 3 hours in which we're going to be talking about fantasy, the rankings that are on this side of the screen that continue to filter through are updated as of this morning. Now, these players, like Caleb Williams, all these kind of guys, they've already started to play. So what I'm going to go ahead and do is I'm going to go ahead and change the rankings on screen to account for all of the players that are already playing now. And for the remainder of this week, let's see here. So if we go there and then we delete these and then go ahead and lift these up and then go do this. Okay, so now the rankings on screen will include all the players that, so basically everybody who is already playing, Tank Bigsby, Travis Etienne, DeAndre Swift, at the running back position are removed. So therefore, on the very bottom there at 34 to 36, we move up players. Players that would have been here, like a BTJ, Christian Kirk, theoretically, DJ Moore, Keenan Allen, they're gone now, moving up other alternative options, like a DeAndre Hopkins, Leggett on the bottom of that overall section. So we're moving in, got the new updated wide receiver, tight end, quarterback rankings available. So if you guys are going to ask questions in regard to interpositional rankings, for example, somebody had asked Javonte or Tracy. Yeah, it's Tracy. Thank you. Okay, they already punted the ball back. Interesting. Very, very interesting. Caleb Williams not really doing much early. So who's starting here in the backfield for the beginning of this drive? Is that a ETN or is that a Bigsby? I don't know what's going on. I can't tell. Either way, they get -4 yards. Okay, well, regardless of who it was, that was ETN. That's not really fair to him, is it now? He just gets completely ransacked, unfortunately. Okay, let's see here. Where's Santana? Is he in the chat somewhere? Santana says Chase Brown. Got it. So between those three options, Santana, I'd play Tony Pollard this week. Thank you. Yeah, Tony Pollard is like a top 5 running back for me this week against Indianapolis Colts. It's a pretty easy play in my opinion. Thank you. All right, Trevor Lawrence, 2nd and 12. What do we got here? Dumping it off to the one and only Evan Ingram, as we would expect. That is his security blanket. Like, it's not even close. It's just going to continue to be the Evan Ingram show as we keep going. ETN not looking great, bud. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't assume him to look great. Trust me. That's the thing. The Jacksonville Jaguars offense, but if they can continue to keep a lead, he'll be fine. Bears offense is so bad to watch. Is it? I mean, look, the last couple weeks they've been fine. Again, it's early, guys, and it's a London game, so just stick with it. I don't even understand what these rushing attempts are. There's no lane for this guy to run through. We're running it on 2nd and 12 for 3 yards because there's literally nobody blocking out in front. No one has even gotten to the second level in that circumstance. Anyway, Bruce Cowdrey has sent in a question. Says, thoughts on Tucker now that Jacoby Myers is downgraded to doubtful? I mean, again, as of my rankings right there, number 32, I think he's a solid play. Do I think I'm going out there to think he's going to change the week and win me the week? I don't think that's probably the case. Let's see here. Trevor Lawrence in the pocket and a sack. What a surprise. This is going to be one of those games, guys. It's just going to be one of those games, which is unfortunate. Alrighty, what a classic. All right, continuing on. Let's see some of the questions in the live chat. Triple A was saying Slayton, McConkey, or Sermon in a half PPR. I'd probably go with Slayton out of those three. That'd be the direction I'd go in. Ow, my leg. I have to actually stretch my leg out. Sean Murphy says, someone always takes a dump in a London game. When you say someone, you mean everyone, right? Usually there's a lot of players who do not play well in London games because, again, it's just a whole different scenario. The interesting thing is I was mentioning yesterday, and we'll continue to kind of go over it. Going forward, when we talk about next week's London game, Jacksonville is going to play there again. So keep that in mind. 2 weeks in a row here, it's going to be Jacksonville. They're playing New England next Sunday morning. Same time I'll be here live streaming, of course. All right, let's see here. Full Head of Hair says, is DJ Moore ahead of rankings than Higgins this week? I mean, he was, yes, of course. Abe says, are you not worried about Jalen Hurts in a positive game script? I have Fields. No, I'm not too worried about it. Again, in order for him to get a positive game script, they have to score, right? So if they're implicated to score potentially 24 points, 3 touchdowns theoretically, I'd assume that he's probably going to be responsible for at least 2 of them. So whether that's rushing or passing. So I'm not too worried about the potential of him in a positive game script because, again, he has to be responsible for elevating them to that overall circumstance. Raider77 in live chats was saying, start 2, Tank Dell, Tracy, Sermon in a non-PPR. I'd go with Tracy and Tank Dell there. Excuse me. That'd be the preferred. This is not looking like a shootout. Yeah, I don't think anybody was. Let me actually go check. Let's see here. NFL Week 6 spreads. I'm curious what Vegas had this line at in terms of their overall. So this was a 36.5 point. Well, actually, maybe that changed. Yeah, it probably changed based off of the first quarter. So I probably assumed that it was probably like a low 40s, maybe like a 41.5 at open. Let's see here. Week 6, Jags, Bears, opening total. Let's see. What did the line open up at? 44.5 is what it opened up at. Now it's sitting at 36.5 live bet, which is, I mean, kind of gives you an understanding as to where we're going now. Dobbs or Jameson Williams? Shmeku, I would play Jameson Williams there. Bucky or Mike Evans says Astro. I play Bucky there. Story by, you know what? Let me go ahead and remove this and the poll really quickly. Story by Slam says Flex, half PPR Pickens or Trey Sermon. Let me check who I have ranked higher. I'm going to assume that it's probably Pickens. George Pickens sits, that's half PPR, yep. Yes, I do have George Pickens ahead of him accordingly. Thank you. Okay, Wonderful sends in a question. Thank you, Juan. It says, in a full PPR, Zach Moss, Tank Dell, Tyrone Tracy, or Darius Slayton. If I can only play one of the group, it's probably going to be Tank Dell. Let me just confirm that within my rankings, and then we're good to go. Let me just check. Dell. Yeah, Tank Dell would be the highest and is the highest ranked of the group. So that's the direction I go in. Wonderful. If you could only play one of them, it would be Tank Dell. Thank you. Spread was 44.5. Thank you, Troy. Appreciate that. Ridley or Deontay Johnson says, Kai, I play Deontay Johnson. Rattler or Anthony Richardson? I'd rather play Anthony Richardson, King, Ant. Yeah, very, very interesting so far. Let's see here. Do you trust Greg Joseph with all the injuries to the Giants have? Yeah, I mean, look, I think that the injuries that all the Giants have actually promote more usage out of Greg Joseph. Because, again, if their offensive drives are going to stall out to the extent to where they're not scoring, then that just means more consistency from Greg Joseph, who in the last 2 weeks, 8 for 8 in terms of field goals and has the range to kick from 50 and beyond. So, yeah, I trust Greg Joseph in that circumstance. I don't have an issue with that tonight. Now, obviously, the weather is going to be the factor as to whether or not we can play him, and we'll have to keep that monitored as we continue on as Sunday progresses, though. So we don't like Sermon at all this week, says AAA. I mean, we like him. I mean, again, he's in the rankings. You can see him over there. He's number 24 of the remaining running backs. Do we love him enough to play him over the other running backs that are here? No, we don't love him that much. Again, when you have Anthony Richardson in the lineup, it presents a rushing threat that honestly just impacts the overall upside of Sermon. When you have a rushing quarterback that is going to threaten his potential red zone upside, and then you also have a rushing quarterback who is less likely to check the ball down to him in comparison to what Flacco presented last week, and you take on a Tennessee Titans matchup, which isn't a great one at running back in terms of the run stop defense versus their offense, it's just not a great formula based on all the variables that surround him, unfortunately. But in some circumstances, could be the best player that you potentially have available. For myself, in one of my leagues, I'm starting Sermon this week because, again, when you're dealing with all the injuries, you don't have Jonathan Taylor out there. He provides, a little bit of relief in terms of a, flexible option that you can throw in there and hope for, upside. Let's see here. Ridley or Deontay Johnson? Yeah, okay, so we took care of that one. We're playing Deontay Johnson. Scrolling down, Nick C says full PPR. Pick 2 tight end and a flex. We have Laporta, Kraft, Tracy, and Cooper. If it's my team, I'm going to go Laporta and Tracy there. Nick. Yeah, that's probably the direction that I would go in. Timbo Slice says, I need one. George Pickens, Darius Slayton, or Tyrone Tracy. I probably end up playing Tracy there as well. Sam says, should I bench Mike Evans and put in Sutton? ? Sam, if it's my team, the way that I have it ranked, I would have Mike Evans still in the lineup. Cortland Sutton does have a little bit more upside, technically, because of the absence of Josh Reynolds. But again, Josh Reynolds doesn't see himself very many targets anyway. The offense is just kind of like the only benefit, really, truly, that Cortland Sutton has is that Asante Samuel Jr. is not playing for the Chargers. He's going to the injured reserve, which does present a lot of potential there. But again, we haven't seen enough of a target share to like really like feel confident about Cortland Sutton in comparison to a Mike Evans, even with the Kryptonite matchup. But if you were to swap it and you just wanted to avoid Kryptonite, I wouldn't even bat an eye. Shakir or Wicks in the flex. Ryan, I'd play Shakir there. Let's see here. Non-PPR stack. Cousins, Mooney, or Stroud or Dell. Yeah, I prefer to play Cousins, Mooney as of right now. Full head of hair says, Kamara dump-offs with Rattler, or will he run more? Nah, they're going to have to pass. Again, this is going to most likely be a negative game script. Unless they're going to be in a situation where Rattler is the next coming, and he's going to be their starting quarterback for the remainder of the year because of how well he plays today. We're going to probably see a lot of second half dump-offs in the direction of Kamara, especially considering he is a rookie quarterback. And I mean, look, here's the thing. Here's the reality of the situation. Tampa Bay does not have a great, pass rush. And because of that, it will give him enough time to be at least able to sit back and, call his shots, pick his overall dump-offs. I'm going to assume Kamara is going to find himself a lot of success in the circumstance regardless because, of course, him being a talented player and kind of just nice cutback. There you go, Swift. Atta baby. Starting to get a little bit of life in that offense finally. Yeah, but I would assume he's going to probably run the ball somewhere between like 14 to 16 times, if I had to guess. Maybe 13 to 16 times, because at least early in the game, they'll be in the contest to be able to contribute. But outside of that, he'll probably end up getting himself probably like 6 or 7, 8 hopeful targets within the matchup. All right, we had a question that came in from AJ via Super Chat. Thank you, AJ. It says, in a full PPR, I need an RB and a flex. AJ Brown, Trey Sermon, Eckler, and Slayton. So between those available options, I'd play Eckler and Slayton if it was my team. Thank you. Moving on to a question that comes in from iPhilly's Finest, who says, what's your thoughts on Christian McCaffrey? I got offered Christian McCaffrey for Deebo Samuel straight up. Also, okay, so first and foremost, Christian McCaffrey isn't expected to even be kind of implicated within the overall lineup until we get to early November. Now, that would be taking him off of the injured reserve and activating him to like get him in the 21-day window in which he can be activated so he can practice, and then he's still not active to where he doesn't have to be on the 53-man roster. So I would assume that maybe later this month we get a little bit more of positive news regarding that. But I would assume as of right now, he doesn't play until, let's see here. If this is week 6, then 7, 8, 9. I'd say week 10 is pretty safe for his return, if we even get his return. That's a big if. The question is, if you're giving away Deebo Samuel right now to get Christian McCaffrey, you're pretty much going to miss out on 4 theoretical weeks of production, which really does not help you in that circumstance. So unless you're playing in a smaller league, 8 teams, 6 teams, where you have an abundance of depth, I think making that trade is very risky, especially if you don't have a winning record already, because you're pretty much trading a inactive player for one that is active, or you're trading an active player for an inactive player. And by the time you get to week 10 and McCaffrey's back in your lineup, unfortunately, you may have been in a situation to where, based on the overall, absence, you may just miss the playoffs, unfortunately, because of the last couple weeks of losses. Enemies Within sends in actually, never mind, sorry. Philly's Finest had a follow-up, says full PPR Higgins or Wilson. Let me check who I've ranked higher. Full PPR at wide receiver, I do in fact have T. Higgins ahead of Garrett Wilson by literally 1 spot ahead. Thank you. Moving on to a question that came in from Enemies Within, who says Ford, Spears, or Trey Tucker. Between the 3 of them in a full PPR, I would play Trey Tucker. Thank you. Chef NYC sends in a question. Says, I got offered Mahomes, Chuba Hubbard, and Javonte Williams and Connor Okay, for Kyler, Marvin Harrison, and David Montgomery. I'm currently 1-4, and I'm waiting on Christian McCaffrey's return. So you got offered Mahomes, which I don't prefer over Kyler. I prefer Kyler rest of the season. You got offered Chuba Hubbard, who in comparison to David Montgomery, I prefer David Montgomery rest of the season. Then Javonte Williams and Connor, which again, Javonte is kind of fodder in this scenario. So if it's Connor versus Marvin Harrison, I'd say that's relatively equal value. In the circumstance, I'd prefer to have Kyler, Marvin Harrison, and David Montgomery going forward. Because again, we've talked about it. Mahomes is just not Mahomes. I think twice this week, when I'm just like scrolling through, whether it's Instagram or Twitter or YouTube Shorts, I have seen YouTube Shorts or small shorts from either the fantasy footballers or Matthew Berry in the last, week or so, in regards to the inconsistency of production from Mahomes. The fact that Mahomes hasn't had a top 10 quarterback. He hasn't posted a top 5 or top 10 quarterback week in the last, I think he's done it once in the last 17 games. And in terms of his consistency of production, being able to put up over like 17 fantasy points, he's only done it a few times. Some crazy numbers. Mahomes is not what you want. That's just, it's not going to benefit you the way you may think. Unless, of course, they bring in Amari Cooper, DeAndre Hopkins, and Devontae Adams to actually give them wide receivers to throw the ball to. Thank you. Moving on, we had a question that came in from Matthew Westfall, who says, pick 2 in a PPR. Slayton, Najee, Rico, Tracy, Leggett. If it's my team, I'm playing Slayton and Tracy there. Matthew, thank you. Bacon, what's up? Says, flex full PPR, Bucky or Garrett Wilson. Let me check who I have ranked higher. I think it's Bucky Irving if I had to guess off of what I put together earlier today. As it currently stands in a full PPR, Bucky Irving. Never mind. In a full PPR, I have Garrett Wilson at 21 and Bucky Irving at 25. They're in 2 different tiers, so Garrett Wilson would take the start in that circumstance. Thank you. But they are relatively close. Oh my God, did he score? Nice job, Cole Kmet. Atta baby. Well done. All right, Deering Outdoor sends in a question. Nothing attached to it. Deering, if you could do me a favor, type your question in the live chat. It'd be greatly appreciated. Are they going to call him down at the 1, though? They might. Obviously, every scoring play is reviewed, so we're going to have to wait and see how this kind of looks. Okay, so they put the orbit in motion. Oh, man. The trickery. And then the stiff arm. Oh, that's a touchdown. It's got to be, right? Hopefully he's not down. Dude, did he run over number 5 or what? Yeah, it should be a touchdown. Well done. Love to see it. Okay. Okay, so going back to Deering. Where's Deering's question? Let me check the live chat. Maybe you had sent something in before. Deering. Nothing before. Okay. Ryan Tank had sent in a question. Says, Romeo Dobbs or Xavier Leggett? I'll take Leggett this week. Thank you. Nice reception. Again, that's just all play design. That's purely what it is. Like, again, when you know that the defense is going to play cover 1, which they are, and it's literally going to set up for Cole Kmet to be one-on-one with the safety in the middle of the field, and he does that to him, that's it. It's just all play design. You have that orbit motion, which, again, has to pull coverage, and then you have that little fake screen pass that kind of goes over to the side of Swift. It makes everyone bite, and then, nobody really looks at Kmet as he leaks out to the middle of the field. Jackson in the live chat says, Demario Douglas a sneaky start in deep leagues? Yeah, I think he's a great start in deep leagues. As of right now, like in a full PPR, Demario Douglas, with all the players that have already played thus far, he's probably like a top 40 wide receiver actually in this week. Where's Deering? Deering, you in here? Deering Outdoors. Going once, going twice. Okay, let's see here. Rexton, sorry. Says, sweet play call, very gimmicky. Yeah, we'll take it. Any way we can get our guys in the end zone, we'll take it. Ando says, Sermon or Jamison Williams? I'll take Sermon there. Thank you. And then, let's see here. Dexter Brett 1 says, flex Deontay Johnson or Laporta. I'd rather play Deontay Johnson there. Thank you. Cole Kmet is such an underrated beast. Yeah, look, I don't know if he's underrated per se. You got to think about it this way. The last 2 seasons, he was a top 12 fantasy tight end, right? Mainly because of touchdown upside. If he can continue to do that, then he'll be where he was last year. But it's a matter of, is he going to be given the opportunity considering how many weapons that this offense has to their disposal. Let's see here. Tyrone Tracy or Dell? Depends on scoring format, guys. Again, if you guys are going to send in a question in the live chat, do me a favor and include your scoring format because it really does make a huge difference one way or the other. Half PPR, standard, full PPR. All the context that you can provide, the better. Appreciate it. Did Deering potentially show up? No Deering. Okay. Very well. We will patiently wait. GMAX says Bucky or Dobbins. I'll play Bucky there. Deontay Johnson or Flowers? I have Deontay Johnson ranked higher. So it'll be Bucky and Johnson, GMAC. Jacobs or Gibbs in a full PPR? I'm pretty sure I'm going to keep it as, let me see here. In a full PPR, I have Jacobs at 7 and Gibbs at 8, but they're in the same tier. So if you want to play one over the other, you may. Again, back-to-back weeks for Gibbs without any receiving upside. No targets, no receptions. So if I'm just looking at it on a base floor, I just prefer to play Jacobs in that circumstance. Dobbins or Najee Harris versus 30th ranked defense in Las Vegas. Yeah, even with the, oh my God, look at that return. Even with the run stop defense being poor, we have seen Najee Harris take on other pretty solid matchups in terms of their lack of a run stop defense. And regardless of that, we still haven't seen high upside production. What Najee Harris thus far has kind of provided, let's say in a half PPR, right? About 8 points per week. If he scores a touchdown, he's going to score 14 this week. As to whether or not he does so, again, it's kind of sketchy. With Jalen with Jalen Warren and the potential threat of Fields always having the rushing upside, it hurts. Let's see here. Where are we going? Let's see. Chargers or Broncos defense? I'm pretty sure the rankings are going to pop up here in just a couple seconds. So I'm pretty sure I'm going to have the Broncos and Chargers both relatively high in terms of my rankings. Broncos at number 3, Chargers at number 6. Both pretty solid options. But I'd prefer if it was did they just get an interception? I prefer that if it's my team, I'm going to keep the Broncos on roster and continue to roster them and keep them going forward. The Chargers are a pretty solid start this week, though. Let me see. Was that a tipped pass? Is that actually a fumble from ETN? Yuck. I mean, ETN is literally on a weekly basis working himself out of a job. Every single week. ETN's cooked. Listen, guys, this year is just not the year for ETN or Rachaad White. That is what we are beginning to see. I'm putting down notes. Top 12 running backs who are inefficient in the running game get supplanted in year 2 after RB1 production. That's literally basically Rachaad White and ETN. Both of them last year, 300 plus touches of overall opportunity, incredible. But were highly inefficient in those overall touches, were carried by receiving upside. Thus far this season, ineffective. All right, let's see here. Getting back to the questions. Let me see. Did Deering end up coming back into the live chat? Deering, you there? Deering? No? All right, Deering outdoors with no question, but a super chat was sent in. I appreciate it, Deering. All right, moving on to a question that came in from Chandler Cox, who says, PPR, Slayton, Wan'Dale Robinson, Javonte Williams, or Tolbert? I prefer Slayton out of the group. Thank you. All right, John Richardson says, bench or drop Trevor Lawrence? I mean, look, Trevor Lawrence is not startable unless he's in a good matchup. Today was not a good matchup. That's why you didn't see me suggesting him in any circumstance, So, you saw me last week shouting from the top of the hills, let's play Trevor Lawrence against the Colts. So when you go and look at the Jaguars schedule upcoming, next week they have the New England Patriots, which again, I don't love the matchup. Then they have Green Bay, Philadelphia, Minnesota, Detroit. Those games are solid. I think going against Green Bay, Philadelphia, Minnesota, Detroit are all solid matchups because they're going to be in a negative game script and all those secondaries are not great as of thus far this season and can be exposed by opposing wide receivers. So I think those are all solid. Then when you get into the final stretch, when we talk about Houston, Tennessee, New York Jets, don't really love that going into the fantasy playoffs. So definitely not going to be a great start in those circumstances going forward. Booth review. Why are they booth reviewing? Are they claiming that it wasn't a reception? Did he make 3 steps? That's the question, guys. Did ETN make 3 full steps? Because based on the rules that I've seen, again, I think rules are very subjective in the NFL. I don't know if there's an actual defined rule in every circumstance. Even though they have a definition, sometimes it changes. Sometimes they say, oh, you need to make 3 full steps or make a football move. What defines a football move? Does a couple steps is that required, or does tucking the ball away count as a football move? All this like different jargon bullshit that they throw at us. Yeah, I'm curious as to whether or not this is going to be a fumble. Call is overturned. Okay, so they basically said that he didn't take enough steps and he got saved. Everybody who has ETN, rejoice. He got saved very well. All right, continuing on. We had a question that came in from Christian Taylor. Christian, thank you. Christian says, pick 2 in the flex. We have Olave, Mixon, Slayton, Tracy, PPR. So, I mean, as of right now, it's pretty much just figuring out whether I want to play Slayton or Mixon. Mixon, again, first week back, I'm not so like excited about it to an extent. I'd probably just go with both of the New York Giants options that you have available to you, which would be Tracy and Slayton there, Christian Taylor. Goodness gracious. I don't know why that is a tongue twister for me. Let's see here. All right, let's see here. Send ETN to Dallas. You know, starter kit, Duke, that would be incredible. God, that would be great. Just send him anywhere else at this point. Honestly, not that like ETN would play better anywhere else, just so we can get Tank Bigsby in a 100% role. That's the only reason, you know? Let's see here. Moving on to a question that came in from X Franklin. There wasn't anything attached to it, so let me see if I can find your question in the chat. X Franklin. Nothing in the live chat. Franklin, do me a favor and go ahead and type it in. Thank you. SD Nat says, any thoughts on Chase Brown's injury? Kind of nervous with his limited nature and lower body. Yeah, I mean, based on what I've read, it's a quad injury. I would assume that it's probably either like I'm going to assume that it's a bone bruise or some sort of bruising that has kept him limited. They would shut him down if it was serious enough to where he's not going to get himself utilization. So if he's active tonight, which again, you won't know until probably later tonight, which again, they would have already deemed him doubtful by this point. Because again, we've already seen Devin Singletary ruled out. I'm going to assume that he plays, and I'm going to assume he plays well. All right, the classic Jaguars not playing well. Again, not really a surprise. Chicago's defense is, pretty solid across the board. Enrique says, how do we feel about my lineup? We have Jalen Hurts, J.K. Dobbins, Bijan Robinson, Stephon Diggs, Jalen Tolbert, Trey McBride, and Darius Slayton. Eagles and Boswell. Yeah, pretty good across the board. Top defense, pretty good running back options with good matchups. On top of that, Stephon Diggs should be great. Jalen Tolbert. Yeah, I have no issue with your lineup at all. Pretty solid group. Obviously, the way that you win weeks in fantasy football is one of two ways, right? It's either the other team that you play against does not score touchdowns or your team scores touchdowns. That's the one of two ways. So in this circumstance, looking at your players across the board, you do have potential touchdown upside in comparison. If I'm looking at this team as a whole, like Bijan, Dobbins, Jalen Hurts should all be implicated for a touchdown. Tolbert, Darius Slayton, Stephon Diggs are kind of toss-ups because wide receivers are tough to predict in that circumstance. So is Trey McBride. That'll depend on, whether or not they're able to get down into the red zone, and if they are, how close to the goal line, because of course James Conner's overall contributions. But yeah, if your team can score touchdowns, then you're good to go. Caleb's moving, huh? I mean, last week he was running a little bit too. X Franklin, did you end up sending anything? There it is. It says full PPR. Should I start Mayfield over CJ Stroud? Yes, I would. And also, should I start Hubbard over Gibbs? Do I have Hubbard over Gibbs? I'm pretty sure I do. If you don't want to play Hubbard over Gibbs, you don't have to. Again, they're in my same tier of overall running back going into the given week. So justifiably, you could play one over the other. I have Gibbs and Hubbard back to back, but yes, I do have Hubbard ahead of him for a reason. The rankings are set for a reason, right? It's just to give you guys an idea as to how I would play it for my team. Hayden Phoenix says Trey Tucker or Lazard. I have Pittsburgh starting defense. I mean, personally, I have Lazard ranked higher, Hayden. They're using D'Ernest Johnson like the RB1. Are they? Is D'Ernest Johnson in there? Oh, God, that's not good. Okay, KB, I sent in a question. Thank you, KB. It says, sup, Andrew? Please see my comment in the chat. Okay, KB, let me go ahead and find it right now. KB, I don't actually see your comment in the chat. Yeah, I looked up your name and there's nothing that's there. Did you end up typing it or did it not go through? If it didn't, I don't see it, KB. So if you can do me a favor, if you found it, you can resend it. Send it again. Thank you. Andrew Wardlaw sends in a question. Says, think Shakir will play? Yeah, I do. If so, do I start him or Najee Harris? If it's a full PPR, you would start him over Najee Harris. Otherwise, if it's a half PPR standard, you would keep it as is. Keep Najee in the lineup. Roshan Johnson off of the edge. And what was that, like 4 yards? Not bad, not bad. Swift is allergic to breaking tackles. Is he allergic to breaking? Look, here's the thing. He's not a running back that is supposed to break tackles. He's supposed to make you miss before the tackle even engages. Adam says, can you explain why you've got Dowdle over Sermon this week? I can keep flip-flopping between them. Yeah, I mean, look, the primary reason that I see it, at least, is because of Anthony Richardson. Like, when I think about the potential touchdown upside, Anthony Richardson's overall presence does negatively impact that upside for Sermon, because again, there will be less potential checkdowns because of the mobility of Anthony Richardson. And additionally, when you get down to the goal line, likelihood is it's going to be a quarterback keep in which, or even a designed play in which Sermon doesn't even get an opportunity. That's my only concern there. Joshua Wilkinson to the question says, why Bucky ahead of Connor now? Bucky's ahead of Connor now because Rachaad White is not playing. And without the with the absence of Rachaad White, like we talked about in Friday's Hidden Gems episode, Bucky Irving being the thumbnail of that one, in the absence, the overall opportunity share that the running backs of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers have gotten this season are 19 rushing attempts per game on average and 6 targets per game on average. So if the 25 attempts or 25 total opportunities, let's say, for example, Bucky Irving is going to find himself with 80% of that, 25 times 0.8, that's about 20 potential opportunities, which could lead to most likely like 18 plus touches in a positive game script against the run stop defense that hasn't been finding much success as of late. And Gadecki, the starting right tackle for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, is back. Like, everything kind of points in the direction of this being a one-sided affair. Hopefully it's not a trap game, and Bucky Irving getting himself the vast majority of those RB touches, which are certainly of value. Okay, let's see here. Let me see if I can find the question that was from KB. I couldn't find it last time you sent it in. Yeah, there's nothing from KB yet. It says, can you check the comments for my question? KB, I don't see anything, man. Like, I'm literally eyeballing the chat. There it is. Just sent it in. Perfect. I got it, KB. Thank you. Pulled off sending Josh Allen, Chuba Hubbard for Justin Jefferson and Mostert. Beautiful. Okay, cool. I have Dak starting. Beautiful. I need a backup quarterback. Best on the waivers. We have Stafford, we have Daniel Jones, we have Dalton, we have Herbert. Going forward, let me look at these schedules. It's either Stafford or it's Daniel Jones. So let me just go ahead and check the schedules. And then also, considering you have Dak, let me see where the bye weeks line up accordingly, just so that there's no issue there. So upcoming schedule for Daniel Jones does not look bad. Cincinnati, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh's a little iffy, but then you get Washington and Carolina prior to the week 11 bye, which I think is pretty solid. And then if we look at Matthew Stafford's schedule, so let's go Rams schedule here for the upcoming games in terms of what can be your best backup option. Let me see. NFL week. Actually, no. Let's go Cowboys schedule as well. I just want to see when Dak Prescott has a bye week. So Dak Prescott's got a bye next week. So basically, we're just asking who we playing next week in this circumstance. So it's either Matthew Stafford versus the Raiders, or it would be Daniel Jones versus the Eagles. That one's interesting. If Cooper Kupp is back against the Raiders, I think it's probably... Yeah, for right now, I'm going to probably say if Neighbors is back next week, I'd prefer to have Daniel Jones because he also provides a little bit of rushing upside that I think does kind of take him over the edge. As for the other side, if there's no Neighbors again and Cooper Kupp's back, then you go with Stafford. But if you're picking up one now to account for that, it would be Daniel Jones because I do believe that Neighbors won't spend 3 weeks out with the concussion protocol. I would assume. I'd hope. Please. Goodness gracious. Thank you. Okay, moving on. We had a question that came in from Vance Hicken. Thank you, Vance. Vance says, ETN killing me, bro. Start one running back and one flex. I mean, ETN's killing you. This whole Jaguars team is killing us. Has anybody on the Jaguars done anything thus far? Let's see here. If I go to offense, Trevor Lawrence has the most rushing yards on the team. And then Evan Ingram has 3 catches for 39. Brian Thomas 2 for 21. Yeah, nobody's doing anything. Like, it's a London game, guys. It's a London game. As for your next question, though, Vance, one running back and one flex out of Eckler, Dowdle, Chase Brown, Shaheed. It would be Eckler and it would be Chase Brown this week. Thank you, Vance. Caleb is a bust? Okay, guys. It's hilarious how one thing can happen wrong and everyone turns on him. He's fine, guys. Listen, it's a London game. Listen, this is the thing, right? It's not even like a coping mechanism. If anything goes wrong in this game, just remind yourself. What did Andrew say? It's a London game. Shit happens. Now, if this happens, later this afternoon when it shouldn't, then you can get pissed, All right, Daniel Cap says, happy birthday. I need an RB and a flex, Montgomery or Pollard. I'd rather play Pollard this week. Tolbert, Shakir, Bowers, or another running back. No, I play both running backs. Yeah, I play both running backs, Montgomery and Pollard this week. Thank you, Daniel. That's probably the way that I go about it. If it's a full PPR, I'd consider Bowers over Monty, though. Thank you. Vino sends in a question. Thank you, Vino. It says, in a 14-team PPR, I need a flex. Josh Downs or Tyjae Spears? I'd rather play Josh Downs. Thank you. G Medina sends in a question. Thank you, G. It says, in a half PPR, my RB1 is Kamara, my RB2 is Bucky, and I'm torn between starting an injured James Cook versus the Jets or Deontay Johnson, Pickens, or Wan'Dale Robinson in the flex. Let me check who I have ranked higher. It's a half PPR. Let's look up where James Cook sits in comparison to Deontay Johnson. So as it currently stands, I have Deontay Johnson ahead of him. So I would, if it was my team, play Deontay Johnson in that flex position. G Medina, thank you. Let's see. I didn't even see the interception, guys. Was it bad? If it was bad, then I understand it. But honestly, again, it's a London game, right? Remember, it's a London game. So he said nobody should ever make that throw, though. It's just bad. Yeah, I didn't see it. Again, I'm answering questions. I'm not even watching this game, guys. So just understand it is what it is. Okay, is that another Ingram reception? We love Evan Ingram, man. We love Evan Ingram. All right, moving on to the next question here. We had one from Ryan who says, in a PPR, 2 questions. Start 2, Mooney, Dalton, Chase Brown, Leggett. Okay, when you mentioned Dalton, I'm assuming there's a super flex involved here. If that is the case, in a PPR, I'm playing Dalton and I'm playing Mooney. As for your next question, start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex out of Mooney, Tolbert, Tracy, Shaheed, and Dell. I'd play Mooney, Dell as your 2 wide receivers, and Tracy within your flex position. Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it, my man. 2-4 flinching says, RB, Dobbins or Bucky. I'd rather play Bucky. Wide receiver, Deontay Johnson or McLaurin. I'd rather play Deontay Johnson as it currently stands. Thank you. Let's see here. Tracy or Devontae Smith in a non-PPR, says Zach. I'd rather play Tracy in a non-PPR. Thank you. Hayden says, I remember only one solid London game from fantasy purposes. I don't even remember one. I'm going to be honest. Let me see if I actually have any recollection of a solid London game. You know what I remember last season? Was it last season London game where Alvin Kamara, 30 minutes before the game, didn't play and everybody who was asleep had him left in their lineup? Was it last year or was it the year before? I think it was last year. No, maybe it was 2 years ago. Either way, that's the only thing I remember about London games. Every game has been trash, though. Do we think Doug is fired if they lose this game? I don't think Doug is fired if they lose this game, no. It depends. Are they going to lose 35-3? If they do, then at that point, I think there's a conversation to be had. But I think, again, considering the Bears aren't pulling away. Because here's the thing, too. They are on a London trip. Next week, they play in London on Sunday morning again against the Patriots. So they're not going to fire him while they're in London. If they were going to fire him, it would be after week 7, which they're playing the Patriots, which I would assume they win. If they lose to the Patriots, though, then at that point, he gets canned. All right, let's see here. We had a question from 25 who says, Neighbors and Collins out. Start Wan'Dale Robinson, Mooney, or Downs. Between those 3 options, I would suggest playing Mooney today. Thank you, 25. All right, let's go ahead. Let's move that. Okay, scrolling down, we had a question that came in from Only Squids. And there's a picture of Squidward throwing a punch. It says, half PPR, start Chase Brown and Shaheed. I'd play Chase Brown there. Thank you. Trill Sebi? Sebi, yeah. Trill Sebi says, Trey Sermon or Flowers? Yeah. Or Zay Flowers. But it said Say because, autocorrect. Doesn't matter. I play Zay Flowers there. Trill, thank you. Jaguars are there for 2 weeks. Yeah, they're there for 2 weeks. Can you imagine? I would hate to be a Jaguar right now. I'd hate to live there. You're living out of a hotel for 2 weeks, but dude, oh man, it's just not comfortable. It can't be. Let's see here. ETN will be lucky to get 8 to 9 carries. I mean, considering the game is sitting at the way it is, but yes, I mean, you're not wrong. Especially if we get. But look, here's the thing: if what we want, if you have ETN in your lineup, what we want is for the Bears to go and score right now, so that afterward, we're seeing a pass-heavy offense from the Jaguars the rest of the way, and all the dump-offs go towards ETN. That's what you want. Bucky or Deontay Johnson? I'd rather play Bucky there. Dynamite. Tracy or Slayton in a PPR? It probably ends up being Slayton in a full PPR. If it was a half, I'd go with Tracy. Chase Brown or Amari Cooper in a PPR? Ace Filmer. I'd probably just go with Chase Brown there. Like, I understand it's a pretty solid matchup for Amari Cooper. I don't know if I can trust, the play of Deshaun Watson there. The coach that literally just tackled, or not tackled, but at least absorbed DeAndre Swift without falling down, that's actually impressive. That's better than the defense of the Jaguars. Goodness gracious. They couldn't bottle him up. Crazy how the backfield changed completely. ETN was one of the highest picks. And now he's probably, that's the unpredictability, right? That is just the unpredictability. Players come and go. The NFL is not for long, right? And fantasy football is not for the faint of heart either, because you can invest in a player and he can disappear. Oh my God, Caleb's moving. Beautiful. You should have kept going upfield. Why did he try to go lateral? Why did he try to go horizontal? Just go upfield. All right, anyway, moving on to a question that came in from Ethan. Ethan, thank you very much. Says Dell or JMO? I'd much rather play Dell in that circumstance. Thank you. Chase Brown or Moss? I prefer to play Chase Brown out between the two. Thank you. Kenneth Williams sends in the question. Says, good morning, Andrew. Ridley or Tolbert in a PPR? Let me see who I ranked higher, full PPR. Full PPR, Ridley or Tolbert. I have Ridley ahead of Tolbert still. If you want to play Tolbert, I don't have an issue with it. I think they're both pretty solid plays based on matchup alone. Obviously, Tolbert has seen more success thus far this season. I'd assume that Ridley gets himself an expansion of work because of what the head coach has said and the matchup against the Colts. But again, if you want to just stick with who's been the hot hand as of late, I don't have an issue with playing Tolbert, but I do have Ridley ahead of him as of right now. Griffin Herbert says, flex spot, full PPR, Mike Evans or Bucky Irving. I'd rather play Bucky Irving as of right now. Thank you. Why is Jameson Williams ranked so much lower than Dell? Where does Bowers rank as a wide receiver weekly? I mean, look, for this week, theoretically, in a full PPR, just to give you context as to where I would have Bowers. Right now, in my flex rankings, where's Bowers? Bowers is ahead of Stephon Diggs. So in my wide receiver rankings, well, that's a full PPR. So Bowers would be a top 12 wide receiver this week, right? So if you're thinking about flexing Bowers, he'd be a top 12 wide receiver. Does that make kind of sense? Hopefully. But as for why is Jameson Williams so much lower than Dell? With the absence of Nico Collins, like Dell is pretty much put into that position of getting the opportunities of the deep ball, which is really why he's been struggling as of late, because he hasn't had those opportunities. As for Jameson Williams, his lack of overall opportunity share over the course of the last 2 games in which he's played does concern me, on top of the fact that when you take on the Dallas Cowboys, they've got a pretty solid secondary, but not only that, if there's going to be an expansion of a role with Sam Laporta, if there's just going to be a continual, retention of the running game consistently, it just takes away from Jameson, because if Laporta overtakes him in terms of target share opportunity, we know that he's going to be the number 3 receiving option, if not number 4, if Gibbs gets himself a couple opportunities here and there, which does, require him to make a huge play down the field or score a touchdown to be relevant. Which, in comparison to Dell in that circumstance, I think the opportunity share is in favor of Dell. Donovan in the live chat says, full PPR, I could use the Vikings defense rest of the season. Yes, you can. I have Pittsburgh sitting on my bench, too, but I don't want to keep 2. Yeah, I mean, look, as of right now, once the Vikings return next week, you can utilize them every single week for the remainder of the season. Yes, you can. Now, there are going to be some matchups in which they do take on teams, considering how badly their secondary has played, in which they can get exposed. But ultimately, the volume of sacks, turnovers, that they cause as a defense as a whole is really where they're finding a lot of value in that circumstance. All right, let's see here. 1st and 10. What are we looking at here? 11 personnel. Did Keenan Allen or Rome Odunze do anything yet, guys? Anything from either of the two? Speaking of, I think that's Rome Odunze with the reception. Okay, not bad. All right, moving on. We took care of that question. We took care of that question. Costa Cooper says Eckler or Brees. Again, guys, the rankings that are here on screen that are going to continue to filter are updated as of this morning. Literally, they're so up to date that it excludes players that are currently playing in this London game. So if you have questions in regards to interpositional, for example, Brees or Eckler, like Brees is over here sitting at number 12 and Eckler is number 19, right? So it's on screen. Should help you out. ETN droppable. No, he's not droppable. Shakir or Shaheed? That's a good question. Let's see who I have ranked higher in a half EPR. Oh, look, the rankings are on screen. They'll eventually show back up. Rome has 2 catches. Got it. 2 for 40. That's terrible. Gosh. Could we get like a deep ball potential option though? Like that's the thing. This offensive line's giving him all day. He's also mobile. And we still can't find anybody open against this secondary. That is just alarming to me. Jacksonville has been torched by everyone. But of course the Bears have to show up and not play well. You know, classic. Let's see here. Max Bell in the chat says start 1 Mooney, Slayton, Tracy, or Bucky. What's your scoring from that, Max? Football is Life says PPR sit 1 Hopkins, Lamb, Olave, Laporta, and Kraft. I'd sit Hopkins out of the group there. Football is Life. Hopkins gets the bench. Not to say that he's not a great player, but in comparison to the alternative options, you just got better options this week. Bears gives him a lot of time just to do nothing. Exactly, yeah. I mean, it's a classic. It's a classic conundrum. Is that another? Okay, that's Keenan Allen. Okay. You know, I start mentioning these players and they start scoring. Okay, so, hey, guys, where's DJ Moore? It's so weird. You know, we haven't seen him all game. Wink, wink, you know, like, oh, where's DJ Moore? If he gets a target here, then I might have superpowers, okay? Just throwing it out there. All right. Christian Alvarez sends in a question. Thank you, Christian. Says pick 2 in a PPR. Tracy, Jerome Ford, Sermon, Gibson, Wicks, Shakir. Out of those available options, let me see where I have Shakir in comparison to Gibson. I think that's kind of the only kind of determining factor. So yeah, as of right now, it would be both running backs. It would be Tracy and Gibson as your 2 starters there, Christian. Thank you. Christian Kirk, low-key droppable. With Evan Ingram returning, I told y'all, it's going to happen. He's going to eventually start getting his shares taken away from the slot position. So we'll get to a point to where maybe that's the case. But it depends. Like, the matchup this week's not great. Like, if they play the Colts again, like, you know, we fire them up. But again, it's very much so matchup dependent for those kind of wide receivers. Any slips at this AFT this afternoon? Yeah, I have a couple slips. Again, we'll share it in a moment. Let me see what's going on in this end of this half. DJ Moore, where are you, buddy? You want to go catch a pass or something? Swift out of the backfield. Get out of bounds. Beautiful. All right, let's see here. We had a question that came in from, we took care of that one. We took care of Griffin. We took care of Christian. Nick Q, 3435 says Chase Brown or Olave. Nick, do me a favor. Tell me what your scoring format is. Let me check where I have them ranked in a full PPR, because at that point, if Chase Brown is still ahead of him in a full PPR, then we'll just start him also in a half. Yeah, Chase Brown's the play regardless of scoring format. Never mind. Jaded TY says James Cook, who's questionable, Tyrone Tracy, Slayton, or Pickens in the flex full PPR. Let me check who I have ranked higher. In a full PPR, as it currently stands, it would probably end up being Slayton. Yes, Slayton is the highest ranked of the bunch. Then it would go James Cook and Tracy back to back. Thank you. All right, what's going on here? Caleb Williams, they call timeout. Beautiful. Let's not butcher this this opportunity we have here. Let's not make any terrible decisions. All we need is for Caleb Williams not to get sacked. If he gets sacked, we're getting 3 points and we're all getting screwed. Nice scramble, man. I mean, and the extra effort. We love it. Absolutely love it. James Conner or Bucky Irving? I have Bucky ranked higher. Where's BTJ? Getting covered by Jalen Johnson. I told y'all, guys. I told you it's not a good matchup. How many times do I have to say I've learned my lesson with BTJ? I've left him on the bench on almost every team I have. Let's see here. Horizon says half PPR. I want to play Slayton over Marvin Harrison. That's fine. Do it. In the red zone on quite literally on the number. Okay. On the 2-yard line. Are they going to run the ball? They probably can't because again, they don't have the timeouts to afford it. Back of the end zone, Komet, beautiful. All right, well, at least Komet and Caleb Williams, valuable. Everybody else in fantasy today thus far, absolute disasters. Absolute disasters. Kyle Fisher says, hey, Andrew, can you pick 2 wide receivers in a flex out of these available options? Mike Evans, Tank Dell, CeeDee Lamb, Zay Flowers, Bucky Irving. Yeah, so out of those available, I'd probably go CeeDee Lamb. You know, actually, I'm curious. Where do I have Bucky in comparison? Okay. Okay, yeah. So the way that I currently have it, Kyle, would be CeeDee Lamb, Flowers, and Bucky in that order. Michael Hart says, new sub here. Was wondering if you could help me out. Sit one in a full PPR. Tony Pollard, Tyrone Tracy, or T. Higgins. Considering the full PPR format, I'm probably going to play Tony Pollard and T. Higgins there. I'd sit Tracy. I don't love the idea of sitting Tracy, but you have just two better options, quite frankly. So you're pretty much set there, Michael. Playing Pollard and Higgins. Thank you. Let's see here. Komet's going off. Yeah, beautiful. We love to see it. I mean, again, the Jaguars secondary can't stop a soul. And both times Komet has scored, he has been wide freaking open. But now, this presents an opportunity. For those of you who still played BTJ, Evan Ingram, ETN, this is a chance in which in a negative game script, this is what I talk about. When you're down 2 scores, there's an opportunity here. Oh, wow. Okay, they set up a little bit of a pick route there, huh? That's like a double pick. Beautiful. Anyway, this provides a negative game script, so maybe we could get some value. Maybe we can get some value. Komet, let's see here. Unseen Sniper says, thinking of going Josh Jacobs over Jaden Reed in the Green Bay game, full PPR, due to the possible game script and weather. Yeah, I don't have an issue with that. That's fine by me. They're both good options, though. Principal Myers says, the 1 week I play against Komet, bro. You know what? Now that I'm curious, am I playing against Komet in my home league? I feel like I probably am, just because I'm in, just because. I'm not. I played against Kittle. Legit, classic. ETN has a negative 0.1. Oh my god. ETN is literally working against me. He's actually playing for the other team. That is ridiculous. Holy crap. Okay. Continuing on, Alex Dixon says Bucky Irving, Breece Hall, Darius Slayton start 2. Let me see where I have Breece in comparison to Darius Slayton in a full PPR. So I do have Breece still ahead of him. So I would take both the running backs there, Alex Dixon. Bucky and Breece would be my suggestions. Thank you. Moving on to Cardiac, who says, in a 10-team PPR league, Zach Moss or Darius Slayton? I'm pretty sure I have Darius Slayton ahead of him, and in fact, I do. So that's the direction I would go in. Thank you. Downs or Trey Tucker? I prefer Downs today. Thank you. Let's see here. Half PPR Slayton or Eckler? It's probably going to be Eckler just because of the touchdown potential upside. Are they actually interviewing? Why are they interviewing Doug Peterson at halftime? What is he going to tell you that you don't already know? We're not playing well. We suck. It's my fault. Thank you. And then he leaves. What else is he supposed to say? Let's see here. Isaac Soto sends in a question. Thank you, Isaac. Says, in a full PPR, flex spot between Higgins, Jaden Reed, and David Montgomery. I'm fairly certain I have Jaden Reed ahead of the bunch by a pretty significant margin. Yeah, I do. So it would go Jaden Reed number 1, Higgins number 2, and then Montgomery number 3 in that order. Thank you. Kevin T sends in a question. Says, full PPR, Trey Tucker or Javonte Williams? Let me check where I have Trey Tucker in comparison. Let's see here. If I look up Tucker. So as it currently stands, I do have Javonte still ahead of him. Thank you. Moving on to a question that comes in from Horizon, who says Chase Brown or Darius Slayton? Horizon, what's your scoring format? CZA says I've been waiting for T Higgins versus Montgomery to get answered. Sorry about that, CZ. But I guess we got it now. Higgins will be the play. Tyrone Tracy or Zay Flowers in a half PPR. Let's see here. Half PPR. Flowers sits there. I have Flowers ahead of Tracy in a half PPR. Where are we at? Okay. Taking care of that. Horizon, any ups, any half PPR? Okay, so if it's between those two and a half PPR, I'd rather just play Chase Brown. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, so while we are in this lull of a period in terms of the halftime report of one of the most, Londonish games that we could possibly imagine. Again, London does not really provide much upside for our fantasy players unless you have, Cole Kmet going today. Everything seems out of the norm. I mean, I guess Caleb Williams has looked pretty solid. His rushing yards has incredibly increased, which in comparison to the last couple weeks, I mean, he's been kind of moving those numbers up, but the lack of a pass rush and a spy to keep him bottled up is ridiculous. Either way, Caleb Williams, Cole Kmet, maybe arguably Evan Ingram playing relatively well. So outside of that, everything's a disaster. Classic London. Moving on. So someone had asked earlier about some potential underdog plays. If I can, I'll just go ahead and I'll throw it up on screen and just kind of just flash them on screen for a couple seconds here, and then we'll just keep it moving afterward. Again, these are plays that I've gone ahead and I've suggested already in multiple other videos and live streams. So if you haven't already seen them, then it's mainly because you haven't watched any of the other videos or live streams, because I've very much so highly shared these. But either way, really quickly, I'm just going to pop it up on screen. We'll go ahead and we'll do this right here, and then we'll come back in just a moment. So here we go. Play number 1. Henry anytime touchdown. Calvin on the going higher on yards. Godwin higher on yards. Bijan higher on yards. This is play number 1. Receiving, rushing. Then Bucky higher. Again, I don't know what the numbers currently sit at right now on Underdog. Bucky higher on rushing yards. Slayton higher on targets. McBride higher on receiving yards. Then we have Jordan Love 2 touchdowns. CeeDee Lamb higher on receptions. Amari Cooper higher on targets. Zay Flowers higher on targets. And then we have yesterday's play that we put together during the live stream, which is the following. Saquon anytime touchdown. Breece Hall going higher on rushing attempts. Same thing with Pollard higher on rushing attempts and Gibbs higher on rushing attempts. Then Daniel Jones going higher on his passing attempts. Okay? So those are the plays that, again, I have presented over the course of the last couple of days, Friday and Saturday. And they will continue to maintain going into this upcoming slate of games on Sunday. Thank you. If anything else changes in terms of me putting together a potential play or something of that extent, we'll share it later on in the live stream, but I doubt it. I'm probably going to be just focused on answering questions rather than putting in picks. Okay, let's see here. James Cook or Eckler, should I take the risk on Cook? I don't know if it's much of a risk, but if you don't want to play him altogether just because you are worried, again, he's going to play tomorrow. He is expected to play. The report has come out that he's expected to play. So I wouldn't be too concerned about that factor. If you're just thinking he's not going to play well, then at that point, you would just pivot to playing Eckler. Thoughts on long-term trade? Chris Olave or Tank Dell? I'd rather have Chris Olave rest season. Thank you. Josh Downs or Trey Sermon in a full PPR? I'd rather just play Josh Downs today. Jaden Daniels or Josh Allen? I'd rather play Jaden Daniels, Mason Davis. Retro Junk says Kirk, Baker, or Fields. I have Baker ranked highest. Again, guys, the rankings that are here that pop up over the course of the next 15 seconds as they fluctuate, again, they do not include any players who have already started playing or have completed a game thus far this week. So players from the 49ers, Seahawks, Jaguars, or Bears are not included anymore. Everybody who else is available is ranked accordingly, up to date as of this morning, good to go. So when you ask about those 3 quarterbacks, we have Baker at 8, Kirk at 9, and Fields at 12. So that kind of answers it. Let's see here. Scrolling back down to the live chat. Do you still see McBride for my wide receiver? McBride, Holbert, 40-plus yard reception equals 1 point. I mean, again, a 40-plus yard reception only giving you 1 point doesn't actually make a difference there. So I'd probably still stick with McBride in that kind of a circumstance. Standard scoring, pick one, Mike Evans or Antonio Gibson. I'd play Antonio Gibson. I don't really want to deal with Mike Evans today, guys. I'm going to be honest. His kryptonite is the one and only. Now, does Mike Evans technically still get ranked in my top 36 to the extent to where he sits at 22? Yes, because he still has a chance. There's always a fighter's chance. There's no way that I can objectively say that there's no chance that he could score or have a good week. There's always a chance. But in the grand scheme of it, we know the risks of playing him, right? That's why I always want to give you guys that information regarding matchups. All right, let's see here. Terod Taylor sends in a question, says full PPR, Wan'Dale Robinson or Chuba Hubbard? I'd much rather play Chuba Hubbard this week. Thank you. Natalie Berman sends in a question, says bench 1.5 PPR. London Kamara, AJ Brown, Amon-Ra. Ooh, all right. Let's see who I have lowest ranked of the bunch in a half PPR flex format. So in the flex full PP or half PPR, I have AJ Brown ranked lowest. So London Kamara and St. Brown would play ahead of him, which is, I mean, ridiculous, but that's just the fact of the matter as of how I've set it up. Thank you. Crusader says in a full PPR, start Eckler or Rashid Shaheed. I'd rather just play Eckler at that point. Harold Millard sends in a question. Says in a half PPR, Kamara, Charbonnet, for Cook, Montgomery, JMO, who wins? I'd rather have the Cook Montgomery side. Thank you. Appreciate it. Booger says Komet killing it with 2 touchdowns. Yeah, he's played very well. I mean, again, he's been wide open in both scenarios, but when given opportunity, again, that's all you can ask for, right? Is he prepared for the opportunity? And once it arises, can he strike? Unlike Gabe Davis, who's out here dropping touchdowns, we've got, Cole Kmet bringing it in and running defenders over, which is beautiful. Which for our, for the case of our Caleb Williams shares, doing pretty well. Like, let me go find my Caleb Williams team. Let's see here. If I go to there and then I go to this email. Yeah, Caleb Williams in my 6-point per passing touchdown league already has 20.72 fantasy points for my team. 20 points at halftime in a 6-point per passing touchdown league, even with an interception, which is -2. 56 rushing yards. Wow. I mean, is he delivering or what, baby? Let's go. All right, let's see here. We had a question from Sal Palumbo. Thank you, Sal. Sal says in a half PPR, Jamison Williams or Downs. Again, the rankings that are on screen right here are half PPR, 4-point per passing touchdown. I do have Downs ahead of JMO. Let's see here. Easy says, full PPR, should I keep Ferguson or Hawkinson when he's back rest of season? Once Hawkinson returns, you're going to give him a week to play and see what he's capable of. Once he proves that he's better than Ferguson, then you can ship Ferguson away accordingly. Or, again, in that circumstance, like next week, Ferguson's on a bye. So if Hawkinson doesn't play next week, you're probably in a tough situation. But if I look at like the Vikings schedule, they've already passed their bye week. So, yeah, you would technically have both past their bye weeks, but hopefully Hawkinson can play next week, and maybe you can even move Ferguson afterward, probably by week 8. All right, we had a question that came in from Buster, who says, full PPR, start 2, Bowers, Laporta, Leggett. I'd start both of the tight ends. Give me Bowers and Laporta there. Thank you, Buster. B for 3 says in a full PPR, bench 1 for Dobbins, Tracy, Dell. Okay. Let's see who I have ranked the lowest of the group in a full PPR. Okay, let's see. Dobbins sits there. Tracy is 1 spot behind Dobbins, and Dell is above both of them, so Tracy would be the sit. Thank you. Moving on to Joshua, who sends in a question. Nothing attached to it, Joshua. I don't see anything. Where's Joshua's question? Joshua. There it is. So we took care of that. We answered your prior question. Is there a new question, Joshua? If there is, do me a favor, type it in the live chat. Thank you. Until then, Sebastian Alex says in a half PPR, Sermon or Ridley in the flex? I'd rather play Ridley. Robert sends in a question. Never mind. It didn't have anything attached to it, so it got redacted. Okay. Nick Q, 3435, says Chase Brown and Christian Kirk for Mixon rest of season. What? If Mixon's fully healthy, I'd say yes. Absolutely. We'll take that deal. Jeff sends in a question, says, greetings. I'm struggling to start Daniel Jones over Stroud. Need a sanity check, please. Yeah, if you want to play Stroud, play him. Again, listen, The only reason I have Daniel Jones where he is currently ranked is because, quite frankly, the Cincinnati Bengals defense isn't a defense. They cannot stop anybody. Now, sure, have they played against really good offenses as of late? Absolutely. That is a factor that we have to take into consideration. But when we have Mahomes, Jaden Daniels, Andy Dalton, and Lamar Jackson, all four quarterbacks for the last for the last 4 consecutive weeks, all of them throwing for 2 touchdowns minimum. The only quarterback that has not played well against them was Week 1, Jacoby Brissett, which again, Jacoby Brissett hasn't played a good game since 2022. So ultimately, this defense can't stop a soul through the air. On the ground, they have been crushed in terms of defense. I mean, again, opposing running backs. Last week, over 100 from Baltimore in a touchdown. The week prior from the Panthers, there was 136 rushing yards against them in a touchdown. The Chiefs went for over 115. The New England Patriots in Week 1 went for over 135 in a touchdown. Like, this defense can't stop anybody. They're not dealing well with injuries, and quite frankly, Daniel Jones has looked solid, even in the absence of Neighbors. So that's kind of why I like him and the rushing upside. But again, in terms of a sanity check, I'm not here to tell you you have to 100% bench Stroud. Again, it's a solid matchup against a rookie quarterback in which it could be a game in which it's 30-0 at halftime. It could very easily be that. But Stroud hasn't played well to the extent to which we wanted him to thus far this season. And additionally, there's no Nico Collins. So I kind of fare in the direction of DJ in that scenario. Moving on to a question that came in from AP, who says, full PPR pick 2, Slayton, Tolbert, Olave, J-Mo. So as it currently stands, in a full PPR, I have it as Slayton and let me check where's my other wide receiver here. Slayton and Olave would be the 2 that I play this week. Thank you. If you don't want to play Olave because you're still trying to wait and see what Rattler is about, then you'd play Tolbert with Slayton. Thank you. Kanu sends in a question. Says, full PPR, start 1. Dobbins, Amari, Olave. I'd play Dobbins there. Thank you. Okay, let me see. Is Joshua ended up sending up his question? Let's see. Is there anything new from Joshua? Nothing. Nothing new from Joshua. Very well. Josh, if you have any other questions, let me know. Duro Modi sends in a question. Says, do you think Kamani Vidal gets a fair share off of share of work? No, I don't expect him to get a fair share of work. Understand that, again, the last couple of weeks of overall workload that we have seen Gus Edwards be able to tote is not a high volume. By far and away, J.K. Dobbins is the RB1. That has been established based on snap counts. I mean, again, most recently, J.K. Dobbins played 70+% of the snaps against the Kansas City Chiefs in the last matchup prior to the bye week. Additionally, if we're talking about the overall workload usage of Gus Edwards in the last 2 games, 3 rushing attempts and 6 rushing attempts. 0 reception in both games. So Vidal is probably going to pick up whatever scraps Gus Edwards has, which is probably, let's say, 4 to 6 rushing attempts in a game. If it's a positive game script, it could be more. If he has a hot hand, it could be more. But in this circumstance, Dobbins is still the clear and away number 1. The only reason you pick up Vidal is if you think J.K. Dobbins is going to get hurt. Really, that's it. It's pretty much a handcuff security option. Bucky or Chase Brown, full PPR. Jude, I'd rather play Bucky as of this week. Damn, is that another fumble for the Jaguars? Dude, this Bears defense, man, it doesn't matter who's injured. They are just good. They are a solid defense, to say the least. I mean, they've been good since last year. They were far better last year in terms of stopping the run. But obviously, thus far in this game, they've been incredible. Again, this is not a bad thing. If the Jaguars are down 3 scores, all it promotes is more of a negative game script and a essential pass-heavy promotion for the remainder of the game. Which, again, if you're a Bigsby manager and you started him, no good. Dude, this guy's got all day to throw the ball. He could literally, geez Louise. There's no pass rush from the Jaguars. None at all. They need to, they're sitting in, I don't know, man. I can't. Okay. I'm just gonna complain the whole time. Ryan sends in a question, says Pickens or Moss. Ryan, what's your scoring format? Let me know in the live chat. Thank you. Super sends in a question, says full PPR Dowdle or Irving. I'd rather play Irving. Olave or Dell. I'd rather play Dell. Thank you. Shane sends in a question, says full half PPR. Pick 3. Pickens, Moss, Tolbert, Evans. I'd play those 3 over Evans most likely. Actually, probably not. I mean, again, if you want to sit Evans and you're okay with the idea of avoiding the kryptonite, then you play the other three options, which is probably safe. MTD says, should I be worried about Brian Robinson if Eckler does well? No. Eckler's a complimentary back. He is not the full-time back. All right. Ryan, what is your scoring format? He said PPR. Got it. Let me go and check my full PPR rankings. Where do I have Pickens in comparison to Moss? I do have Pickens ahead of Moss, so that's the direction I'd go in. Thank you. D Hundo says, in a full PPR, should I start Mooney or Wan'Dale Robinson over Olave? I'd start them both over Olave this week. Thank you. Okay, nice reception from Keenan Allen. Does Keenan Allen have anything, though? Like, I mean, he's a hidden gem for me, so I'd like him to do somewhat well, maybe. You know, how you doing? Let's see here. Keenan Allen has 2 receptions for 25. So, where's DJ Moore? 2 for 7. Are we fucking kidding me? Are we joking right now? What is going on, man? How is your number one disappeared? How does that even happen? Anyway, continuing on. Let's see here. Jimmy in the clouds says, full PPR, 1 running back, 1 wide receiver, and 1 flex. We have Mixon, Pollard, Hubbard, Eckler, Higgins, Jaden Reed. Cool. Of the available that you have, Jimmy, I would play Pollard as your RB1, Reed as your wide receiver 1, and then play Hubbard in your flex. Thank you. Charles T says, in a half PPR, Wicks or Cooper? I have Cooper ahead of Wicks in a half PPR. Thank you. Dig Fi. If you are worried about James Cook, just play Tyrone Tracy tonight. But again, I expect James Cook to play tomorrow. I've been rolling with the Bears all season. Yeah, as you should. I mean, again, they were a great defense last year. If you guys remember last season, at like the last 7 games, last 7-8 games of the season of fantasy football, the Bears were like the number 1 defense, if you guys remember properly. It was either them or the Cowboys. I remember there was a streak of games at the back end of last season where it was ridiculous. The Bears defense had like 9 interceptions in 4 games. Ridiculous. Again, they've been pretty good thus far. 5 games, 6 interceptions. Well, actually, do they have an interception this game? They do, right? So 6 games, they have like 7 interceptions. Pretty good. You know, again, they're sticking with it. Tolbert or Slayton? I prefer Slayton today. Any updates on Christian Watson? We probably won't get them until, again, it's still relatively early. It's only 8 a.m. Let's see here. NFL Week 6. I'm curious. When do the... Yeah, we still have 2 hours. So I would say in about 30 minutes, we get a couple designations. And once that kind of begins to filter through, we'll get a better understanding as to what we can expect from Christian Watson, if in fact he even plays. Again, I'm assuming he will play, though. Zan says Eckler or Bucky in a PPR. I'd rather play Bucky there. Again, Bucky is like so much higher ranked than a half PPR, and I think there's even more receiving upside for him in comparison. All right, let's see here. Jesus UCSB sends in a question. Says, I don't even know what that is. I don't even know what language that is, but okay. Hey, underdog question. I want to use the category of attempted throws, like Jackson with more than 29 attempts. Is that a good bet for going higher or stay with yards over? I have to go look at Lamar's numbers right now. Actually, no. Let's go look at Underdog. Let's go check. So if I go to NFL and I go to Lamar, 222. Let me check here real quick. So if I look at Lamar's passing yardage as of the last couple games here, 348, 156, 182, 247, 273. If this is going to... Okay, so this is my only concern. As it currently stands, for some reason, Vegas and the books have it in which the Ravens are a 7-point favorite, to which it scares me to the extent to make me thinking that maybe Vegas knows something that we don't, where they're just going to completely smack the Commanders. Hopefully that's not going to be the case. If I was in a position to where I'm picking one of the 2 options, I'd rather just take yards rather than potential passing attempts. Because if the game gets out of hand and they avoid the running game because they're up so many points, then the passing attempts is never going to hit. Yardage has a better chance if, in fact, he can throw a screen pass that can go for 40 yards, or 70. So that would probably be the suggestion that I make out of the the two alternative options in terms of 29 attempts or going higher on the yards. I just take the yardage at that point. If it's a competitive game, he'll be able to surpass both. But I just feel like the attempts number, if it becomes a blowout, would be a little bit more difficult to attain. Mo K sends in a question, says, in a 12-man league, I just traded Dell and Madison to a 1-4 team for Tyreek Hill. Beautiful. Love it. Yeah, I mean, again, if I was in your league, I would say that you are colluding, but well done. Well done. Let's see here. Moving on to a question from Crusader, who says, drop Ford for Braylon Allen or someone else. I'm okay with Braylon Allen as a pickup. That sounds good to me. Yeah, sounds good. Thank you. Who ended up scoring on that? Please tell me it was DJ Moore. Please and thank you. Moving on to a question that comes in from Jamel Joyner, who sends in a follow-up and says, in a half PPR, I need a running back and a wide receiver and 2 flex options out of Mixon, Moss, Deontay Johnson, and JMO and Jalen Tolbert. Okay. So of those available options, Mixon is your RB1, Deontay Johnson is your wide receiver 1, and then Moss and Tolbert would be your 2 flex options there, Jamel Joyner. Thank you. Ira sends in a question, says PPR in chat. Cool. Ira, let me see, where is your question? Ira, I don't see anything in the live chat. Oh, there it is. I see it now. It says pick one, Wan'Dale Robinson, Tank Dell, Chris Olave. I'd rather play Tank Dell out of the group. Also, Olave with new quarterback, Wan'Dale Robinson versus Michael. Yeah, I'd still play. Yeah, it's going to be Tank Dell there. Thank you. All right, let's see here. 3rd and goal. Let's see. What kind of coverage are we going to get out of this team? They're sitting in cover 2 right now. Oh my God, what a grab. The one and only. The hidden gem. It's Keenan fucking Allen. Let's go. Let's fucking go. All right, thank you very much. Continuing on answering questions, we have Jonathan, who says, good morning, Andrew. Starting Hurts, Jacobs, Bijan, Smitty, Higgins, Schultz for Kelsey. Okay. Starting Hurts, Jacobs, Bijan, Smitty. Yeah, I mean, that's a really good group. Los Angeles and then McPherson. Do I flex Dobbins, JMO, Mooney, or Bucky? Okay, great question. In your position, in a full PPR, let me see where I have Bucky in comparison to Higgins in a full PPR. I don't think there's a wrong play between the two. I think they're both great plays. Currently, I do have Higgins ahead of him in a full PPR, so I'd keep it as such, Jonathan. Your lineup looks good to go as of my rankings in a full PPR as of right now. Thank you, Jonathan. Roderick Hart says Pittman or Trey Tucker in the flex. Probably going to play Trey Tucker there. Even if Pittman goes, I'd still trust the alternative option. Thank you. Just True sends in a question. By the way, let me see how many points my my Caleb Williams has 28 my 6 point per passing touchdown league. This is insane. Dude, that's actually nuts. Ooh, he's cooking. He is cooking. But Jacksonville, they're terrible defense, man. Terrible defense. Absolutely just cooked. Okay, Just True says Henry plus Dell traded for Hall, Collins, and Godwin. Wide receivers needed a bit of work. I have Reed, Metcalf, Moore, Nakua. I mean, did you need work at wide receiver? I think you're pretty solid across the board there. Running backs, again, in terms of a trade, bringing in the Hall side is preferred. Regardless of what happens, you got the better half of the trade with Hall, Collins, and Godwin going forward. Just True. So I think that's a great job overall. Well done. Illegal shift? Excuse me? Don't tell me that was taken away. Hold up. No. No. Don't tell me it was taken away. No, he still got the touchdown. Good. All right. I'm trying to keep my my hidden gems record alive. Okay, I'm trying to keep it solidified to an extent, guys. Okay, so don't scare me like that. Nick sends in a question. Says start Marvin Harrison or Godwin. I'd rather play Godwin by a pretty big margin. Also, half PPR and start Daniels, Murray, or Cousins. Yeah, I'd rather play Daniels as of right now. Jaden Daniels and Godwin will be my 2 plays there. Nick, thank you. AMZG Eric says flex Tyjae Spears, Trey Tucker, or Braylon Allen. Between the 3 of them, I'd play Trey Tucker. Thank you. John Thompson says full PPR, pick one: Eckler, Irving, Olave, Mooney. It's between Irving and Mooney. Let me check who I have ranked higher. In a full PPR, I do have Bucky Irving at 25 and Darnell Mooney at 28. They're relatively close within the rankings, but Bucky Irving is my suggestion as of right now. Jonathan says, you didn't answer. Who do I play in the flex? Oh, did I miss that part of the question? Oh, I thought you already had Higgins in the flex. Apologies. That's what it was. Got it. So in that case, you're playing Bucky Irving in the flex, Jonathan. Apologies, my man. My bad, my bad. I thought Higgins was your flex based on how the roster was constructed. My bad. So yeah, Bucky Irving. Thank you. Official Honest Abe says, in a full PPR, Lad, Tank, Wandell. Thanks. I'd play Tank the other. Thank you. They took it away? No, they didn't. Don't scare me like that. Don't BS me. If they actually took it away, I'll cry. Wait a minute. Checking again just to make sure you guys aren't trolling me. Yeah, Keenan Allen touchdown. All right. Good one. Good one. You might get banned. I'm not joking. Nah, I'm just kidding. Pitch, you're good. Let's see here. Good morning, Waleed. What's up? Murica, you're right. For those of you guys who have not yet already, you appreciate the streams, you appreciate the content. If you guys haven't yet already, do me a favor, click the like button down below. It is greatly appreciated. Thank you. Again, there's about 610 of you in here, about 259 likes. If you guys haven't yet already, click that button. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, let's see here. Why is Mixon so low? If Mixon had participated in a full practice, I'd feel far more comfortable. But the fact that he didn't even participate in a full practice coming off of this injury scares me that he may not be as solidified of a play in the second half of this game. If we're anticipating the Houston Texans to beat the crap out of the New England Patriots, the chances are that Mixon's going to get himself a pretty good share to where he's going to be a solid option. But in the second half, if he's still dealing with a little bit of an ankle tweak, like who's to say that they don't just bring in Damian Pierce and run the clock out with him or Derek Gumbawale? So that's my only concern. I'm just a little bit worried about what his usage looks like today. Hey, Andrew, why Irving over James Conner? Yeah, just purely off of game script. Like, if I'm just like scaling it out between the two, there's a higher likelihood that the Tampa Bay Buccaneers gain a huge lead and just run out the clock in comparison to where the Arizona Cardinals are having to compete the entire game and get less rushing attempts in that circumstance. God, are the Jacksonville Jaguars terrible or is it just me? What is this? Never mind. The answer's that they're terrible. They're a 1-4 football team. They could only beat Joe Flacco last week. That's it. Congrats on 90K subs. Did I actually hit it already? I don't even know. Is that an actual thing? Let's check. Yeah, 90,011. Wow, that's fucking incredible. Thank you guys for the support. That's awesome. Wow. All right, let's see here. Why are the Jaguars running the ball? Are they running the ball? No, they're not. I'm not watching the game, but if they are, that's malpractice. Honestly, it's malpractice. At that point, you deserve to be fired. Samuel Thomas says, pick 2, Wan'Dale Robinson, J.K. Dobbins, Slayton, Tracy, J-Mo, and reasoning. I mean, look, as it currently stands, I don't know what your scoring format is because, yeah, that'll kind of determine the overall suggestion. What's your scoring format, Samuel Thomas? Thank you. 3rd and 4. I'm going to assume that this ball goes in the direction of Evan Ingram, most likely, if I had to guess. Is that really a report? Travis Etienne hamstring questionable to return. I mean, this guy is literally hurt every week. Every single week. He's just hurt. Always. Shoulder, hamstring, brain injury. I don't know. Absolutely ridiculous. Who would you start in terms of for a floor? Dell or Chase Brown? I think Dell in like a PPR is a really solid floor. Yeah, that's probably what I would go with. That's the direction I'd kind of lean in. Where's Samuel Thomas? Full PPR. Got it. So, Samuel, the way that I'd go about it would probably be, let's see, where do I have J.K. Dobbins accordingly to the rest? Dobbins. Okay, yeah. The way that I'd go about it, if it was my team, would be Slayton alongside of Dobbins. Thank you. Okay, let's close that. I have like 17 links open. Let's clear that. What is this? Oh, you know what? Let me leave this open just in case any news comes in. Is there any inactives? Deontay Johnson should be good to go. Yeah, that was expected. Okay, good. All right. Scrolling down, we had a question that came in from Robert, who says the following. He says that a non-PPR start 3, Mooney, Wan'Dale Robinson, Tolbert, and Downs. Okay, so first and foremost, between those options, I would play Mooney, Tolbert, Wan'Dale Robinson. Those would be the 3 in that exact order. Now, as for your follow-up question, Mixon or Connor, I'd rather play Connor this week. Thank you. Why so low on Dak? Dak is not low. Objectively, he is not low. That is an incorrect statement. If you would like to play him accordingly, what does it say? Kendrick Bourne is active this week. Great. Brian Thomas, are we calling PI on that? I mean, he didn't turn around, right? And there's contact. Nope, there's no contact. Was that face guarding? What's the penalty on that one? Anyway, Brian Thomas needed to come back for the ball. That was his mistake. Anyway, continuing on, Mixon or Connor? Yeah, we'll take Connor there. Yeah, Dak's not low. He is properly ranked as such. Evan Ingram, of course, continuing to cook. Joshua Legg sends in a question, says Dobbins, Dell, or Mooney in the flex. What's your scoring for my Joshua? That's all I need to know, and I can answer. God, I can't decide between Bucky and Mixon because I'm expecting a blowout on Mixon's end. I mean, I just played Bucky there. Let's see here. What do we got going? There's Evan Ingram. There it is, man. For the rest of the season, it should just be that. That's their entire offense. Because that's how their offense was last year. I mean, it's a Doug Peterson offense, right? It's always tight end focused. And he looks fully healthy, which is beautiful. Let's see here. It says full PPR. Okay, Joshua Legg. So this is the way that I'd go about it. In a full PPR, I'm playing Mooney out of those 3 available options. Thank you. Appreciate it. Ramblin' Man sends in a question. Where is your question, Ramblin'? Control F. Jeez Louise. Control F. Ramblin'. Ramblin'. No. Oh, there it says half PPR. Flex Pickens, Eckler, or Tracy. I'd rather play Tracy over the bunch. Thank you, Ramblin'. Much appreciated. All right, who made the reception? Gabe Davis, okay. Doug Peterson play calling, and I mean, it's going to go to Ingram every time. That's just really what it is. Garrett Wilson or Jacobs in the flex, depends on scoring format. If it's a full PPR, I'd probably go with... Actually, let me check who I have ranked higher in a full PPR just to confirm. Jacobs is there. Yeah, it's still going to be Jacobs, actually. Scratch that. Ooh, almost Brenton Strange with a touchdown, huh? Nobody had that on their bingo card. Luckily, he didn't catch it. Or the defense played well enough. Sean says, Tracy, Slayton, or Kraft in a PPR? I'm pretty sure I'm just going to go with Slayton in that circumstance. Carlos says, I forgot Gabe Davis was even on the squad. Yeah. Gabe Davis is an afterthought in this offense. He's just a distractionary piece. Pitts or Deontay Johnson? I'd rather play Pitts or Pittman, by the way. Either way, I'd rather play Deontay Johnson, Ben. Okay, slowly but surely getting some yardage there from Mr. Bigsby, who, again, is probably going to take over this backfield considering, Travis Etienne cannot stay healthy to save his life. Classic. Let's see here. What trade value does Etienne have at this point? He doesn't have trade value, brother. He doesn't. There's no trade value for a player that's injured and does not produce when healthy. Salutations, full PPR. Why is Chase Brown ahead of Eckler? Because I expect him to score more points. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Take Bigsby, probably going to score a touchdown off this drive. Oh, never mind holding. All right, moving it back. Let's see here. Half PPR, flex Sermon, Kraft, or Mixon. At that point, you just play Mixon. Rifle. Pyro says Higgins, Pollard, or Godwin. Start 2. I'd probably just go with Pollard and Godwin there. Darby says in a PPR, need one between Madison, Tyjae Spears, and Downs. Let me check who I have ranked highest out of the full PPR. Madison, Downs. Which one of the 2 do I have ranked higher? I currently have Josh Downs ranked the highest of the bunch. So that's the direction I'd go in. Thank you. Endless Basher says it. James Cook or Lazard/Tolbert on the flex. I'd rather just play James Cook. I expect him to play, so that's the direction I lead in the direction of. Let's see here. Etienne is the handcuff of Bigsby now? Yeah, probably. I mean, if again, the guy cannot. The last 3 games in a row, he has been injured every single game. Again, it's time to it's time for the Mark Andrews treatment. Just leave him on the bench, or, you know. Speaking of Gabe Davis, perfect. Just somebody edit that. Gabe Davis is an afterthought within this offense. Next play, touchdown. Classic. Christian Watson is dealing with a low ankle sprain, is active today. Got it. Okay, so we took care of that. Salutations, full PPR. Yeah, we took care of that one as well. Why Zay over Marvin? Marvin, honestly, is not utilized in the proper way within that offense. First and foremost, doesn't get enough opportunity. Second of all, has Jair Alexander to deal with. Third of all, Zay Flowers is against Washington secondary. And if this is expected to be a competitive game between the two best offenses in the league, Washington and Baltimore, anytime there's been a competitive matchup, Zay Flowers has always gotten double-digit targets, which, again, is just, against Washington, double-digit targets is a ridiculous volume of fantasy points for upside. Let's see here. Jacobs or Deontay Johnson? I'd probably just stick with Jacobs there. It's a pretty solid play. Garrett Wilson or Trey Sermon? I'd probably just, in a standard scoring league? Geez Louise, man. That, I don't even know. That one, I'd probably still play Garrett Wilson. Should I start Zach Moss over Tracy with Singletary out? No, I'd play Tracy over Zach Moss. Again, for those of you who are joining us, the rankings that are literally here are up to date as of this morning, as of like right now, this very second. The rankings that are here, that are filtering through, are updated. So if you have a question between which running backs to play, pause the live stream and just boom. The Gabe comment didn't age well. Yeah, not only did it not age well, but neither has the ETN takes. Any sort of, nothing has aged well in this scenario. Really, at this point, ETN's looking like he's cooked. Gabe Davis scores a touchdown. Next thing you know, DJ Moore probably doesn't catch another ball for the remainder of this game. Classic London games, guys. Classic. Joe Flacco's starting? No shit. Wait a minute. All right, give me a second. I might have to go pick him up in one of my leagues. Wait a minute. That is crazy. Not only is it not okay. So everything's got to change now. I got to go change my rankings on a lot of players. Okay. I need to do it. Yeah. All right. Hold up. And let me get the official word here because I don't see it. I don't see it on this website. Anthony Richardson wasn't 100% healthy, and Joe Flacco goes again. All right, there it is. As of right now, via Adam Schefter, Ian Rappaport, confirmed. Got it. So, with that being said, Andrew's got to go and update the rankings on screen to be able to kind of deal with that. So, I need to go and take Joe Flacco and put him in the rankings at quarterback. So, let's go ahead and let's do this really quickly. One moment, please. Let me go ahead and fix everything. May take a little while for me to get through these fixes, and then once I go ahead and correct them accordingly, we will continue on answering questions. Thank you. Okay, so Joe Flacco goes there. Now I have to reassign Sermon accordingly. So let's go ahead and let's take Trey Sermon and let's move him up to probably play. Okay, I'm going to play Trey Sermon there. And then afterward, Tyler Goodson moves up because he also has a little bit of upside in that circumstance to where I'd move him up to probably there. And then I need to take Josh Downs. Where's Josh Downs at? And I need to move him probably... Yeah, I actually don't mind right there. Do I need to play Pittman? Probably. If he plays, Michael Pittman's actually a solid play in that circumstance. So Michael Pittman would jump into these rankings as well. So I need to move him probably give or take somewhere here. That's okay. That's solid. It's not a great matchup, but at least he'll be a decent option. Do I need to start any Colts tight ends? Nope, they're not relevant. That's it. Okay, so let me go ahead and give me a moment here, everybody. Again, we are getting updated information that Joe Flacco is in fact the starter. So with that information, your boy has to go into a Photoshop file, update the rankings on screen so that everything behind me is up to date as of this moment. Very shocking news, in my opinion. I did not anticipate to see that was going to be the case. But hey, we'll take it. I mean, for the case of Sermon, Downs, Pittman, it provides a lot more potential value in this circumstance. So yeah, we'll take it. Okay, let's see here. Where is my rankings? I need to find this. Okay. So let's turn this off. Let's turn this off. I need to update quarterback and tight end graphic accordingly. So let's do this really quickly. So let's see here. What do I want to do with quarterbacks? We'll probably go there. Update it. It's done. So Flacco sits there now. Tight end, we don't make any changes. File, save as, copy. Slowly but surely, let's see here. I need to actually save it to this folder under this name so that, okay, so the quarterback and tight end rankings on screen should be fixed now. Now we go to wide receiver and running back we need to fix. So let's go wide receiver. Okay, so we need to go here. Take these players accordingly. Do I put Josh? Well, it's a half PPR. I'm not going to move Josh Downs higher than this. In a full PPR, then we'll move him. Yeah, we'll move him probably behind Slayton, or no, we'll probably move him ahead of Slayton and behind Mooney at that point. So let's go ahead, file, copy, save as. Let's go desktop. Save, yes. Okay, so then the wide receiver graphics now been updated. So now all I need to do is update the running back graphic and we're good to go for the remainder of the stream. Hopefully there's no other information that is revealed that is going to potentially impact the rankings as severely as, well, honestly, it's not a bad thing. It's actually a good thing for fantasy, but still. Okay, let's go to this folder, and this. Save, yes. Okay, so the rankings now that are on screen should impact, well, do I actually downgrade Tennessee's defense? Give me a second. I have to downgrade Tennessee's defense as well. Probably we'll leave it there. Okay, so that's the only difference that I'd have to change. One more graphic change and then we're good to go. Whew, Joe Flacco, huh? I mean, that's how you know they don't trust Anthony Richardson. They just don't trust him. They're just like, you know what? Let's just try to win one more game and then we'll figure it out. Dude, my phone's getting blown up. Holy moly. Wow, Richardson's inactive. He's not even just being benched. He's just inactive. That's interesting. Okay. File, save. Okay, there it is, done. Okay, so as of right now, the graphics that are quite literally here have been updated. Trey Sermon now number 20 back. Tyler Goodson's moved to 31 accordingly. As of wide receiver, Josh Downs is at number 20. Michael Pittman's at number 28 in a half PPR scoring format, so they've moved up accordingly. Additionally, once the graphic changes one more time to the quarterback, I have Joe Flacco in my top 12 quarterback rankings for this week. He sits at number 12, right behind Dak Prescott, Daniel Jones, Kirk Cousins, etc. Okay, so now that has been taken care of, let me go back to answering some of the super chat questions that were sent in, and we'll accordingly continue on. Okay, there we go. So we took care of that. All right, Coinflip sends in a question. Says, PPR start Olave, J.K. Dobbins, Dowdle, or Wicks? Out of those available, I just go with J.K. Dobbins there. Thank you. Stanky Rondo sends in a question. Says, in a full PPR, Laporta or Kraft? I'd rather play, let me check my rankings really quickly. Full PPR, Laporta. I have Laporta over Kraft as of right now. And then flex Dobbins, Olave, or should I play one of those tight ends? Let me see where I have Dobbins in comparison to Kraft in a full PPR. I do have Dobbins ahead of him. So, yeah, Dobbins would be the play. Thank you. Eduardo M says, sit Evans to start Leggett or Braylon Allen. No, at that point, I just roll with Evans. National Champ Rush says, who do I start in the flex? Tracy, Tucker, or Johnston? I'm not playing Quentin Johnston. I'm not playing Trey Tucker. It would be Tyrone Tracy. Thank you. Moving on to a question that came in from Sean Trevino, who says, in a full PPR, start two, Tracy, Sermon, and Wan'Dale Robinson. Let me check where I have Wan'Dale Robinson in a full PPR accordingly. So Wan'Dale Robinson's there. And then Sermon would theoretically jump up, but he wouldn't go far enough. So I'd still play Tracy and I still play Tracy and Wandell Robinson there, Sean. Thank you. Flawless sends in a question, says, Dirty Downs or Chase Brown? Town. Okay, interesting. Of those two available options, let me see where I have. Okay, so if I'm moving him theoretically next to Mooney, Mooney's there. Yeah, it would be Downs. Josh Downs gets the start in a full PPR over Chase Brown. Thank you. Okay, are the Bears going to score again? If they are, can we throw the ball to DJ Moore, please? And thank you. We're not asking for much. We're just asking for a little bit of help, just a little bit, not too much. Again. Alrighty, let's open this up. Let's go here. Let's go to offense. Man, it's crazy for 180 passing yards. He is just really torn apart this defense. iShine 101 says Moss or Downs. I'd rather at this point now, I just go with Downs now that Joe Flacco's active. Again, Joe Flacco makes Downs a significantly better option. Significantly, especially in a full PPR. Half PPR, the ranking isn't as impactful. In a full PPR, he is that much better. With Flacco starting, would you start Sermon or Gibson in a full PPR? I'd rather play Sermon this week, actually. Pittman is active. Yep, that's what I anticipated. Let me actually check my phone. Let's see here. Is there any other updates that were made while I was updating rankings? Downs and Pittman are active. Yep. Jai Alexander's active. Rashad White inactive. Okay, cool. If anything else changes, guys, let me know. Thank you for the update for those of you guys who pointed out that Flacco was active. I appreciate it. All right, we had a question that came in from Frosty, who says, greetings and salutations. Pittman, Wicks, Watson, or Dobbs? Out of all four of those options, I'm legitimately going to play Michael Pittman Jr. Thank you. Will Taylor sends in a question, says, top of the morning, Kyler or Allen upside? I think technically Kyler has both floor and upside in this circumstance, so that's the direction I'd go in. Thank you. Appreciate it. Sermon or Chase Brown? Again, the rankings are right here. Sermon is sitting at 20. Chase Brown is still at 16. Thank you. DJ Moore got hurt. Oh, God, please don't. No. Arm amputation. All right, good one. Good one. Actually, good one. All right. With Flacco starting, should I start Pittman or Bucky? 1,000% play Bucky. Guys, Bucky is in my top 10 running back rankings. You'd find very few options to play ahead of him. Ibrahim says in a half point per PPR, Downs or Slayton. I'd still stick with Slayton there. Opponent is starting Pittman. If you want to play Downs, I don't have an issue with it. Again, Downs would have to score a touchdown, in my opinion, to be able to really make himself that much more of a stronger play. But yeah, as of right now, I'm still sticking with Slayton there. Troy Anderson sends in a question, says half PPR flex, Devontae Smith, Dell, or Tracy. Let me see who I have ranked highest in a half PPR. Let's go Tyrone, Tracy. In terms of how I have it ranked, Tracy is ahead of Devontae Smith by 2 overall ranks and over Dell by 3 overall ranks. So in a half PPR, just to put this into perspective for the question, the way I have them ranked, they're all in the same tier, and they're ranked number 31, 33, and 34. So they're literally on each other's tails. So if you want to play one over the other, I have no issue with it, but I do have Tracy, Smith, Dell in that order. Eric says Flacco or Daniel Jones now. Again, the rankings are up on screen, up to date, ready to go. I have Flacco as my number 12. Daniel Jones still as my number 10, so I'd still stick with Daniel Jones. If you want to play Flacco, again, Flacco has had 2 or more passing touchdowns in 7 consecutive games that he has started in or played in. So honestly, you're in a pretty solid situation there. All right, Lucky Slevin sent in a question, said, is Conklin playing or do I start Otten? Conklin would have been already designated out if he wasn't going to play, so I'm very comfortable just rolling with Tyler Conklin in that scenario. I know he's definitely dealing with a questionable injury and all that kind of jazz, but yeah, I'd still stick with Conklin. DJ Moore is going to the blue tent with concussion protocol. I'm sick to my stomach. Wow. Let's see here. Moving on to a question from Kudos, who says, in a half PPR, Sermon, Tolbert, or Slayton, pick 2. I'd play Slayton and Sermon there at that point. Thank you. Would you start Justin Fields or Josh Allen? I'd rather play Josh Allen this week. Downs or James Cook? This one's killing me. If it's a full PPR, just take Downs. If it's a full PPR. If it's a half, I have to play James Cook at that point. Jack says they're saying Flacco is starting, Sermon or Tracy. I'd still play Tracy over Sermon. Thank you. Pun Experience sends in a question. It says the following. Half PPR Flowers, Dell, or Mixon. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Flowers. Let me just cross-reference my rankings. Flowers. Yeah, it's still Flowers ahead of Mixon. Thank you. Appreciate it, pun. Javonte or Pittman in a PPR? I'm comfortable. Oof, Javonte or Pittman in a PPR. I have to recalibrate my brain because now I've like kind of readjusted the rankings. I think I play Pittman there. My week ruined before the main games even started, says Principal Myers. Yeah, did you have ATN? Is that why? Probably. Let's see here. Flacco playing today? Yes, La Flama. He is playing today. The matchup against Tennessee, not a concern. Of course, it's a concern. Again, they're a great defense as a whole, but Flacco is Superman. That's just it. Flacco's Superman. He is so damn good at football, it doesn't matter. I'm telling you guys, it's something special. It's something special to watch. We won't be able to see it for much longer. Again, he's 39 years old, so enjoy it while it lasts. Xavier says Josh Allen or take a shot with Daniel Jones. If it's my team, I'm playing Josh Allen. I would never put myself into this scenario in which I'm starting Daniel Jones unless I have to. Let's see here. Suck sends in a question. Says Wicks or McNichols. Let me check my rankings in a half PPR. Control F, McNichols. I still have Wicks ahead of McNichols in that scenario. Thank you. McNichols requires a negative game script and a touchdown to be more valuable, in my opinion, in a half PPR. Because he doesn't get much receiving utilization. Eckler will be the go-to in that scenario. So, yeah, I'm just going to lean in the direction of playing Wicks. Curious Kid says, full PPR, Marvin Harrison, Pittman, Dell, Deontay Johnson, Zach Moss, pick 2. I would play Dell and Deontay. Thank you. Is that another touchdown for Keenan Allen? Who would have guessed? Moving on. We had a question from Jacob Harris, who says, full PPR, Sermon or Gibson, and Burrow or Love? Sermon or Gibson? I prefer Sermon over Gibson. Burrow or Love? I'd rather play Burrow. Thank you. Good Guy sends in a question, says, full PPR, Wan'Dale Robinson or Marvin Harrison? Let me check my rankings real quick. So in a full PPR, I still have Marvin Harrison ahead of him. Thank you. Let's see here. Scrolling down. Again, for those of you who are joining us this morning, welcome. Happy Sunday. Happy Fantasy Football Sunday. If your week has already been ruined by the fact that, DJ Moore is injured, ETN is injured, Brian Thomas Jr. got shut down by Jalen Johnson, and all this kind of jazz, we can hope that the rest of the slate of games can continue to carry us. If they do not, then, of course, we will all cry together. But in the meanwhile, we're going to continue to answer questions. Again, do not forget that the rankings that are right here are literally up to date as of 10 minutes ago. So Trey Sermon, my new number 20 running back of the remaining running backs. You see that up top? So again, the rankings are up to date on screen for a half PPR. Top 36 running backs, wide receivers, top 12 kickers, defenses, and top 16 tight ends and quarterbacks. Thank you. Let's see here. Flacco over Dak or Daniel Jones. I don't have that as the rankings on screen. I have both of those quarterbacks over Flacco. But if you'd like to play Flacco, I don't have an issue with it. Kendre Miller or Jonathan Brooks are both available on the waiver wire, says Rugby. No IR spot available. Which one would you rather pick up? I'd rather pick up I'd rather pick up Jonathan Brooks, and it's not even close. Thank you. Let's see here. We took care of that. We took care of that. All right. Tracy or Downs, says Champagne Fantasy. Depends on format. If we're talking, Champagne, at this point, if you're playing in a full PPR, you have to play Downs. If you're playing in a half PPR, I think it's probably still safe to play Downs, but I prefer Tracy in that circumstance. So that's the way that I go about it. At the flex, Najee, Ladd, or Wicks. In a PPR, Dakota, I'm going to play Ladd there. Jake says, bad weather in Green Bay. Again, listen, you guys know what I'm talking about, right? Don't ask me about weather. Every time y'all ask me about weather, I give you the same spiel. I don't want to go over it this week. I just, again, unless it's a monsoon, unless the wind is 40 miles per hour and the rain is comparable to week 1 of 2022, Chicago versus San Francisco, unless the weather is comparable to that, I don't want to hear it. I'm not, again, last week y'all bugged me so much with Jacksonville's weather versus Indianapolis, and I told you guys to stop, please. It's not gonna be a problem. It wasn't a problem. I don't want to hear it anymore. Thank you. And I'm not saying that to be like snarky or anything like that. Like, I'm just telling you, I'm not the guy to ask about weather. I'm not a weatherman, and nor do I care. I am just going to play my studs in the positions because typically, anytime there's a weather issue, it always disappears before the game starts. And it's just all fear-mongering. Jordan Kaba sends in a question, says, Hidden Gems saved my season. Gracias. No problem. Some of those hidden gems stay hidden, though. You got to be careful. Some of those motherfuckers do not come out and play. Carolina Nurse sends in a question, says, do I drop ETN? He's killing me. I don't think you drop him, but definitely don't start him going forward. Alex Songrass says, pick 3 full PPR, Downs, Sermon, Bucky, Evans. I'm going to start every single option above Evans there, Alex. So play Downs, play Sermon, and play Bucky. Angela Clark sends in a question, says, Andrew, in a full PPR, Wan'Dale Robinson, Jalen Tolbert, or Antonio Gibson? In a full PPR, I'd probably go with, not probably. If it was my team, I'm playing Wan'Dale Robinson there. Also, in a full PPR, Jaleel McLaughlin, Jeremy McNichols, or Wicks. Considering Watson and Dobbs are active, I'll probably just take Jaleel McLaughlin in that scenario, Angela. Thank you. Luis Alcantar says, in a full PPR, Evans, Flowers, Mixon, Eckler. I will take Flowers there. Thank you. Pretty comfortably, actually. Where can I see full PPR rankings? That would be via Patreon, link down in the description, or potentially via using code Andrew on Underdog. Again, you would get the rankings every Sunday morning for future weeks, not this week. But again, if you want it for right now, the way to go about it would be to sign up via the primary main 2024 tier of the Patreon. Just dropped Tolbert for Downs and a half PPR. Yeah, I don't have an issue with that. Downs is going to be solid. And there goes a sack on 2nd and 3. Not a big deal. Juice Vino says, sup, Drew? Cortland Sutton or Trey Tucker, both on waivers. Tucker plays the Rams next week. Either worth the spot. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you have a potential pickup, I'm going to pick up Cortland Sutton. Again, they just sent Josh Reynolds to the IR. It kind of presents more of a, I guess, funnel in the direction of Cortland Sutton there. Do I flex Ridley over Sermon? I'd only ever flex Ridley over Sermon in a full PPR. And a half PPR, I'd be pretty comfortable just rolling Sermon there. Even in a full PPR, I don't mind Sermon. Again, if with Flacco there, like the checkdowns are gonna be consistent. Like that's just it. So honestly, if you want to play Sermon in both scenarios, I don't have an issue with it. Again, this is me like trying to establish his ranking in my head as the news has arrived. It's still calibrating to the extent to where I might change my mind, and as we continue to go, his ranking may go up. But as it stands, still a pretty solid play because of the Flacco, involvement and upside. Oh my God, did he just throw another pick? Trevor, just throw it to Ingram, bruh. I mean, what are we doing? DJ Moore has returned to the game on Sunday. Great. Could we get another touchdown for DJ Moore, please? Or not another. Could we get a touchdown for DJ Moore? Why is Daniel Dimes over Flacco this week? Because I expect him to score more fantasy points. Thank you, Luke. Moving on, we had a question from Tommy Vu who says, in a full PPR, should I start Breece Hall or Josh Downs? Let me check my rankings. Dude, so in a full PPR, theoretically, I'd have Breece Hall only 2 spots ahead of Josh Downs. So if you want to play Josh Downs, I wouldn't even blame you. Deli Meat says PPR Tank or Downs. I'd rather play Downs over Tank Dell this week now. Higher ceiling? The higher ceiling is Tank Dell. The floor of production of getting yourself like 6-7 catches for 60-70 yards, that is what Downs presents in a PPR, which makes him a solid floor of production with the upside of a touchdown himself. Sergio says Christian Watson or Michael Wilson. I'd rather play Michael Wilson. Thank you. This game is garbage. I mean, it's a London game. Downs over Cooper? Yes. Downs over Cooper, Chris Curry. You say, I see the rankings. Well, then if you see the rankings, brother, it's right there. I literally put them on screen to help you guys. Like, it's literally there. Okay, let's see here. Downs or Pickens? Again, as of right now, yeah, I mean, in a half PPR, I'd still stick with Pickens. In a full PPR, I'd go with Downs. But then again, look, they're right next to each other. So if you want to play Downs over Pickens today, I don't have an issue with it. It's just one ranking. Like the overall projection model is like so vastly like the difference between the two of them would probably be less than 0.4 fantasy points. If I had to go and redo my whole projection model with Flacco in it, that's how it would go. Why is Moss over Sermon? Because I expect him to score more fantasy points. I mean, I don't know what you guys want me to tell you. Like, that's just what I have it at. Like, do I expect him to score more fantasy points? Yes. Do I expect him to get himself his normal, like, 12 potential rushing attempts, maybe 2, 3, 4 receptions? Yeah, that's what I'm expecting. And additionally, he has more touchdown upside in comparison still. DJ Moore touchdown, is that really what happened? Did it happen? Did I finally get cashed out? God bless. Let's go, baby. Yes. The only reason I was looking for it is because my one team, my 6-point per passing touchdown league, where I have Caleb Williams, I also have him with DJ Moore. Caleb has 36 points for me. And additionally, now we also have... Wait, where's my DJ Moore touchdown? Excuse me. Huh? Did I get lied to? Oh, no. It was a Swift touchdown. Who said it? They're getting banned. Who did it? Who did it? Who lied to me? Why is everybody saying DJ touchdown? Am I getting trolled? DJ was short? I'm sick. Okay, anyway, going back to the questions. All right, I'm done. I'm not looking at the game anymore. All right, so we had a question that came in from Thurl Die, who says, I'm currently 1-4 and desperately need a win. I have Fields, CD, Bucky, Marvin, McBride, Slayton, and Mixon starting. Okay, full PPR. Pretty solid looking team. Best of luck this week, Thurl Die. I don't know if you had a question in there, but good looking team. Downs or Ridley PPR? I'd rather play Downs. I am. Thank you. Nico says, hey, you didn't read my donation question? Did I not? Nico, where is your question? Yeah, I think I probably missed it. Yeah, I did. Apologies, Nico. I'm going to get to it right now. It says I need upside. PPR, Allen or Love? Upside? I mean, theoretically, between the two of them, the highest upside is when Josh Allen gets rushing touchdowns. So if you want upside, that's the direction you'd go in. As for the next question, Marvin Harrison or Zay Flowers or Terry McLaurin, I'd play Zay Flowers this week. Thank you. Okay, continuing on. Robert sends in a follow-up, says non-PPR. Now the Flacco is starting. Mooney, Downs, Wan'Dale Robinson, Tolbert. I'd still play Mooney out of the... Okay, so actually scratch this. I'd go with Mooney, Downs, and Tolbert in a non-PPR at that point. Thank you. Why are you not as high on Chargers defense? They are your number... What? They were your number one? They were my number one? What do you mean? When were they my number one? You mean like on waiver wire video? Is that what you mean? Because I've never had the Chargers as my number one defense, at least for the week. Even when I go, let's look at my waiver wire video from earlier this week. I had Texans at number 1, Philadelphia number 2, and Chargers at number 3. So I don't know. Maybe you're thinking about another person, but that's not me. Sorry. Brees Hall or Mooney? If it's a full PPR, give me Mooney. At this point, honestly, let's just get the points that we need. Pittman or James Cook? If it's I think I just play James Cook, man. I don't know, man. Pittman's got the injury potential. Gibson or Sermon? I have Sermon ranked higher. Down at the 1. I'm sick. And it takes... Dude, that could have been so... Okay, so now... I mean, I could have literally had a 40-point game from Caleb Williams if that had scored. It would have been a 40-point game. DeAndre Swift. By the way, that same team I'm talking about, I have Caleb Williams, DeAndre Swift, and DJ Moore on the same team. My Caleb Williams has 36, DeAndre Swift 19.5, Kenneth Walker, who played on Thursday, at 16.9, and then DJ Moore with a nice soft 4 points. Sick to my stomach. Absolutely disgusting. Projected 159 in that league. Whew. We're cooking. Hank Hennig sends in a question. Says, full PPR, dealing with buys and injuries, pick 2. Do I start Warren, Algier, Tracy? Okay, you play Tracy number 1, and then between Warren and Algier in a full PPR, let me check where I have them ranked. I have Warren there, and I have Algier ahead of him. So it'd be Algier and Tracy would be the 2 starts as of right now. As for the next question, also full PPR, Deontay, Mooney, Higgins, or Downs. Please pick 3. Between those available options, I would play Higgins, Mooney, and Deontay, honestly, if it was my team. I can consider playing Downs ahead of Mooney, but honestly, I really do like that matchup against Carolina. Thank you. Arda sends in a question, says, thanks for the answer. Scared that Cook doesn't play on Monday night. Again, if he wasn't going to play, I would have assumed they would have already deemed him out. Again, they already designated their defensive end Ed Oliver out, so I would have assumed that if they were just deeming people out already, he would have been out. But if you're worried about Cook, just pivot off or potentially pick up, Ray Davis accordingly. F1 Mafia says PPR, JMO, Slayton, or Mixon in the flex. In a full PPR, let me check. I think I have Slayton probably the highest. I do have Slayton the highest out of the group as it currently stands. As for your next question, F1 Mafia, PPR, Dell, Mooney, Tolbert, wide receiver 3. Between those 3 options, I play Mooney as your wide receiver 3. Eckler or Tracy as your RB2. I play Tracy. Thank you, F1. Nathan J sends in a question. Nathan says, hey, Andrew, you like Love or Kyler in a 6-point per passing touchdown league? In a 6-point per passing touchdown league, I'd rather play Jordan Love. Thank you. Idris sends in a question. It says, PPR, start 2, Tracy, Dowdle, or Zach Moss. I would play Tracy and Zach Moss this week in a full PPR. Thank you. Let me guess. I saw someone put laughing emojis in the chat. I'm going to guess that Trevor Lawrence threw another pick. Nope, never mind. He got sacked. Even worse. Actually, not as bad, but still. Fields or Flacco? I have Flacco ahead of... Do I not? Maybe I don't. Let me check. What did I update it as? I don't mind playing Flacco, by the way, over Fields. I have Flacco at 12, Fields at 13. So yeah, I have Flacco ahead of Fields as of the rankings that are on screen that will continue to rotate. Zach Moss or Rico Dowdle? I have Mouse ahead of Dowdle, Peyton Winter. At PPR, Sermon or Wan'Dale Robinson? I'm okay playing Sermon there. 8-3-1 Oakland Raider. DeMar Brooks in the chat says Higgins or Deontay Johnson in a PPR. I think I have them relatively closely ranked in a full PPR. I'd have to, let me see here. Let me cross-reference full PPR. Again, I don't think there's a wrong answer between the 2 of them. I have Higgins ahead of Deontay, though, in a full PPR. So Higgins would be my suggestion. Let's see here. Where is this? Waleed says, okay, thank you very much, Waleed. Waleed says, I dropped Pittman and Shaheed in my league for Zach Moss and Algier since I have Bijan. Is that a mistake? Yeah, I would say that dropping Shaheed in any scenario is a mistake. So if you can swap back and pick Shaheed back up, you should probably do that. The Steed Stallion says upside, Wan'Dale, Shakir, or Amari. Upside? Oh, God. I don't know. Honestly, I know you look for me for the answers. I don't know who has the upside. I know what has the base floor of production, which in a half PPR is probably... Between the 3 of them as it stands, like if I'm looking at these rankings that I have Cooper sitting there, I have Wan'Dale there, and I have Shakir there. Like Cooper is the safest play because of that Eagles matchup. Wan'Dale has a tough matchup there. Shakir, we don't even know if he's fully healthy yet. He threw another pick, didn't he? No, it was incomplete. So right now, I probably just roll with Cooper and maybe hope that he gets an upside of a touchdown and it's a trap game for the Eagles. I don't know. That's kind of the direction I lean in. All right, Kevin Smith sends in a question. Kevin, hope you're doing well. Says, sup, Andrew, need 2 in a PPR. Irving, Downs, Harrison, Montgomery. Cool. So as of right now, in a full PPR, I'm assuming that is your question? Yes, full PPR. Bucky Irving is the number 1 start by far and away. Now, as for the comparison of the available options elsewhere, I would go with Downs as your number 2 option there, Kevin Smith. Downs and Irving would be my 2 plays. Thank you. Let's see here. Jorge sends in a question. Says, should I start Rashid Shaheed or Rico Dowdle in the flex? What's your scoring for Matt, Jorge? Demise sends in a question. Says, Jaden Reed or Breece Hall in the flex, full PPR. I would play, literally, if it's my team, I'm playing Jaden Reed in a full PPR. Thank you. Flawless sends in a follow-up. Says, Superflex, got Burrow. Do I dare start Flacco over Allen? That would be your own doing. I can't suggest that you do it. That's my only thing, guys. I love Flacco. Trust me, I do. He has won me championships, especially last season. He won me a couple championships late in that year. It would be very difficult for me to potentially go about playing him over Josh Allen. Very difficult. I couldn't suggest it. It wouldn't be Yeah, I couldn't do it. It's against my religion. So as of right now, let's see. Did Jorge mention his scoring format by any chance? Jorge says full PPR. Thank you, Jorge. Between the two of them, let me see where I have Rashid Shaheed. Let's see. Control F Shaheed. I do have Rashid Shaheed ahead of Rico Dowdle as of right now. Thank you. Now, I did see that there was a question from Eric. He says, you missed my question. Let me go ahead and scroll back up, Eric. Apologies on that. Where is your question, Eric? I know you sent in a super. I just don't know where it went. It says Flacco or Daniel Jones, right? Is that what we're talking about? Okay. Drop Shakir. So if you would have to drop Shakir in order to pick up Flacco, I would just keep Shakir and play Daniel Jones. Shakir and play Daniel Jones. That's the way that I would suggest going about it. But that's just the way that I'd play it as of right now. Thank you. Let's see here. We had a question that came in from Carlos, who says, Keenan Allen 2 touchdowns. My hope turned into reality. No. Your hope turned into absolute jackpot. You hit the max win. Okay, Carlos, you hit the max win. So well done. Congratulations on the incredible play. And I'm glad that it turned out as well as it did for you. Sergio says Christian Watson or Michael Wilson. Let me check my rankings. As of right now, Michael Wilson in like a half PPR. Sorry, no, let's go to full PPR because that's generally what you guys ask about, right? Michael Wilson in a full PPR. Actually, where do I have him in a half? I have Christian Watson ahead of him in both formats. Scratch it. I was going to say Michael Wilson. Probably, you know what? Now that I'm thinking about it, let's go Michael Wilson full, Christian Watson half, Christian Watson standard. Thank you. Because I don't know how limited he'll theoretically be in this circumstance. Happy birthday, Andrew. Thank you, Mel. Madison or Spears? I have Madison ahead of Spears because Amir White isn't probably going to play today. Yeah. Let's see here. Half PPR, Downs or Gibson? I'm cool playing Downs there. Again, it's just a safe floor. That really is just, it's hard to pass up on. Tracy or Shakir in the flex? Tracy. Shakir might not play. Yeah, definitely might not play. There's always a possibility of that, but I think he will. They got D'Ernest Johnson running the ball in this game. Is that what's going on? Man, ETN is just cooked. ETN is cooked. Dirty Bay says, do you think Fields will find more success on the ground or air against the Raiders? I mean, technically, he should succeed in both scenarios. The Raiders' defense is awful. I'm sorry, they just are. And they just lost Christian Wilkins to the IR. Like they're beat up as a defense. They got too many injuries and they've got too many holes to fill. Let's see here. Slayton or Dobbins or Sermon in a full PPR. I mean, honestly, at this point, let me see where I have them ranked. Full PPR. It's probably just Slayton there. Did he drop that touchdown? I'm sick. Wow. Yeah, guys, I don't want to watch this game anymore. I'm sorry. I just don't want to watch the game anymore. It is actually just like great. One of my fantasy teams is doing awesome, but the amount of pain that I'm witnessing out of the lack of production from Jacksonville is just, it's making me sick to my stomach. I want to get out of here. All right, but we have an hour more of this stream, of course, to go. Continuing on answering questions. Man, is it only 9 a.m.? I've been here for 3 hours. That's insane. Again, for those of you who have been joining us for the last 3 hours, if you guys haven't yet already, do me a favor, click the like button down below. Thank you. How many birthdays do you have? I have a birthday every day, Juice. Every day. Thank you. ETN or drop? No, he's not a drop. Just keep him on roster, and let's just keep it moving. Sal says, Dowdle, Mixon, or Chase Brown in the flex? Probably just going to roll with Chase Brown in that scenario. Or Mixon. I mean, honestly, where do I have Mixon in a half PPR? Mixon is, yeah, he's still behind Chase Brown. Thank you. Joel Roca sends in a question. Says the following. Half PPR, Najee Harris, Sermon, Madison, or Tucker? I'm going to play Sermon there. Thank you. Yeah. And then for wide receiver one, JMO. Honestly, I probably end up playing Tucker ahead of JMO in that scenario, Joel Roca. Thank you. Love or Cousins? Again, the rankings are on screen, guys. Trevor sends in a question. Says, full PPR, do I go with Wicks or Trey Tucker since Myers and Adams are out? I would play Trey Tucker. Thank you. Make Music sends in a question. Make music. Where is it? Where is it? David Ramos says Lawrence thinks. David, they pay this guy $50 million a year. Okay. So, interesting, huh? Honestly, they kind of had to pay him because, I mean, really, you either pay him or you go find an alternative option that will be better. And obviously they didn't think they could find a better option. Anyway, make music. Where's your question? Let's see if I can find it in the live chat. Control F. Make music says stashing Polk or Leggett. I'd rather stash Leggett, to be honest, if it's my team. Alrighty. Then we move on to a question that comes in from Yim. Yim Trout says, I see you have Tyrone Tracy over Mixon. Why do you think I should start him over Mixon? Matchup, number 1. Number 2, Mixon's injury, and of course the potential of a blowout. And number 3, I mean, Tracy, he looked really good last week. 18 carries for over 125 rushing yards. On top of that, make it more of an expansion on the goal line and additionally within the receiving game. I think in comparison to Mixon, who hasn't practiced fully since week 1, it just makes it an automatic play considering Cincinnati has a terrible run-stop defense. I mean, literally a top 5 matchup. Trevor Lawrence throws the ball incomplete. Is that going to be a touchdown for Gabe Davis again? I don't want to talk about it, guys. I don't want to talk about it. Just no comments at this time. I can't anymore. I got to turn this off. I don't want to watch this anymore. Man, this is absolutely disgusting. Is Downs ranking updated with Flacco? Yes. Trey Sermon or Slayton in a PPR? I probably, let me think about this. If my Slayton sits there, yeah, I'm still going to play Slayton probably. If you want to play Sermon, I don't have an issue with it. Gabe Davis hidden gem? No. I would have never suggested him. Against that secondary, I would have never suggested him. Again, look at what Brian Thomas has done and tell me that, we were supposed to see a good week out of Gabe Davis of all players. Like, goodness gracious. That is just, it's crazy. Pittman or Wando Robinson? I'd probably play Wando Robinson there. LOL, yeah, LOL, yes. Let's ban this account. Crunchy says Downs or Slayton. I'd rather play Downs in a PPR. In a full PPR, I'd rather play Downs. Thank you. Okay, let's see here. Abe says, one must laugh in order not to cry, Andrew. Correct, yeah. My pain is being distributed via laughs. I have to laugh away the pain. You're correct, absolutely. It's a coping mechanism. Gabe Davis S tier next week? Yeah, as a meme, I'll do that. I'll say, guys, guess what? Gabe Davis is an S tier now against the Patriots. Yeah, good luck. Kraft or Ferguson? Depends on format. If you're playing like a full PPR, I'd probably go Ferguson. If it's a half PPR, I'll probably play Kraft. Again, they're back-to-back in my rankings, so it's just kind of a coin toss as to what you want to do. You could probably play them both, maybe one in the flex, one in the tight end spot, depending on how you're kind of formulated. CJ says Downs or Tolbert. I'd go with Downs in both formats, half or full PPR. Christian Watson worth a stash at this spot? I mean, at this point, he could be, but I don't even know how much he's going to play today, much less next week. Raiden says Sermon or Breece Hall. I have Breece Hall ranked ahead. Also, I have Flacco and Downs in. Yeah, I mean, I'd still play Breece Hall. I don't think I'm ever going to get to a point where I'm playing Sermon ahead of him. If the day comes, it's because Breece Hall's on the IR. Auntie Slayer says happy birthday. Thanks. Appreciate it. For the 17th day in a row. What is that? Uno Elite? What is that commercial? What the Daily S13 sends in a question, says Josh Downs or Tyjae Spears in a full PPR. Josh Downs by far and away, not even close. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Daily. Jake D'Antonio says start 2, Tracy, Dell, Pittman. I'll take Tracy and I'll take Dell. Thank you. Laugh now, cry later? No, laugh now, sleep later. Okay, I need some sleep. Starting a stream at 6 a.m. on PST is a disaster after a Saturday night. Let's see here. Flex Downs or Chase Brown PPR. In a PPR, I'd rather just play Downs there. Wicks or Watson in the flex? I'd rather play Wicks this week just because, again, I know that he's healthy in comparison. Kirk or Fields? I play Kirk there. My opponent has London and Pitts. I'm supposed to lose by 2. Yeah, I think you should play Kirk Tober. Thank you. Okay, with Watson active, should I play Wicks or Otton in the flex? I don't know if Watson's activity makes Wicks lesser play than Otton. Otton would have to score a touchdown, which isn't out of the realm of possibility. Let me actually check this because the matchup for Otton isn't bad either. Let me check here. Let me see how I would change it up. If I would change it up theoretically. Nah, I'd probably just leave it as Wicks for now. Just for now. Dell or Downs? It depends on format. If it's a half PPR, I'll take Dell. If it's a full PPR, I'll take Downs. Amari Cooper or JMO? I'd rather play Amari Cooper. Yeah. In a half PPR, yeah. Handle says, talk to me. Half PPR, Slayton or Tracy? In a half PPR, give me Tracy. Thank you. Would you play Bucky Irving over Mike Evans? Yes. 10 times out of 10, I would. Thank you. Thoughts on Kamani Vidal for the Los Angeles Chargers? He's a handcuff. Thank you. Terry McLaurin or Deontay Johnson? I have Deontay Johnson ranked higher. Okay, let's see here. T-Russ88 says, full PPR. I need a flex. Tyrone Tracy, Chris Olave, or Calvin Ridley. I'd play Tyrone Tracy there. J.K. Dobbins or Slayton in the flex. If it's a half PPR, give me Dobbins there. Got offered Pickens and Bucky for more. Do I accept? Again, I don't know if Rachaad White's going to be out every week, you know? It's not really as secure. With ETN out and looking like D'Ernest Johnson is number 1 today, do I drop Tank Bigsby? No, I don't know if I'm getting that far. I wouldn't say that as of yet, no. Oh, wait, would you drop Tank Bigsby for Jonathan? No, I wouldn't. Again, you got to understand that Tank Bigsby's not in the lineup primarily because they're in a negative game script. So going forward, once they are in a game script in which they can legitimately run the ball, Bigsby would be the preferred of the bunch. Luke sends in a question. Thank you, Luke. Says both quarterbacks are on bye. Is Flacco a bad play over Kirk? No, he's not a bad play. If you prefer to play Flacco, I have no issue with that. I would not bat an eye at that start over the other. Do I prefer Kirk? Yes. But ultimately, I don't have an issue playing Flacco in that circumstance. Get upfield. Oh my God, he fumbled. He's dancing around too much. Come on, Swift. Half PPR, Mooney, Dobbins, or Tracy? I have Dobbins ranked the highest. Harry Hippo. Aiden says Kincaid or Schultz. I'm pretty sure the rankings are here. I have, well, this disappeared. Actually, you know what? I can get it back on screen in a second. Let me do this. The rankings are right there. So it would theoretically be Kincaid. And then, yeah, Schultz at 10. So Kincaid would be the highest ranked. Thank you. Alrighty, let's see here. Standard Irving, Dell, Mooney. Yeah, it's Irving. Irving is going to play over almost everyone. Again, Irving is literally my number 9 running back this week. So, yeah. Do with that as you will. McLaughlin or Seibert, thank you. I'd rather play Chase McLaughlin. Again, the rankings are on screen for kickers as well. I don't understand why you guys don't just read him off the screen. It's so easy. I literally presented there for a reason. Like, just take the hint. Thank you, Rugby. Nico says, should I start Downs over Tolbert or Slayton now that Flacco's playing? Yeah, I'm okay with that. In a full PPR, I'd be cool with both those scenarios. Jake sends in a question, says, I need a flex out of Josh Downs, Slayton, or Dowdle in a half PPR. In a half PPR, where do I have Downs in comparison to Slayton? I have Downs 2 spots behind Slayton. In a half PPR, again, I think there's a little bit more upside with Slayton in this current circumstance, so that's the direction I'd go in. But if you'd want to just play a safe floor, it's probably Downs. Like, Downs can probably get you 10 points without scoring a touchdown. As for Slayton, I think he's probably capable of a little bit more and has a little bit more higher touchdown upside in comparison, so that's the direction I lean in. Gets Knowledge says, I have Rome Odunze, Garrett Wilson, Godwin, Downs, Rashid Shaheed. Okay, should I give Rashid for Jalen Hurts? Yes. I would. Thank you. PC sends in a question, says PPR, start 1, Tracy, Downs, Javonte Williams, or Tolbert. Out of that group, I would play Downs. Thank you. Moving on to a question from But Why Though, who says start Flacco or Dalton in a super flex. I'd rather play Flacco. Thank you. By a significant margin, in fact. Honestly, let me actually go check something real quick. Let's go players. Let's see. Flacco. Yeah, never mind. We're good. I'm actually curious. Let's go here. Let's go here. Set as such. Okay, very well. Let's go here. Okay, that's done. Pedro Lucario sends in a question. Thank you, Pedro. It says Chuba Hubbard over Gibbs. Yeah, I have Chuba Hubbard over Gibbs in a half PPR and a full PPR. Deontay over Marvin. Yep, both scenarios. I'm playing both Carolina Panthers when I get an opportunity to do so this week. Thank you. We had a question that came in from Luke, who says the following. Should I start Dowdle, Ridley, or Ford? Between the three of them, it's half PPR. Let me check who I have ranked highest. It might actually be Dowdle. I just need to confirm, though. Dowdle or Ridley. I have Ridley ahead of Dowdle in a half PPR. Never mind, scratch it. Ridley's the play. Thank you. If you want to play Dowdle, I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't like bat an eye to it. They are ranked within 4 ranks of one another. So they're relatively close in terms of projection. I just think that, Ridley has a little bit more touchdown upside in comparison. Eckler or Darnell Mooney in a half PPR? That's a really good question. Let's check. We have Eckler sitting right here, and I have Darnell Mooney ahead of him. Thank you. Eckler would need a guaranteed touchdown, which again, I don't know if there's any guarantees in this certain circumstance, especially considering they're playing against Baltimore, who is one of, if not the best run stop defense as of the last couple weeks here. Samuel sends in a question, says Pollard over Monty? Yes. Cortland over Schultz? Or is that Conklin? Just auto-corrected. It's all good. Yes, I would play Conklin. Well, no, wait. Hold on, wait. Where do I have him ranked? Conklin's my number 10. Schultz my number... Okay, so yeah. So Conklin would be ahead of Schultz, and Pollard would be ahead of Montgomery. Yes, correct. Thank you, Samuel. Okay, Tracy or Javonte? I'd rather play Tracy there, Nathaniel. Thank you. Okay, need a flex Schultz or McConkey? Jason, I'd play McConkey there pretty comfortably, actually. Marcus Parker sends in a question. Thank you, Marcus. Says, who had the highest floor and the most upside between Mixon, Downs, and Moss? It depends. If it's a full PPR, the highest floor is Downs, and the highest upside is Mixon. That's the way that I go about it in a full PPR. Rockout says Dowdle or Sermon full PPR. I'd rather play Sermon. Joe Flacco check down is far too valuable to pass up on. Michael Lay sends in a question. Says, in a half PPR, start 2 Najee, Sermon, Gibson, and Amari Cooper. I would probably, if it was my team, I'm going to probably go with Sermon and Antonio Gibson in that scenario. Thank you. How do you think Nick Chubb is going to be this year? How is he going to be? I mean, probably like a low-end RB2, high-end RB3. Nothing crazy. If he's significantly like, if the recovery process was really kind to him based on the kind of injury he sustained, and this offensive line can get healthy, then sure, he can be in a decent spot. But honestly, it's tough. It's tough. It's tough to come back from when 4 of your starting 5 offensive linemen are injured and either out, and on top of it, you're coming off of that significant of an injury. It just doesn't bode well. But again, still is going to be given enough opportunity to be somewhat of a contributing factor. Best Clip said you didn't answer my question. I thought I answered it, but if I didn't, I apologize. I'll take Downs over Najee Harris there, but yeah, that's the direction that I'd go in. And I'm not too worried about the slot receiving or slot coverage of the Titans secondary. I'm more worried about, L'Jarius Sneed on the outside in comparison. Sean K. sent in a question, said Godwin or Connor. We'll take Godwin there in a PPR. We took care of Luke. We took care of Jake. Knowledge, PC. We took care of that. But Luke. Okay. Samuel. Rockout. Michael Lay. On Vesh K sends in a question, says, do you think I play Mooney at wide receiver instead of Diggs and flex Tracy in case of the game in New England would be one-sided and run heavy? Again, like I mentioned earlier, if the game is going to be one-sided, Diggs is going to have to be implicated to contributing to making that game a one-sided affair. So it's not like there's always a possibility because the volume of variables that are unaccounted for in fantasy where, Drake May could throw 4 pick sixes in a row, and you literally never see Diggs play a single snap. But in this scenario, no, I wouldn't suggest playing Mooney over Diggs. It could be argued that, the Mooney matchup could be a one-sided affair accordingly. But yeah, I'd play Diggs and probably, if it's a full PPR, flex Mooney and just play both wide receivers in that scenario. Thank you. Aiden0815 says, Calvin Ridley or Austin Eckler, which one has the higher upside in a half PPR? I think I answered this, didn't I, just a moment ago? Maybe I answered it and then you sent in the question afterward. Either way, between the two of them, as it currently stands, both are going to require a touchdown for upside. Eckler, the issue is they play against Baltimore, who has a great run stop defense. So unless he's going to get himself a high volume of receiving upside in that circumstance, it could be a rough week. I think the upside of a good performance is probably Calvin Ridley. Honestly, that's the direction I'd go in. Like I talked about all week long, there have been 4 different wide receivers that have gone for over 100 against that defense. And the way that Brian Callahan was talking about utilizing Calvin Ridley this week gives me that confidence. Nathan Bray sends in a question, says Pittman or Tucker Kraft with Joe Flacco in the game. That one makes it a little bit trickier. Let me see where I have Tucker Kraft in comparison, and then let me just cross-reference. So is it a full PPR question? It is a full PPR. Let me change my rankings here. Let me see where I have Tucker Kraft. So Tucker Kraft is there. Then I have Shaheed there. And where did I have Michael Pittman in comparison when I made the updates? Michael Pittman sits... He sits at 28. Yeah, I'd still play Kraft. In that scenario, Nathan. Thank you. T-Rex3 says PPR, bench 1. Deontay Johnson, Jacobs, Bucky, Chuba. I think I'm benching the wide receiver. I'll play Jacobs, Chuba, and Bucky all this week. Thank you. Just give me the running backs. Appreciate it. Okay. Are we going to get any garbage time points here from... Wait, is Mac Jones in the game? Oh, God. It's over. All right, I'm turning this game off. I don't want to watch anymore. It's disgusting. All righty. Continuing on answer. Wait, is my phone about to die? Yeah, 26%. All right, Ben sends in a question. Can you explain Tank Dell over Slayton? Yeah, it's pretty simple. When you're filling into Nico Collins' role, there's somewhere between, let's say, 8 to 10 potential targets in the given week. Tank Dell has not seen that thus far this season. And the way that they've schemed their number 1 outside X wide receiver, in which hopefully Tank Dell is going to be, kind of implicated within that role, they're going to give him a lot of opportunities deep down the field as well. So the way that it's kind of schemed up, it is going to make Tank Dell a far more valuable player. On top of it, last season, in the only game in which he played without Nico Collins in the lineup, Tank Dell had 14 total targets that week. So I'm expecting a high target share for him to be, significantly more valuable to our fantasy teams in comparison to where he's been in the last couple of weeks. Because unfortunately, last couple of weeks, because of Nico Collins and his dominating presence, being the number 1 wide receiver in the league throughout those last 5 games, Tank Dell definitely has to step up to, of course, contribute to this team, and he certainly will with all those opportunities going in his direction. Now, to say that the separation between him and Slayton is a lot, it's not. They're literally back-to-back in my rankings. So I think Slayton, again, very similar, going to get himself a lot of opportunity in the absence of Neighbors. So it's just a matter of, who do I trust more? I just feel like the deep ball for Tank Dell is going to hit today. I don't know what it is. Maybe I should go make an underdog play anytime touchdown because it probably has a good multi, too. 1 second. Pause. Everybody take a moment to just break for a second. Tank Dell. Maybe even if he doesn't score a touchdown, maybe I'll just take the higher on receiving yards. That I don't mind, actually. Because let's say he gets caught down at the 1 yard line, a la DJ Moore, then I'd cry myself to sleep. So let me just do that. I'm just going to take a nice little couple here. Let's see here. What do we want to do? Maybe we go with that, and then maybe we'll take... Yeah. Okay, let's take this. Let's go 15. Okay. All right, there you go. I just made a quick play. Thank you very much for giving me the inspiration. Moving on, Falcon Beast 9 says, start 2 in a full PPR. Romeo Doubs, Ray McLeod, or Rashad Bateman. Yeah, so clear and away, as it currently stands, the 2 highest ranked I have are Rashad Bateman and Ray McLeod in a full PPR. As it currently stands, Falcon Beast, thank you. M. Suna says, Pickens or Downs? In a full PPR, I'll take Downs. Fields or Baker? I'll take Baker. Thank you. Oh, it's a half PPR question. In a half PPR, I'll take Pickens, and I will continue with Baker there. Thank you. But why, though, says, what's your outlook for New Orleans today, wide receiver-wise? they're going to be in a negative game script the whole game. It takes one play for Rashid Shaheed to be relevant, and the rest of the time it should be checkdowns in short routes, specifically to Alvin Kamara and Olave. And considering, of course, the pass rush for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers is not sufficient enough, it'll give enough time for Ritter to be able to at least continue to funnel target those two options to the extent to where they should be decently of value. Obviously, the upside is if Rattler. If Rattler is significantly better than we anticipate, then upside can be met. But ultimately, I think like for Olave today, it wouldn't surprise me if he catches the ball like 6 times for 70 yards. It wouldn't surprise me, which honestly is actually a pretty good week, all extensive purposes with the quarterback play as is. But again, you got to remember Tampa Bay's secondary is not good, and their pass rush is not great. So Olave has himself a lot of opportunities. We just have to hope that Rattler looks in his direction, unlike the Derek Carr of last week, which barely pretty much ignored him the entire first half. Matt sends in a question, says, Flex 1, Marvin Harrison Jr., Tracy Mooney, Rondell, or Chase Brown. Matt, what's your scoring for Matt? If you're playing in a full PPR, I'll just take Mooney there very comfortably. Chris sends in a question, says, most droppable, Dowdle, likely, or Vikings defense? Likely. Drop likely right now. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. All righty. Let's see here. So we've caught up with that. Okay, where are we going henceforth? JRR Token says, I concur. Multi-TD game for Dell due to hit. Yeah, I mean, multi-TD is crazy. The last pick I just take via Underdog was like higher on his receiving yards. I took lower on Mike Evans' receiving yards, and then I took Derrick Henry anytime touchdown. Those are just like the best plays of the week, in my opinion. Anytime you could take lower on Mike Evans, I think it's kind of a solid play because of the kryptonite factor. But watch, now that I put in the bet, hopefully he plays well because I jinxed it. Principal says Devontae Adams ruined my year. No, Devontae Adams didn't ruin your year. Aaron Rodgers did, because Aaron Rodgers planted the seed that Devontae can just ask for a trade and get out. Teddy H sends in a question, says Mooney or Dell in a PPR? In a full PPR, I'd rather play Mooney. He is ranked higher as of right now, currently. Thank you. Higher upside rest of the season, Chubb or Jonathan Brooks? Considering how the Cleveland Browns have looked, I want to say Jonathan Brooks. But again, it's very difficult to determine where the Cleveland Browns are now compared to where they'll be in like 5 weeks, right? But we would assume that they're going to continue to trend in that direction. Now, if they replace their quarterback, maybe it'll look better. Answer the flex questions, LOL. You can look at rankings for lateral questions, Javonte, or I don't even know what you're talking about, Brandon, but either way, Javonte or Ridley. In a full PPR, I'd probably just stick with Ridley there. That's cool with me. I don't know what the preamble of that was. I don't know what the heck you're on about, but hey, we're good. Baker or Jordan Love? I'm pretty sure I have Jordan Love ahead of him, but I don't mind playing Baker there again. Pretty solid matchup against New Orleans. He's found a lot of success against them last season and should once again this week. Gibson or Cooper today? Depends on format. I think if it's like a half PPR, I'd be comfortable with Gibson. In a full PPR, I could probably convince myself to play Cooper, but I probably wouldn't. I'd probably also stick with Gibson there. But it would be relatively closer. Grant sends in a question. Says Najee, Sermon, Gibson, Tolbert. Start 2. Is it a full PPR, Grant? Once you answer that, it'll be easier for me to continue. Thank you. Joining late, is Deontay playing? Yes, Nomad, he is playing. Flex Tracy or Reed in a standard? In a standard? I don't know. I don't play standard for a reason, and I don't want to answer standard questions. I don't actually know. You know why I don't know, Victor? Because I think the answer is Tracy, and I just don't want to say it. I think the answer is actually Tracy. Why Bowers over McBride? Yeah, it's because Jacoby Myers is out. So there's even more upside for him. Thank you. Would you do Downs or Gibson in the flex? I'm comfortable going with Downs there. Grant says, yes, full PPR. Cool. So in that circumstance, let me check where I know Sermon's going to play for me in that circumstance in a full PPR. I just need to see where Tolbert is in comparison to Antonio Gibson. Okay, I do have Gibson ahead. So I'd start both those running backs, Grant. I'd play Sermon and I'd play Gibson. Thank you. GK says, higher floor, Garrett Wilson or Tolbert? I'm not sitting Garrett Wilson, especially coming off of a week in which he had 22 targets. I can't do it. Against my religion. Can't do it. I can't answer your question. Answering your question directly may, in fact, contradict what I just said, so I'm just going to leave it at that. I'm playing Garrett Wilson. Thank you. You like Marvin Harrison or Bucky Irving this week? I'd rather play Bucky Irving, Steven. Alex Olivas sends in a question. Thank you, Alex. Alex says the following. Hey, Andrew, in a half PPR start 2, McBride, Wando Robinson, and Shaheed. In a half PPR, let me see where I have Wando Robinson comparatively. Wando Robinson would be lower than Shaheed. Therefore, it would be Shaheed and McBride that get the start there. Thank you. Jorge says, full PPR, flex Eckler catching passes or Wando Robinson. I don't know if Eckler's going to catch that many passes to where he's like the Eckler of 2022. But in this circumstance, let me see why I've ranked higher. Is it Wando or Eckler? Okay, full PPR. I do have Wando Robinson ranked higher in a full PPR. If it was a half, I would tell you to play Eckler. Alrighty, let's see here. Q Hussein sends in a question. Says, need a streaming tight end, likely Otten or Freiermuth. In a half PPR, the rankings filter on screen, but until then, I could probably go and find the ranking before it even pops up. Between Otten and Freiermuth, I do have Cade Otten ranked one spot ahead, in fact, of the available remaining tight ends if we exclude Thursday's game and the game that occurred, earlier today. So I would play Cade Otten. Cade Otten's my number 11. Freiermuth is my number 12. Do I had blurry vision for a second there. That's how long I've been streaming for, that I've lost vision. Goodness gracious. Nick sent in a question. He said Evans or Wandale Robinson Evans versus Wandale Robinson versus Mooney, full PPR. I have London. I play Mooney as well. I play both of them. Thank you. Full PPR, Chase Brown or Javonte? I'll take Chase Brown there, Blake. Brandon says, half PPR, choose one. Ridley, Zach Moss, Chase Brown. I'd play Chase Brown out of the group. Devontae or Wandale in a full PPR? I'd take Devontae Smith there. Ken says, half PPR, I have Bijan and Bucky at my RB. Should I play Mixon or Pickens in the flex? I'd play Mixon. Thank you. Javonte or McLeod in a PPR? I'd still play Javonte there pretty comfortably. I think McLeod's a solid, maybe 10 points if we get lucky in a full PPR. Otherwise, I think, Javonte probably outscores him with more touchdown upside accordingly. The matchup versus Tennessee doesn't scare you with Sermon? Oh, it certainly does, but it doesn't scare me enough to avoid Sermon. Again, Sermon moved up in my rankings mainly because you got to remember last week, Trey Sermon had 6 targets and 6 receptions because of Flacco. That is only going to continue to persist. The presence of Flacco increases his baseline value to where I am far more comfortable with it in comparison to, whether or not, if Anthony Richardson was there, the rushing touchdown upside is decreased, the receiving upside is decreased accordingly, etc. Yes, Robert, thank you very much. Guys, Robert said in the live chat, if you guys haven't yet already, click the like button. Again, there's 700 of you in here. We provide free rankings, answering all these questions for the last 4 hours. If you guys haven't yet already, do me a favor, click the like button. You may think to yourself, Andrew, what does one fucking like do? And I'll tell you, it does everything. The algorithm just feeds off of it to the extent to where, of course, I continue to grow the channel. Again, thank you guys for helping us hit 90,000 subscribers today. Absolutely ridiculous. Thank you. ETN selling 100%. Yeah, that's not even a question. But look, getting injured is different from selling, right? Getting injured sells to an extent, but is not as hard of a sell. Jorge Perez says, good morning, Andrew. Who do I start between Chase Brown, Tracy? Also, what should I do with Andrews? Andrews sits on the bench. Mark Andrews is a bench player. As for your Chase Brown, I'd play Tracy this week. Thank you. Brandon DeCoste says, PPR, why Deontay Johnson over Murray? Who has a higher ceiling? I think Deontay Johnson honestly has the higher ceiling. Primarily because last week he got shut down by Jalen Johnson. Just like BTJ got shut down by Jalen Johnson today. This week, Deontay Johnson has a significantly better matchup in comparison. I know AJ Terrell's a solid cornerback, but he's not a world beater. He's not going to completely shut down a number one. So in this circumstance, I expect Deontay Johnson to get back to his normal production of what he did in week 3 and 4 in comparison. Fibonacci sends in a question, says, PPR, should I flex Bucky because of White being out or Godwin? In a PPR, I'm pretty sure I'm going to, let me check that actually. PPR, Control F, Godwin. I have Chris Godwin ahead of Bucky, so I would play Chris Godwin there this week. Thank you. Walter Gregg sends in a question, says, Eckler or Josh Downs in a full PPR? I'll take Josh Downs there. Thank you. Appreciate it. Tucker Craft or Laporta PPR. I have Laporta one spot ahead of him. Thank you, Kenneth. Brad Graham says Trey Sermon or Jamison Williams. Give me Trey Sermon. Pretty comfortably. Would you play Bucky Irving over Mike Evans? Yes, I would. Or grab Slayton or... No, I just play Bucky Irving there, T93. Slayton or Tolbert, half PPR. Again, the half PPR rankings filter on screen, Scotty. So it'll be Tolbert. Sorry, it'll be Slayton ahead of Tolbert. Blue Hulk says Slayton, Pittman, or Wilson in the flex. There's news. Jets interim head coach Jeff Ulbrich committed heavy to the running game. He should be committed heavy to the running game because it's not just that it's him. You got to remember Todd Downing, the new offensive coordinator for the team, as they have downgraded Nathaniel Hackett. Todd Downing is the former offensive coordinator of the Titans. They ran the shit out of the ball with Derrick Henry. They're going to do the same this week. That's why I'm not giving up on Breece Hall. Thank you. Let's see here. Super Pedro sends in a question. It says in a PPR, pick 2, Harrison, Olave, Dell. Green Bay is rainy. Don't start me with the rain stuff, guys. Again, I can go look at how it looks. Unless it's a monsoon, I'm not worried. Let's see here. We're looking up for Cardinals at Packers. Okay, let's see what the latest look is in terms of this game. Yeah. I'm fine with it. I play Marvin and I play Dell there. Superior Pedro, thank you. Or Super Pedro. Appreciate it. Not Trezzy sends in a question. Says half PPR. White, Goodwin, Algier, McNichols. Zamir White shouldn't play today. I don't think he will. So out of the available options elsewhere between the bunch, again, the rankings will filter onto the screen in just a moment. But of those available names, I'm fairly certain I do. Let's see here. I probably have Tyler Algier ranked the highest because of the Carolina matchup. So that's probably the direction I'd go in. Would be like Algier, McNichols, Godwin, or not Godwin, Goodwin, in that order. Mergin G sends in a question. Says Olave or Mike Evans. I'll take Chris Olave. Thank you. Slayton or Tracy PPR. I'll take Slayton there as of right now. Josh Allen or Devontae for Love and Lamb. I'm cool with that. I don't have a problem with that. I'll take the Love and Lamb side. Mixon or Garrett Wilson in a half PPR. Let me check who I have ranked higher. I'm going to guess off the top of my head it's Garrett Wilson. But let me confirm. I do have Garrett Wilson ahead of Mixon in a half PPR. Thank you. Why is Laporta at number 3? Because Laporta is Laporta. That's why. Thank you. What's up with the last minute pick'ems? I shared it earlier in the stream. You might be able to rewind and see the background change and maybe potentially put those in. Evans doing yoga, gonna block out Lattimore and drop a 30 bomb? I hope so. I hope I'm wrong, honestly, because I need him for a couple fantasy teams. Oh, goodness. Red and Black says, top of the morning to you. Andrew, Deontay, J.K. Dobbins, Kraft, Tracy, Ridley, or Downs in the flex full PPR? Honestly, I'm going to play Deontay Johnson there in the flex. Otherwise, it's Downs. Thank you. Timestamp says, I love you. Okay, interesting. Should I put J.K. Dobbins or Deontay Johnson in the flex? Let me see who I've ranked higher. I'm fairly certain it's still Deontay, but I could be mistaken as to what I did last night with the rankings. Dobbins is there. Deontay's still ahead of him. Yeah, pretty comfortably. Bonk sends in a question. Bonk says the following. Half PPR Dobbins over Tracy? Yes, but just barely. Again, it's one spot. Who has the highest upside in the overall floor? I mean, I think the upside revolves around Dobbins. I think the floor probably is Tracy. Opponent has Roshan Johnson and ETN. It's good for me. Yeah, I think there's no wrong answer as to whichever the two you decide to play there. Rusty Wright says, I see you have Amari Cooper over Wan'Dale Robinson. Safer floor. In a half PPR, I think it is. In a full PPR, it would just be Wan'Dale Robinson at that point. And Jacob says, do I start Sutton or Kraft in a full PPR? I'd rather play Kraft this week. Thank you. Appreciate it. F1 Mafia has a follow-up question. Says Devontae Smith, Darius Slayton, Dell, Mixon, pick 2 in a PPR. It would be Dell and Devontae Smith. Those are the two. Thank you. Rocky Chang sends in a question. Says in a half PPR, Evans, Shaheed, Kraft, Laporta, bench 1. I'm benching Evans. No joke. I would. Thank you. Sermon or Ridley in a half PPR? I'll take Sermon there. That's fine. Thank you. Mickey says full PPR, need 2 out of the 3. Javonte, Dell, and McConkey. In a full PPR, I'll take Dell and McConkey as of right now. Thank you. Chase Brown or Lad McConkey? I'll take Chase Brown there. Bowers or McBride, I can't choose. I'll take Bowers. Again, there's no Jacoby Myers. There's no Devontae Adams. And you have Aiden O'Connell starting at quarterback. Aiden O'Connell funnel targets his number one. Expect double-digit targets for Bowers today. Enough to where he is going to continue to make... I mean, he doesn't even have to score a touchdown. It's going to make him the number one overall player at the position, probably. Now, if somebody else shows up and scores 2 tutties, they'll outscore him, like, Cole Kmet did, of course, earlier today. Is Pittman playing? Yes, he is playing today. Do I have him ranked? Yes. Do I love him as a play? No, because, L'Jarius needs a pretty good cornerback. When I say pretty good, I mean he's probably a top 10, maybe even top 5, arguably. There's a reason why they traded for him and they paid him all that money this offseason. Carlos Bruno sends in a question. Thank you, Carlos. Says Evans, Dowdle, Chase Brown, Wicks. I'm playing Chase Brown out of the group. Thank you. Goff or Stroud? I think I have them back to back, but I think I have Stroud just barely ahead of him, Alex S. Right here, we have Stroud at 14 and Goff at 15. Wan'Dale Robinson or Darius Slayton full PPR. I think I still stick with Slayton there, but it's very close between the two. I just don't like the Mike Hilton matchup. Deontay Johnson or Bucky Irving, depends. If it's a half PPR, I'll just play Bucky. If it's a full, I'll take Deontay. That's fine by me. Paul sends in a question. Says, who should I play? Joe Burrow or Kirk Cousins? Yeah, it's Joe Burrow, clearly. Who should I play? Joe Burrow or Kirk Cousins? Yeah, you repeated the question twice, but that's no problem. For double emphasis, I get it. Joe Burrow is the play against the Giants defense. Again, they're a 1-4 football team up against the wall. They should be able to just continue to air it out against that secondary. And Kayvon Thibodeau, one of their primary pass rushers, is not going to be available. So it's going to be that much easier for the overall efforts of Joe Burrow. Garrett Neese says Mixon or Bucky full PPR and why? Bucky, not even close. Mixon's coming off the injury. Bucky has the entire share of this backfield. That's 25 potential opportunities. If he gets 80% of them, that's 20 touches going in his direction, which again, against that New Orleans Saints defense, makes him an automatic top 10 running back. Chris Moraga sends in a question. Says, in a PPR, Pickens or Tracy? Let me check my rankings. I'm losing my voice, luckily enough. I have Pickens ahead of Tracy in a full PPR. Jeez, my voice is going. That is crazy. Chris Foy sends in a question. Says, Jair is back. Harrison has been but as you said, before Harrison was drafted to be the wide receiver 1 or high end wide receiver 2, Harrison or Deontay Johnson. I'm going to play Deontay Johnson there. Yeah, that's the way I go about it. Checkmate says, drop Mark Andrews for Hawkinson. Yes, immediately, right now. Not even a question. Do it now. Get it done. Finish. Send it. Buy it. Do it. Everything. Thank you. Eckler or Dobbins? I'll take Dobbins there. I'm cool with that. Is Amari worth stashing? Yeah, if he gets traded, he could be of value for sure. Especially if they lose this game, there's more of an inclined value for Cooper because there's even a higher chance that he gets traded in that circumstance. Thank you. Let's see here. Q35 or K35 says drop Ford for Tracy. Yes, if you're going to play him, for sure. Anthony Rodriguez says, what made you decide to put Deontay Johnson over Terry McLaurin? Yeah, primarily just because of the matchup from last week. Again, since we have seen Andy Dalton take over the starting quarterback role for the Carolina Panthers, again, Deontay Johnson from weeks 2 and 3, double-digit targets every game, dominant performances, was leading the league in those 2 weeks in terms of total air yards. The opportunities were certainly there. The only reason he had a hiccup last week was primarily, of course, because of the overall efforts of Jalen Johnson, the number 1 cornerback of the Bears, who we earlier today saw shut down Brian Thomas Jr. So again, it was just a matchup thing that last week really hindered him. Going forward, in comparison to Terry, it's not to say that Terry cannot play well. He's played well each of the last 3 weeks. I just expect a little bit more upside from Deontay Johnson. Additionally, Terry does take on the Baltimore Ravens. Outside of the last week's T. Higgins and, of course, Jamar Chase, those are the two leading factors of dominant performances against that team. That's it. Everyone else has not played well. So there's a chance that Terry could have a little bit of a slower week than anticipated in comparison to Deontay. Matt sends in a question, says, I'm done with Travis Etienne. I don't blame you, Matt. JCard429 sends in a question, says, in a 14-team league, full PPR, need a flex, Mooney or Sermon? I'll play Mooney there very comfortably. Thank you. Sleeping huge on Eckler? I don't mind. Again, I am glad to be wrong. Now, obviously, for your guys' case, it doesn't help you. But if players want to prove me wrong based on the opportunity share and all that kind of jazz, again, this is an opinion-based business. In my opinion, based on the research that I have accomplished and put together, this is the way that I see it going. If it ends up being wrong, so be it. I wouldn't change the way that I've constructed the way that I approach my rankings. I've done this for far too long to change my structure for now because it's been far too successful thus far. Start Murray or Fields? Yeah, I'm going to be very comfortable playing Murray there. If you want to play Fields in order to avoid any sort of weather, you can, but I don't really see it being a problem for Murray in that circumstance. I see that Ford and Sermon are one spot away from each other. Are they? Ford and Sermon's number 20, and Ford is number 25. So I don't know what you're talking about. What are you talking about? Sermon's like 5 spots ahead, brother. Come on. All right. Continuing on. We had a question that came in from Cameron Kaplan. Thank you, Cameron. I have A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. Would you play Mooney over Devontae Smith to avoid the stack? I don't think so. I mean, you could if you'd like to. Again, in a full PPR as it currently stands, Darnell Mooney, I do have him. Let's see here. In comparison to Devontae Smith. Yeah, I have Devontae Smith 2 spots ahead of him. They're in the same tier. I could theoretically argue that you could play one over the other. But if it's me, if it's my team, I don't do it. I probably just play Devontae Smith. He's just too talented, man. He's my favorite player at wide receiver in the league right now. So I have a little bit of a bias towards it. But additionally, he's just played too consistently. Ashley sends in a question, says Dell or Tracy in a full PPR. Considering the full PPR format, I will lean towards playing Tank Dell today against the New England Patriots. Excuse me. Thank you. Prowl sends in a question, says 1 tight end, 1 flex. Pitts, Kraft, Goddard, Chase Brown. Out of the available options you have, I'm playing Kraft at tight end and I'm playing Chase Brown at flex, Prowl. Thank you. Thoughts on Juju rest of the season? Depends on whether they bring in other wide receiver help. If they don't, then he is the primary guy to kind of incur a lot of the value within the receiving game outside of Travis Kelce, which again, there's a lot of value in that within that offense. D sends in a question, says pick one in a flex half PPR. Jacobs, Pollard, Godwin, Reed. Wow. It's Pollard. Pollard is my highest ranked player of those 4. Jorge Perez says, in a full PPR, should I drop Andrews and pick up either Conklin or Otten? Yes, I would pick up Cade. Well, I'd actually pick up either of the two, but I'd prefer to pick up Tyler Conklin, honestly. Also, Hawkinson is available. I can drop Braylon Allen. Yeah, that's fine. I don't mind that. I mean, look, Braylon Allen's going to get a little bit of an uptick of workload. For this week, you should pick up Conklin. I think it's a better potential option for you. But additionally, Hawkinson needs to be picked up for the rest of the season. So if Braylon requires to be the sacrifice, then so be it. So yeah, let's make both those swaps, Jorge. Thank you. Fields or Stroud? I have Fields 1 spot ahead, or like a couple spots ahead. I think it's 1 spot, 13 to 14. Marvin Harrison or Slayton? I have Slayton ranked ahead of him. If I'm not mistaken, let me just check. Right here, Slayton, and then Marvin Harrison's right here. Never mind. So Marvin Harrison's ahead of Slayton. Let's see here. Hello from Andreas Gomez, who says, pick 2 out of Cooper, Downs, Dix. You mean Wicks, right? And Jameson Williams. I'll play Amari Cooper and I'll play Josh Downs there. Andres. Human Ziggy sends in a question. Human, thank you. Says Laporta or Kraft in a full PPR. I have Laporta, if I'm not mistaken, 1 spot ahead in a full PPR. I have it. Okay, so full PPR. This is how I have tight end. It's almost identical. I have it as Bowers, McBride, Laporta, Ferguson, Kraft, Goddard as the top 6. So yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of variable change, but Laporta is ranked higher in my opinion. Let's see here. The Watch Hangout sends in a question. Says PPR start 2 Dobbs, Michael Wilson, Xavier Legette. Xavier Legette number 1, and then probably let me see. Where is Downs as in comparison? With Christian Watson confirmed to be back, I think I probably end up. Yeah, let's just play Dobbs and let's just play Legette for right now. Paul Adams says Swift rest season thoughts. I mean, Swift has been great the last 3 weeks. He's been top 15, so why not continue to proceed with the following? Again, Swift is going to be in a position to where there are going to be some tough matchups. They got to play Detroit twice, and they have to play Minnesota twice going forward. Those aren't great matchups in terms of the running game, but obviously he's implicated within the receiving game and the goal line back, so it's still going to be a value going forward. So obviously looking far better than he had a couple weeks back, which again was a disaster. Ravens or Saints defense? I'd rather play the Ravens defense today. Thank you. Mixon or McLeod in a full PPR? I'd rather play Mixon. Thank you. Wandale Robinson or Tracy in the flex PPR? I'd probably, let me check. Wandale Robinson or Tracy. I have They're in the same tier, and they're back-to-back ranked, but I do have Tracy ahead of them. Pittman or Wicks? I have Pittman, Dynasty. Human Ziggy says, missed the second part of my question. Did I really? Bass or Joseph? I did. The rankings are going to pop up on screen in just a moment. I have Greg Joseph ahead of Tyler Bass, if I'm not mistaken. I don't really like to play Tyler Bass. I mean, he was good like 2 years ago, like in 2022 for fantasy, when they were scoring a lot of points. But since then, last year was not great. This year was not great. He's kind of fallen off like Daniel Carlson, for those of you guys who used to have him on your teams. Shane sends in a question, says, flex, Javonte, or Shaheed? Honestly, in a full PPR, it's probably safer to play Javonte in that circumstance, just off of baseline of production. But if it was me in a full PPR, I'd probably just, you know what? Let me check my ranking before I even just talk out of my ass. Shaheed compared to Javonte. Where's Javonte? Yeah, I have him ahead of Javonte by 10 spots almost. Thank you. Shivam sends in a question, says, pick 2, DJ, Chuba, Bucky. I'm going to play both the running backs. Give me Chuba Hubbard and give me Bucky Irving ahead of DJ. Thank you. Fantasy Football Girl says, Fields or Cousins? I'm going to take Kirk Cousins in October. Good to go. Mergen said, you missed my question. I had answered it. You probably got hit with an advertisement. That's why you may have missed it. But let me scroll back up to answer the question once again. Said Olave or Mike Evans? I'm going to play Olave. Thank you, Mergen. Yeah, that's probably what happened. I probably answered it when you got hit with an ad, unfortunately. Tracy or Slayton? I'll probably stick with Slayton there in a full PPR, doggy. Let's see here. Wandell Robinson or Eckler? If it's a half PPR, I'd probably go with Eckler. If it's a full, I think I'm comfortable going Wandell. Hurts or Allen? Yeah, let's play Jalen Hurts exotic. Jerome Ford, Ray or Njoku in a full PPR? I'd probably just stick with Jerome Ford there. Tony Pollard or Terry McLaurin? Tony Pollard. Anadi says, just wanted to say, Andrew, if the question I asked is something you don't want to answer. Anadi, I don't even know if I haven't even seen your name in the chat. I don't even talk about. Anadi? What is your question, bro? I don't even see your question. Honestly, like I literally looked up your name. You haven't typed in the last... These are the only messages you've sent in the last 200 messages in the live stream, brother. I don't know what you're talking about. I haven't seen your questions all day. Let's see here. Now, if there's a possibility that your questions get auto-modded if there's any sort of profanity in it. L Memo 26 sends in a question. Says Joe Mixon or Mike Evans. I'll take Joe Mixon this week. Thank you. Justice sends in a question. Says your thoughts on Pickens versus Jameson Williams? Yeah, Jameson Williams not being the number 1 and probably being the number 3, if not 4 receiving option of that offense in a run-first scheme makes it very difficult to trust in comparison to Pickens, who's in a really good matchup against the Las Vegas Raiders. Chris Rosado, like it would take Jameson Williams a huge play to even get in the conversation. Chris Rosado says Mike Evans, Michael Wilson, or Trey Tucker. At that point, I'm just playing Mike Evans this week, and I'm hoping for the best. Zen sends in a question, says Zach Moss or Mike Evans. I'll take Zach Moss. Thank you. Mono says, do you think Shakir will play? I do believe he'll play tomorrow. Will he be as reliable as he normally is? I don't know if that's going to be the case, but I'm going to hope that he is. Rajo sends in a question, says pick 2, AJ Brown, Chase, Reed, Olave, full PPR. AJ Brown and wait, when you say Chase, do you mean Jamar Chase or Chase Brown, Rajo? Because if it's AJ Brown and Jamar Chase, you're playing both of those guys. But if it's AJ Brown, Chase Brown, or Reed, then I'm playing Reed and AJ Brown. Thank you. Chase or Tolbert? As of right now, I'm pretty comfortable playing Chase Brown. Yeah, Trey Sermon or James Cook. I'm okay going James Cook there. If you want to avoid the injury risk, theoretically, I guess you can go Trey Sermon in that circumstance. I don't think it's a problem. It's Rel time. Says Jameson or Trey Tucker. I have Trey Tucker ranked higher as of right now. Thank you. Okay. Moving on, we had a question that comes in from Torrin Davis who says, full PPR, pick one, Sermon or Jameson Williams. Yeah, I'd much rather play Sermon today. Much rather. It's just not even close. Theo James starting tight end. I think it's Theo Johnson. It's not even Theo James, brother. Horizon. His name is Theo Johnson. And honestly, if you're desperate, I have him ranked in my top 24 tight ends. I just, obviously it's not a great play, but it's a solid one if you need one, if you're desperate. Let's see here. Tyjae Spears or Zach Moss? Garrett Wilson or Xavier Legette or DeWando Robinson this week? I'd rather just play Garrett Wilson this week out of the three. Downs or Ridley? I'd rather play Downs, especially if it's a full PPR. Pittman or Dobbins in a full PPR? I'm still going to stick with Dobbins in that scenario. Dak or Kyler, higher floor? I'm going to stick with Kyler because of the rushing upside. But Dak Prescott certainly could have himself a solid week because he's throwing for the entire game. Pitch Herndon says, sorry, last minute, fine with Dell over Smitty. Am I okay with Dell over Smitty? Let me look at my half PPR rankings. So we have Tank Dell there. I mean, they're back-to-back ranked. I don't have an issue with it. I'm fine with that. Justin Fields or Flacco? I have Flacco one spot ahead of him on my rankings that filter on the right side of the screen. Martin Miller sends in a question, says, Shakir way higher potential ceiling than Dowdle? In a full PPR, yes. Rajo says, pick two, Jacobs, Brees, Hall, Bucky Irving, or Chase Brown. Okay, if I'm picking two of those available options, it's Josh Jacobs and Bucky Irving today. Thank you, Rajo. Zach Moss or Downs in a half PPR. I'll probably just play Zach Moss there, CJ. Mono says Shakir or Tyjae. I just played Shakir there. Tenorbi 1995 says, can you start two of the three between Jacobs, Bucky, Connor? Yeah, I'll take Jacobs and Bucky this week. Thank you. Kirk or Murray? I'd rather play Kyler Murray over Kirk Cousins. I'm going to say Christian Kirk again. Okay. 3 more minutes. Yep, 3 more minutes to the rest of our week 6 disaster. Bowers or Ferguson? I have Bowers as my number one tight end of the week. Downs or Shaheed? I'd rather play Downs. Irving or Godwin in a full PPR? I'd rather play Godwin in a full PPR. Pittman or Slayton? Philip, I'll play Slayton there. Good night, Andrew. Thank you, Mike Music. Dowdle or Trey Tucker? I'll just probably stick with Dowdle in that scenario. Shakir or Jerome? I'll just stick with Shakir. James Cook or David Montgomery? Give me David Montgomery there. Michael Gilman. Lazard or Shakir? I'll take Shakir there as well. How many leagues are you in, Andrew? I don't even know anymore. I play in all. Literally, the volume of leagues that I have to control are it's just ridiculous because I'm pretty much playing your guys' leagues as well. Slayton or Gibson in a half PPR? I'm pretty sure I'll take Gibson there, ever so slightly though. Dell or Pickens? I'll take Dell. We starting Pittman? Not over a lot of options, but again, the rankings on screen can kind of lead you in the direction. Love or Baker? I'll just take Love there. Rajo says trade Brees Hall even with favorable schedule or hold. I mean, you should just hold him. Again, let's just see how the offensive shift changes with tomorrow's game. And then we can kind of reevaluate and recalibrate to see whether or not he's worth it or potentially sending him away. Let's see here. Okay, we're good to go. Eckler or Wanda Robinson half PPR? Probably just playing Eckler there pretty comfortably. Can you please explain? Yeah, we have 1 minute before kickoff, so that's going to be tough. Javonte or Chase Brown? I'll take Chase Brown there. Hubbard or Mooney? I'll take Hubbard there. Flex Downs or Danny Dimes? Honestly, I'd rather play Daniel Dimes, Chubbs. Dell or Pickens? Sir Fozzie, give me Dell. Downs, Cooper or Dell? Pick two, give me Downs and Dell there. Anthony. Adam Kaiser says Slayton or Gibson. Yeah, okay, we took care of that one. Harris or Mixon? I'll take Mixon over Najee Harris. And that might be the final questions of the day. Anadi, I didn't even see. Did you send in anything else? Anadi said you're okay. He didn't even send anything. Yeah, Anadi, you didn't even send in another question. Where you at, my man? I think you're trying to gaslight me almost now. Ladd or Sutton in a full PPR? I'm fairly certain I'd go with Ladd, just ever so slightly though. Appreciate it. Okay, guys, it's 10 a.m. Best of luck this week. Let's hope for no injuries. And let's hope for, of course, some upside production and potentially some exciting games. This morning's game was a disaster. But hopefully the rest of the way will be significantly higher upside going forward. Best of luck. Much appreciated. We'll be back tomorrow with our week 7 waiver wire targets. Much love. Until then, again, I appreciate y'all coming through. If you guys left a like, thank you. For those of you guys who continue to support in this regard with your presence, being active members of the chat, thank you. Best of luck this week. I'm cueing the music. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. And let's hope for some fantasy success and upside. Woo. See you guys. Peace. Shackle, what's your question, my man? I don't see. It says half PPR Downs, Wicks, or Lazard. Yeah, I'll take Downs. Well, yeah, I'll take Downs number 1, Lazard number 2, Wicks number 3. Thank you.